Hello, Scrabble friends, and welcome back to Let's Play Scrabble's coverage of the 2026 Word Cup, presented by the Word Game Players Organization and the Collins Coalition, live from colonial Williamsburg, Virginia. WGPO reminds you to play often, play fair, and have fun. Alongside me for the second consecutive morning is Elise Bickford, fresh off her 26-5 performance in Division Two at the Scrabble Players Championship a few weeks ago. Elise, welcome back, and tell the viewers a little bit about our first matchup to kick off the day between Matthew O'Connor and Will Anderson.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. I'm happy to be back. This should be a really great matchup. So right now, Will Anderson, I think, is 3 games ahead of the pack, maybe 2 games. So he's really looking to win this game to kind of solidify that leading position. Meanwhile, Matt O'Connor is still kind of in contention. So if he wants to start to catch up with Will, he's really going to want to win this game as well. So I think it'll be super competitive, and I'm very excited to see what will happen.
Yeah, so Will technically only a 2-game lead right now, but his spread is miles better, 700 points, 700 some points better than everybody else in the field. So he is 15-6. Olatunde Odewole is 13-8. Josh Castellano lurking at 12.5, 8.5. He's won 2 out of the last 3 Scrabble Players Championships, and then 6 people at 12-9, headlined by world champion Adam Logan. One of those 12-9 people is Matthew O'Connor. So as Elise said, he will be looking to go on a run today to put himself into contention. Not sure if we have players ready or not. It looks like not. So yeah, anything else to add about either Matthew or Will?
I would say that they're kind of stylistically different players. Matt being kind of known for being a super defensive player and liking these really closed boards, whereas Will has maybe a bit of a deeper knowledge of the dictionary, and we might see some more flashy bingos and longer words from him. But both of them are, really solid on the words and solid on defense. But yeah, we might see a little bit of a clash of styles here.
Yeah, Matthew O'Connor. I feel like every time I see him on stream, he makes one play that is just kind of totally off the board that you never see coming. But when you know what a defensive master he is, it kind of makes sense the more you look at it. So always a pleasure to commentate him. And then yes, we'll probably want to keep the board open, especially with his knowledge and near mastery of the dictionary. So it should be a very interesting contrast in styles here. So good to see everybody in chat. It looks like we have the players ready to go. Oh, okay, announcements are still going on. Sorry about that. Yeah, we've got the tournament announcements going on. I don't want to say hate the tournament announcements because they are important. They're going to give you some necessary information, but like when you're in Matthew and Will's shoes, it's like you just want to play, you just want to get going, you've had your breakfast, you've had your coffee, you've had your whatever, and you just want to go. And then you've got to sit and wait for announcements. Do you also feel this way, Elise, or are you
Yeah, it can be excruciating. Sometimes you just want to get it over with and get playing, kind of get those nerves out of your system and just sit down at the board and do what you need to do.
Yeah, I will sometimes like show up late, like not like clock started late, but I will sometimes show up late, like just to skip the announcements. All right, but then we
Okay.
had some applause, which must mean that the announcements are done. Matthew is shaking the bag, and let's play Scrabble. Matthew, another one who, like Ben in our first game yesterday, tends to orient the tiles all sorts of different ways. So we'll see. Yep, and so he's doing it again. AGKOTUY. So does have at least 1 5 here. Are you seeing a great opening play here?
Yeah, in terms of fives, he has Gaudi and Tokay. which both look pretty good to me. He also could play the 6 of Agouti if he wants to just completely burn through some tiles. I like that as well.
Yeah, I kind of like Gaudy, but keeping the A for the back hook. You've got potential KA plays. You're also kind of setting up AK stuff on top of the GO there. So I kind of like this option best.
I like it too, just holding that A in reserve and maybe using it later, getting rid of the U and scoring some points. It looks nice.
Yeah, so Will was looking for an E for foliates. We know that Matthew did not have one to give him, so now a somewhat difficult decision on the opening rack here. Certainly seems like he could just play OF underneath the GO in Gaudy, take 21, draw into tails with 12 E's unseen. That seems to make a lot of sense. Elise, would you play OF or would you play a little bit longer here?
I think I would play OF or maybe OFT, keeping AILS. You could play Aloft if you really want to burn the rack, but I think AILS or AILST are good enough that just scoring 24 or 21 with OV or OFT seems like a good option here.
Yeah, we don't very often see Will make a very fishy type play, but you see he's got it set up, and I think he realizes that there's nothing better than this.
I think this is correct.
So that's certainly going to send alarm bells to Matthew. Again, we don't see Will do something like this very often, so Matthew surely knows that Will is keeping a very potent lead behind. So to go with his K, he's drawn another G and two W's. So what's the best way to get out of this situation?
Well, seeing the W, I am looking immediately at that juicy spot above of because WOF is a word, at least in Collins, WOF. So I'd be wanting to make a play that utilizes that. I think Gaw and Gawk fit there. You could play Caw there. But how would you decide between those options, Jason?
Yeah, WOF, one of my favorite Collins threes. Does not stand for Wheel of Fortune. It stands for Waste of Flesh. So certainly seems like Gawk is good, but you can see Matthew again with that defense not wanting to give up the juicy S hook to the double. So it looks like he is considering Wah, which will give back a lot less.
Yeah, I think Wah is a pretty decent play here. Although it's probably not the worst thing in the world to leave one W. I mean, it does give you some scoring power the next turn. Playing Gaw and keeping WOKE, it seems like a pretty decent leave.
Yeah, although this is gonna again, this kind of shows Matthew's play style here because if you were to play Gawk, Will has Tipulas right now, so that would hit the double. When you play Wah, Tipulas is still going to play, but it's not going to hit the double. It's going to score a lot less. So Gawk is 41, Wah is 40. So Matthew is thinking that he will happily sacrifice the 1 point and maybe sacrifice a little bit leave wise in order to stop Will from doing much. Now, if Will has a double double through that T, that strategy kind of backfires on you. But in this case, Wall would actually work out pretty well, or Caw, which he's also considering, and now he's going to go with that, but he's going to play it on top.
Okay, interesting.
So sacrificing 6 points instead of playing it in the other position. But again, I think this is going to work out. Oh no, Caw takes the S front hook. So Will can still play Tipulas for 74, but he does have a bingo through the Y as well.
Oh, that's a fun word through the Y. I wonder if anyone in the chat has spotted that. Excel noticing that he almost has pitchalize or whatever that crazy 9 was from yesterday. He should fish for that. But yeah, through the Y he had play suit, which I maybe like a little bit better just because it doesn't throw the T into the triple lane. But what do you think about that?
Yeah, a little surprised that he played this so fast. Maybe just missing play suit, which seems like a better option. Scores two more, doesn't throw the T into that triple lane. So a little bit surprised that he went this route and did it so quickly. Back over to Matthew, who has glowered through the R, but no R's on the board. So now, Elise, how do you see him dealing with that T out in space to maximize score?
Well, he has a few options that score pretty well if he wants to play long here. I would be thinking about Toweled from the T. That scores 39 points. Louded is maybe a slightly worse version of that, but it does keep the E. But yeah, I think Toweled here is probably the right option.
So Matthew plays it, and despite the fact that he has not played a bingo, while Will has, he will take a slight lead over to Will, drawing the K, the J, and the Q together. The O being the only vowel. So not a lot of great options here, it seems.
Yeah, this is pretty ugly in terms of drawing here. I mean, if he wants to keep the J and the Q, he could play Corby down to the Y, just getting rid of some of the clunk, but you don't love to keep JQT together. I would maybe think about exchanging here.
What I kind of like about Corby is that it sets up the J, where Corby's going to land. If you draw an A or an O, then you're going to have your Jaw Joe for 40 some. You also have that U and Tipulas out in space, so I don't think the Q is a huge hindrance here. Now you are a little bit worried that there are only two U's left, but to me, Corby makes a lot of sense here. If you
Yeah,
were to
that's a good point.
exchange, if you were to exchange, would you draw into CORT, or is there another leave that you would keep here?
Yeah, maybe COT or just OR or something. Those are at least simming a little bit better than some of the other exchanges, but yeah. Nice, and it looks like he's lined up, Corby. Yeah, Matt's draw here is kind of ugly too. Lots of consonants out early.
Yeah, this is always fun because they all 42 vowels, all 56 consonants, they're all going to come out eventually. So when we have games like this where each player has one vowel racks, then you know that the vowels are coming, and you're probably going to see some vowel dumps late. And a lot of times, whoever handles that situation better ends up coming out on top.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we'll lining up, Corby. I'm just maybe trying to consider something better here, but there really isn't, other than the QI off of the I and Tipula, there's really no way to get rid of the Q here, unless you want to throw it back. And I think Jib in that same spot is really the only way to get rid of the J. So I like this play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we'll see if he gets to use that J spot next turn or to maybe score something through the U with the Q.
All right, so Matthew also dealing with a one vowel rack. He's got a little bit more flexibility though than Will had. It looks like playing MIGG off of the ED in Toweled is the right option. Looks to be his highest scoring play at 23. The BTV leave is not great, but also not horrible considering what the alternates are. Could use he's got the other two G's. He could use that G hook to a go and play Vig, making a Gog. Elise, what are you liking here?
I think I like Mig, just kind of getting rid of both of those G's. Although I do wonder, like you said, that a Gog hook is there, and maybe you want to keep a G to use that later, or you could just, yeah, use it now and play Vig. But I think I prefer Mig, just leaving BTV versus with Vig, you're leaving BGMT, which could go south. Um, but Vig is also kind of defensive. It's really cutting off that left quadrant of the board in the bottom. Uh, so there might be some merit to that.
All right, yes, and again, Matthew, a very defensive player, so we know that he loves throwing V's out in space. And meanwhile, I was going to ask if Will was going to get rid of the J or the Q here, but it turns out that he can get rid of both at the same time with what I believe is pronounced jerk,
Mhm.
jerk or jerk for 44.
This looks great. Seems like kind of the best case scenario, leaving the J and the Q together, that he can, yeah, get rid of them both at once.
However, by playing jerk, he's thrown an E out in space and given Matthew a bingo if he can find it.
Yeah, do people in the chat spot his bingo yet?
Alexei has found bemetting, Bemeting through that E.
Nice.
And meanwhile, poor Will into his AT leave has drawn another
Oof.
two A's and another two T's.
Yeah, that's not a good draw.
So if Matthew can find bemitting here, that'll really give him a nice nice advantage in this game.
Hmm. It's a bit of a strange word. It's an archaic word meaning to measure, I think related to meting out something, which we say in common English. But I would expect him to be able to find this. I mean, he's gone very deep into the dictionary.
Yeah, hasn't really shuffled, just kind of putting it in alphagram order, maybe realizing that with the E it makes something. It's a rack that he's seen before. It's an eight that he's seen before, but maybe not just not having totally made the connection yet.
Hmm. And if he doesn't spot the bingo, he does have big time through the I in Tipulas, which scores quite a bit. That scores 33. So
Yeah,
he can at least get, yeah, some points on this turn if
yeah,
he
Gem
misses.
not a terrible option as well, scoring 26 and drawing into INT.
Hmm.
But yeah, this is one, if you're wanting to win this game and start the climb back into contention, this is a bingo that he really kind of needs to see here.
Hmm.
Elise, how do you study? Obviously, you're improving pretty rapidly. Like, so what's your kind of study regimen? Do you study by alphagrams? Is there a particular program or particular tool that you like to use?
I do a lot of different things to study just to keep it interesting, but I'd say my main tool is Anki, which is a flashcard app. And I study alphagrams by probability on there, and then I have a few random, more fun card boxes like vowel dump sevens and eights or JQX fives and sixes, things like that. But I also like to study definitions. So sometimes I'll just go through the dictionary and read definitions and study words that way.
Okay.
Uh, so I'm a big lover of language. Yeah. What about you?
Has that worked well for you in terms of have you come across or played a word that you knew the definition of or knew that maybe it didn't take an S and your opponent thought it did?
It has, yeah. Sometimes it's paid off where a random word that I've just seen from reading comes up. Although sometimes the definitions can lead you astray because you think something would take an S because of what it means, but it actually doesn't, or something like that. So there's so many inconsistencies, it doesn't always work out.
Yes, no matter the lexicon, it seems there are always inconsistencies. As far as your question, yeah, when I studied regularly, um, I would usually use aerolith. I like kind of making it a game to kind of clear the wall or try to solve everything. Like, just kind of doing card boxes just never really did it for me. Never really helped the words kind of stick. So, but when you miss a four or a five or a high prop bingo to not clear the wall, then that one's going to stick with you a lot more. So that was always kind of my study method. So it looks like Matthew is going to go with big time, as somebody said in the chat. This is a big time miss, having the bingo available.
That's too bad, but 33 points is 33 points. It could be worse.
Yeah, within eight, and his opponent struggling with a very bad rack. Although he can get rid of one A and one T for 30, and that seems to be the right choice.
Oh yeah, where is that? Let's see. Oh, yes, with cot.
Yeah, I was looking at the eye, figuring that the eye would be a big tile to play across, but that AT also works as well. So Will has it set up. Will's going to see it, and Will's going to play it.
Mm-hmm. This seems correct to me. I think you need to take the points here.
So Matthew, somewhat punished by the bag for that bingo miss, is he is nowhere close to a bingo now, but he does have good scoring options on this turn.
Yes, it looks like you can play Hootie. Is that a word? Down from Corby?
Yes,
Yeah.
Hootie without the blowfish. And I think that's HOTTIE, whereas this would be HOOTY.
Oh, and it just means like the cry of an owl. That's funny. Yeah, also anywho is kind of a funny option, but I think that's much worse than Hootie. Hootie is scoring 38 points.
So now Matthew's been pretty good, but now we see the multi-oriented tiles. So he's just gonna play Hoot and keep the Y apparently.
Yeah, he might be unsure of the 5, because I think if you see Hootie, you play Hootie. Unless there's a reason to keep the Y on this board, but I'm not really seeing it.
So showing the ups and downs of Scrabble, Will drawing two A's and two T's to his AT leave, and then on a two tile play, he draws X blank. So he's going to hit Taxa here for 53 and be in fairly good shape to bingo in the near future. Meanwhile, Matthew finding the Z, which is always a good tile to have. JIZ from the J and Jerk is 39. That's what I'm seeing at first glance. But Elise, is there a better option with that Z?
Well, he has an option that doesn't play the Z that's really cool, making jerks and extending down to make synagogue. That would be a really impressive play. That scores a surprising number and keeps the Z. So I would love to see him play that, but if not, maybe also just Jay-Z, yeah, down from the J. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, probably a better option than the JIZ. Could also play Nazi off of Toweled, making EN and DA, and save the SYN either for Synagogue or for an S play down the line. Oh, somebody's pointing out that by leaving ANNY there, Matthew was not that far off from Hootenanny, extending Hoot to Hootenanny as a 10, so that would have been fun.
Oh, that would have been very fun. Yeah. Oh, and he's gonna play Wens. Yeah, this scores a surprising number of points, so I can see the logic for that. And you're keeping Jay-Z next turn if you don't draw into anything better.
Yep, makes sense. And then by drawing the EF, he has denazify.
Wow.
Unfortunately, he won't be getting the D, but I believe that was there was a story behind that being one of the highest scoring non-bingo triples. I think around Nazi to make denazify for like, even though it wasn't a bingo, it was like 200 or 300. Somebody can do the math in chat and let me know. I guess 24 times 9, which would have been 216.
I think Will maybe made a video about that game, or maybe I've just heard legends of it, but yeah, and Will having about one of the best racks that you can have in Scrabble, so he's gonna have so many bingo options here. What would you be looking to play?
Yeah, I mean, the way the board is constituted, not really that much. A little surprised that he didn't go off of the TA, play something like in Tails. Because by playing in Tails, I guess you're just kind of creating that juicy S hook down there. But I guess the score is a little bit more, so I'll kind of go with assume that Will is making the right decision here.
Hmm. It does give a big Z spot from Matt here, though. Although he was gonna score quite a bit with the Z anyway.
So yeah, scoring almost as much as the bingo, 64.
Hmm.
So still in this game, especially if Will does not draw vowels, although he's found a couple. So not a terrible post bingo draw, all things considered. Double E double R L C H.
Hmm.
No awesome plays here, but he will be able to score decently and leave somewhat decently.
Yeah, he has a few four-letter words that can clean up his rack here. I'd maybe play Hurl, Herl, underneath Toweled. I think it also fits, let's see, next to, oh yeah, with Rho, RHO. Um, so yeah, next to Hoot. There's Lair too, which is just the anagram of that, Lehr. Are
Yeah,
you seeing any
people.
other options or yeah?
Oh yeah, sorry, I was just people were kind of filling in the gaps in chat. I was actually thinking of a different denazify game, but yes, Will
Oh.
did make a video about Peter Schwartzman, a very big WGPO proponent who's actually playing in the WoW division of this tournament, chickening out on denazify. And then I believe Martinez, who I recall you playing on stream in Madison, I think, did
Mhm.
extend it to denazify, if I remember the story correctly.
Oh, okay, yeah, I think that's the game that I'm thinking of, but uh,
Yeah, I was
I
just
guess
thinking
yeah,
of,
this
I
is a
think,
common word. I'm
yeah, I
surprised.
think, no, I think Tom Kelly was a veteran New York player, was the one who played denazify as a non-bingo triple for 216. If I remember that from Total Scrabble correctly.
Hmm.
Anyway, back to Will's turn. Yeah, Hurl, scores 22, leaves CER. That seems pretty good, but again, two S's out. You don't have an S. Probably not a good idea with the lead to open stuff up. You could just grab the points with Che for 29. Play that alongside Corby. Not give anything back. So that seems like an option too. Did you have
Yeah,
a did you have a preference that I missed while I was catching up on chat there?
I'd maybe play Hurl down the J column next to Hoot, just because it doesn't open that S hook like you said, but
Gotcha.
it
Okay.
unduplicates the R's. Yeah.
Yes. So exactly what Will is about to do. So yeah, only sacrifices 2 points, so it's 20. The leave is pretty good, and like Elise said, doesn't give a lot back. Matthew with AEIOFNY. And depending how long he wants to wait before opening the board here, you could certainly open things up by playing Leafy from the L. That seems to be the star play equity wise. It looks like a lot of his kind of top equity plays here open the board in some capacity. Could also play Joy down from the J, having not just the vowels that go along the Y, but also the F and the N for FY and NY words. Also a decent option. Elise, are you seeing a good play that opens the board? Do you just want to play Oka, getting rid of the O and the A for 20, making Tau and Agouti? Looks like he's going to go with Leafy. So how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think this is a solid play. He also could have played Foyne underneath Toweled. But yeah, that puts an E in the triple lane and kind of an easy spot to capitalize on. So yeah, I think this is nice. Opening the board, scoring 30, and wow, he draws nicely afterwards.
Yeah, draws S blank into ION. So decision time for Will here. It looks like he has Decry set up to that Y. Decry with the anagram of cider with the Y, CYDER. Obviously, both will score 33. Or the G, yeah, G's are all gone. So no, thought he might want to play Decry to set up the decrying extension, but with the G's gone. Decryers, does Decry? I can't imagine Decryers would be good.
Yeah, I
But
feel like you wouldn't spell it with the Y, but we can check. Nope. I
yeah,
guess
Decry. Oh,
Matt
and
could use his blank to play decrying next turn, but he's not going to do that.
Decrypts is the other extension, which I had not considered at all.
Oh, that's nice.
So decry PTS, and there is a P and an S. It's just the problem is all the T's are on the board.
I see.
So yeah, just trying to think which would be more kind of defensive, because decry, you're giving back bingos off of the D or DE. Cider, you're giving bingos to the R. So maybe Will figuring that if he's going to give him bingo, potentially he's going to do it. He's going to do it this way, where you have to end in a vowel just to hit the double, as opposed to giving up a potential bingo that would hit the triple.
hmm I think this makes sense.
So Matthew, with that S blank draw, looks like all of his bingos, none of them really fit on the decry spot, so they're all stuff either hooking to it or playing off of the TA, something like Ionium's making Eta. So gotta put the blank out in space. Usually a good idea. This should be a B. That is the only thing the blank can be that will make it a valid word. So we're going to assume it's that.
hmm
And Matthew takes a 6 point lead. So just like yesterday, Lisa, it seems like we might be headed toward a close end game, or at least we wouldn't if Will hadn't drawn near perfectly into NRS.
Yeah, he drew well, but I don't think he has any bingos here,
He
if I'm
does
not
not.
mistaken.
Somehow,
Yeah.
yeah, somehow Orpine's nor does not play through the I, does not play through the N, obviously not through the blank B. So maybe we will be headed for a close end game after all.
hmm Would you be thinking about fishing on this turn? And you're so close to so much stuff, and there are quite a few floaters on the board. You have that A to work through, the two I's, and the N in Binius.
Yeah, and you do have the case S, which also helps. I'm just not seeing a great fish at this point.
Yeah, you could
So,
just play off the O and play oboe, OBO. That's scores 6, but makes another S hook.
okay, yeah. So then, how
Yeah.
often you're probably going to hit most of the time drawing into to Piners? The I is going to give you Inspire. The E is going to give you a reps and repines. The D. The question is, what happens when you draw the I? Because you're probably not. You're definitely not bingoing through those I's is the problem. What happens when Matthew, who has the E himself, can block the spot? Can you bingo in the other place?
Yeah, that's a good point. And the score is so tight, you really don't want a situation where you fish and put yourself behind and then don't hit your bingo and have to catch up.
Well, I guess if you fish off the O and draw the I, you'll have spinnier through the N. So then you'll have bingos in both spots. So I think when you fish here, you really want to have bingos in both spots.
Hmm.
And with 13 tiles unseen, you probably want to look at all 13 options and say, okay, how often do I miss this? Because if you miss, because I think you're going to need a bingo in both spots to feel comfortable fishing here.
Hmm. So I imagine Will is going to take a lot of time here and go through each of his fishing options and look at the pool and see what he can draw into. Yeah, these kinds of turns are super hard, and they're turns that these expert players, I'm just amazed at how often they're able to get them right and to sort of see all the options that are out there.
Oh, Fop seems like a really nice option.
Oh, yeah.
Joe South pointing that out from the F and leap. Even if you don't bingo, you set up your case S. So if you draw something like the V, then you've got VISE for a bunch of points, potentially coming back. So
Yeah, I like that.
yeah, the problem with rinse is that when you draw the double N or the double I, it could get a little hairy.
Hmm. Is there any merit to just playing Prion or something through the I in Benius and just scoring and keeping
Yeah, and just
EIS?
yeah. So Prion, there is a U left, but it would be hard for Matthew to score. So yeah, so you just play Prion, you score, that's 26. You go up
Hmm.
20. Two tiles, you leave two tiles in the bag. Yeah, and you just try to run.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense too. That makes a lot of sense too. I would tend to go for the bingo in this case, but I'm not 100% sure that that's right.
Yeah, so how many are in the bag here? Let's see.
So six in the
13.
bag from
Oh,
from
six in
Will's
the bag.
perspective.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Okay, so
championship
he is,
player,
yeah,
yeah, and
gonna do
championship
Prion.
player likes this. Also, Prion through the E and Leafy, making Zap Air and So. I'm assuming that Prion takes the S. So that scores well with 25, keeps the same EIS leave, and also gives you some bingo potential. Fob also does well, as does fishing off the O. But it looks like Prion is the play that championship player likes. So Will going that route, just going to try to outscore. Now Matthew will count and see that there's two in the bag, so he will almost certainly be emptying here.
Hmm.
And especially with that V, not a lot of great options.
Mm-mm. Let's see.
And Will, after a terrible, terrible draw here into the EIS, drawing another E and another two I's. So again, looks like we are going to have an interesting end game involving Will in our first game of the day for the second straight day.
Hmm. Yeah, I think it might be hard for Will to pull this one out after that draw. Uh, Matt, I guess, can play something like moved or doved through the O and score pretty well and get rid of most of his junk and possibly go out. I'm not sure.
Yeah, moved through the Owen Binius would score 22. It would give him the lead back. It would draw into ADR with two unseen. He's looking at the pool with six vowels and three consonants, so you know you're going to draw at least one vowel, maybe two. So you know maybe you can play some. Maybe you have some sort of five letter word that can play end in a vowel play off of prion. So that seems to make a lot of sense. If he really wants to not empty the bag, he can just dump one of those duplicate Ds for 16, making Doff and Dits in that just southwest of the G on the star there. So again, that would score 16, leave one in the bag. He'd only be down four. Very interesting spot here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, does he
He
need
does.
to worry about emptying the bag from his perspective? Is there anything in the pool that Will could have?
Well, it's less you don't want to empty the bag for bingos. It's you don't want to
Mm-hmm.
empty the bag and give your opponent exact knowledge of what you have and allow them to play the perfect end game.
Yeah, I
I,
see.
I think
Yeah.
he knows that Will can't bingo,
Yeah, yeah.
but again, if you empty the bag, then then Will knows if you have an outplay. He knows exactly where it is. He knows that he needs to block it.
Mm-hmm.
All that kind of thing. So
Yeah. Although you might have enough flexibility where he can't block everything, given your tiles.
yeah, that's true. I
Even,
guess
yeah,
so.
with
If
perfect
he plays,
information.
yeah, if he plays moved and draws say like an EI, then irate plays off of prion, and maybe you have something else. Uh, oh, Dier off of towel. So yeah, I mean there are draws where you're just going to have the guaranteed out here.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if there's a distinction here between moved and doved. Would you want to be keeping the M or trying to get rid of it on this turn?
I think moved is a little bit better. Maybe that's just specifically with the EI draw, which is the most likely draw you're going to get.
Mm-hmm.
So Matthew taking the lead back, he will draw the NU. And does Will have any winning endgames from this position? I'm assuming not, but if there's somebody who could find it, it would be Will.
Oh, okay. I think he might. I guess M5 SEI scores 21. But then what is he leaving?
Oh,
EIIN?
so I thought with the S that he had Nisei, but he can play it through the blank S into nails. So NI blank SEI, that scores 16 and it leaves SEI. So that should be a way out of this.
Yeah, that looks like it'll work.
So as long as Will does not succumb to blank blindness, and it looks like he's about to set it up, so he's clearly seen it. So now he's just got to confirm that this wins. So you obviously want to make sure that Matthew doesn't have any outs to block with those five tiles. One of the best endgame advices I ever received: play your opponent's rack first. So Will is obviously going to play his rack, but you're going to want to look at Matthew's rack first and say, okay, if I were to do nothing, what's Matthew going to do? Does he have an outplay? Does he have something that loses the game automatically if he gets to play it? And do I need to block that first? In
Mhm.
this case, it looks like that's a no.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any outs for Matt here.
Yeah, no fives in ADNRU at all. So
Mm-mm. Wow, what a tight game. I feel like this really could have gone either way.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I actually thought it was Matthews after moved there.
Yeah, me too. I missed Nisei. I think SEI does it too. I think he scores just enough that even if he doesn't go out, it might work. At least according to Macondo, but
So what?
that seems like a less direct path to victory.
Yeah, it's okay. So you're talking off of RHO.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that scores 21. It threatens Nisei as the out next turn.
Hmm.
Obviously Matthew could then block that, and then your plan B with EIIN isn't great. So if you do this first, then you have SEI over there as well as
Hmm.
numerous other spots for it. So
Yeah, this order looks much better.
yeah, because especially considering that Matthew is going to be hard pressed to do anything productive about that SEI spot. You know, he could play Lorne and Oba or some or Lord and Da, which is what it looks like he's considering. But then that's only not going to score that well. It's going to leave 6 points, and Will again is going to have many outs. So Will Anderson going to go to 16-6 and maintain at least a 2-game end spread lead.
Hmm. It's looking like Matt should play Duan next to Nisei if he wants his best endgame just to block Will's say, I think. Um, but yeah, at this point, it's over. So,
Yeah, that works too. I was kind
hmm.
of seeing the block, like he was in terms of you have to play in that spot something like Da.
Hmm.
But
Yeah, I
yeah,
think
play DU
Duan takes maybe.
DUAN. Yeah, DUAN off of Nisei works.
Yeah.
Well, both games we had with Will yesterday. One of the reasons I love commentating Will is that his postmortems are usually very insightful, very friendly. So I would expect, especially after a close game, that we would get another one of those.
Hmm. I'm really interested to hear what they have to say. And yeah, I'm interested to see, whether Prion was correct or whether Moved was correct on a deeper analysis.
Yeah, for whatever reason, I would love to see what Macondo says about moved because
Hmm.
I ran championship player for Will's play and it suggested Prion. It suggested a lot of weird stuff. Matthew going to throw the Hail Mary,
Yeah,
and
might as
attempt
well.
unrad. Yeah, exactly. If doing something is the only way you can win a game, then you should do it. So he's going to use that piece of Scrabble advice and give it a try. This Hail Mary will be swatted down by wordjudge.me. Many thanks to Tar Moore for that program, which we're using for all our challenges on the stream table. So this one will allow Will to tack on a few extra spread points. Not that he needs them, but they're always good to have. He will go out. He'll get the 12 from Matthew. So yes, a score that is not indicative of how close this game was. They should agree on the score shortly, and let's cut to overhead Mike.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I know there's two there, and somehow the thing I taught myself was that BNet is not a word,
Right.
and that makes the set work. And I spent like 5 minutes there, and I just didn't remember that.
The time you spent on that made me think you might have a blank, and when you played big time, it looked like a rack where you might. But maybe there's an obvious place for you to play big time. You have
No, I just, and then I wasn't 100% sure that I so I didn't do it. But
yeah, I
it's
saw.
annoying. I was like,
I mean, I made some play suit.
What? Oh, play suit.
I literally did not look through the Y at all until I just it's
Yeah, and then
it's
like
not terrible, but it's bad.
5 minutes later, I was like, oh shit, I know that BNet is not a word, but that's like,
Yeah.
that's the logic I use to remind myself of BNeting.
Oh damn, that's a huge break.
Yeah, it sucks. This
Sorry.
I kept ADR
yeah, if you go out, it's going to be really tough.
And I have good spots for 5s. So
Once I drew, after I really didn't love leaving an I because I saw the 2 extras, but I didn't see a great other way to
yeah.
like unless I missed.
I didn't,
miss anything.
and like I think I win because I have 2 spots for radii, so it seemed fine.
Groins. No. No.
I liked moves because it made like I a good draw. I think.
Yeah.
I
Just
have
likely
2 spots for
from your-
radii, so
from your POV. Yeah.
yeah. And I don't think you can really do anything. That's enough.
Yeah, I think
That's
if
what-
you go out, you win, and if you don't, you lose.
I think so. Yeah. Anyways.
From my perspective, I was looking at DDVU in the unseen pool, so I was thinking, well, maybe there's a chance you will struggle.
UN was in the bag.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah. Anyways,
All right.
I deserve it, but that's okay.
Yeah,
Good luck
play
the rest
suit.
of the way.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll put.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Let me put this in.
I knew the B meeting rack was like a tricky one. That's all right.
All right, so Matthew left to lament that miss of B meeting, and again with Will having 3 A's and 3 T's on his rack at the time, that was most certainly the turning point in the game.
Hmm. Yeah, he was talking about how there was some confusion because be met isn't a word, but be meet is. So it's really hard to keep everything straight in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, because be met sounds like past tense of be meet, and so if you know that be meet is a word, and even if you know be met is a word, you would just assume it's past tense, and certainly wouldn't take an ing. So again, the vagaries of the dictionary coming up to bite Matthew there.
Hmm. So I think we'll take a short break, right? But who do we have next on the docket?
I believe we have we're going to keep Will here, especially being in first place, and it looks like he is going to play Enoch Nwali next. Enoch came into today 11.5, 9.5 with a very good spread, so he is in contention as well. A very good player, very good Nigerian player, very fast as well. So yeah, we're in for a treat next game. All right, so with that, I think that we will take a short break. Just a reminder to all, thank you all for joining us on this morning. If you're in America, or for whatever time it is where you are, please feel free to like the video, subscribe to Let's Play Scrabble if you haven't already, and consider becoming a super friend for I believe it is $5 American per month.
Yeah, stay tuned. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon.
We'll be on this side.
All right, welcome back to Let's Play Scrabble's coverage of the 2026 Word Cup. Still waiting on some results from the last round, but we know that Will Anderson still in the lead at 16-6, having won that last game, and Adam Logan actually beat Olatunde Oduwole, who was alone in second place. So Will is at least 2.5 games clear of the field right now. And we will be seeing him in our next game against Enoch Nwali. Elise, have you got a chance to see Enoch on stream or played in a tournament with him?
I haven't, but he was at the Albany July 4th tournament that I was at recently. And I think he did very well there, came in the top 10, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, I see him on Aerolith getting 100% on the 7s and 8s almost every day. So definitely a strong player.
Yes, very strong player, very fast player, and as poor ancient cosmographer in the chat will note, at that Albany tournament, part of the reason that he finished top 10 is that on the last day in a game against Charles, he threw a tidy little 7-16 at him with, I believe, 5 bingos. An absolutely insane, crazy board to look at. So he can definitely play for sure.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I'm curious to see if will hang on to his lead and kind of run away with the tournament, or if he's still going to have to fight for it.
Well, hang on was definitely a very apt description of what happened that last game. Had a nice lead. Matthew made it close, but Will somehow with 3 I's and 2 E's on his end rack able to find a guaranteed out in 2 and seal the win and continue trying to distance himself from the field. All right, looks like we have players ready. Will going first, just waiting for the okay to get started. So Enoch satisfied that the tiles have been mixed. So Will starting us off here. Do you like going first, especially in important games like this? Do you like potentially getting the first play on the board and hope to just lead the whole game?
I really do. I think it gives you a psychological advantage too. You kind of feel like you're in a little bit more control, sort of having the first crack at everything. So yeah, definitely it's a sort of mathematical advantage, but I think it's also a psychological one.
That is true, because it's really only, I think, 55% of the time the player going first wins, but I agree with you that is a nice psychological advantage. So Will has what Anglophiles do. They heart UK. So actually a very interesting 5, or actually 5s and 6s, some obscure words here that seem to be very strong plays. Kehua, Kehua, scores 34 and leaves RT. Also Kurta, Kurta, scores 28 and leaves AH, but I didn't realize that you could put an H in the middle of Kurta to make Khurta, scoring either 36, 34, or 28, depending on where you want to put it. So Elise, did you know all of these words? And of those, which is your favorite?
No, I knew Kurta without the H, but I didn't know this spelling. And I like exactly what he's doing here. Although maybe I would put the K on the double letter just to get a few extra points. Although this is probably just a smidge more defensive.
Yeah, if you move it one spot over, then you're setting up the Z, you're setting up the X, you're setting up the J. So yeah, maybe a little overly cautious. But I can understand it.
Mm-hmm.
So he has put the U out in space, which ironically, if he had moved it 1 over, this would not be getting nearly as many points. But Quare for 28 for Enoch.
Yeah, Quare looks good to me. He also had Burka in that same spot, but
oh, so if he moved it 1 spot over, then Burka would have scored way more.
yeah,
So.
but that
So
keeps 3 vowels, so I could see why you'd want to play Quare maybe.
And then Will with one of those Eratoid racks. So he's got his choice of Eratoid bingos. Presumably it'll be Keratoid from the K, but he could also play Teratoid from or through the T. Also a Droiter with that R and Quare. So this Tirade O rack doesn't make any 7s, but it makes a heck of a lot of 8s, and will take his highest scoring one.
Mm-hmm. This looks great to me. And yeah, can Enoch capitalize on that D that's thrown out in space or any of those floaters? Let's see.
Yeah, not really. It looks like his best option would be cashing in the J for 36 or 38. The problem with Jota or Jado through the teen Keratoid is that it just asks for the J to get hit bat next turn. But high, I'd always pronounce it high as in high ally, but spelled Jai. I can play that parallel to Keratoid. That scores 36 and doesn't give as much coming back.
Mm-hmm. There's also just endow through the D if you want to keep the J, which could be a potential option.
Yeah, 30 keeping the J is not a bad idea, because then when you play endow through that D and Keratoid, then if you want to play like a Jota Jotto play on your next turn, it's a lot less likely that that J is going to be used.
Hmm.
So our annotator, many thanks to our annotator Excel Mawia, for doing a lot of the behind the scenes stuff, so that at least and I can focus on other things, keeping the score updated promptly and things like that. So pointing out that Enoch is a recent university graduate, so congratulations to him. African Scrabble champion in 2022. So, especially considering how young he is, hopefully that he's a name that we'll be hearing a lot over the next decade or so, because he really is a good player. And I do recall, I believe Matt Canick actually got to talk to him a decent amount in Albany, where he was doing commentary live, and said that he's apparently a drummer, as I recall, if I remember correctly, and very active in his church as well. So definitely been coming to a lot of these North American tournaments, and his presence has definitely been an asset to the North American scene.
Absolutely. It's always so impressive to hear when Scrabble players are so well-rounded, because it takes so much work to get to the level that Enoch is at, and the fact that he has graduated from university and has all these other hobbies, it's just super impressive to me.
Yeah, especially being I'm sure being at university takes a lot of time. That was kind of when I started Scrabble studying, though, as as a student in college. So maybe a little bit more time for it, as opposed to the grind of having a full day job. But that is a very nice point.
And it's
So Enoch
interesting that
got
he is taking so much time on this turn, given that he's such a fast player.
Yeah, interesting that he has the AB in his hand. I'm just not sure. I wasn't seeing a lot of good plays with playing the B period, much less the AB. So I'm not sure what he's thinking about. But yeah, as I said, I always do this. I always say like, oh, Enoch plays really fast, and then Enoch gets on stream and has a tough decision and slows down.
Yeah, is he thinking of jab somewhere or something with the AB? But I don't really see a great spot. Hmm. Maybe he's just picking up tiles. Okay.
So going with Endow, yeah, not a great option here. I think Endow, which Elise suggested, is probably one of the better ones. So now over to Will. Chat pointing out that he can just cash in the Y and the Z and get rid of the U by playing Yuts through the T and Keratoid for 40. Is that what you're seeing, Elise, or are you seeing something better?
Yeah, Yat seems pretty straightforward to me. Let's see if he has any other options here. I think I would probably be going with that.
Yeah, could play the seldom seen quiz if he wants to, which he's got set up right now. One of
Oh,
the
yeah.
one of the beauties of quiz is that it takes an S in the front. So if he were to, Will with the S, if he were to have some sort of word ending in SH later, that would also probably score pretty nicely.
Yeah, that's a good point. Any sort of ISH word there on the next turn, if he draws another I or something, or um, anything like that would score a lot, making squiz. But I don't know, I might just want to get rid of my Y here and play Yuts and take an extra point.
Yeah, it also feels like getting rid of both of your non-Y vowels, and keeping, three consonants in the Y is just kind of tempting fate a little bit, and feels like, you might just be asking for a seven consonant rack next turn. So maybe, just play Yuts. You've got the L, which will play well, to that Y out in space, and you are keeping a consonant.
And Will agrees, he plays Yuts.
And Enoch's rack not getting much better, although given what he's got set up, it looks like that you potentially helping him out as he can play Baju to that U with 3 overlaps. Scores 32, leaves EGTV. So now he's got it. Now he's got it set up right side up, and I would expect him to play this fairly quickly.
This seems like a standout play to me. Every other play after that seems like quite a downgrade. You could play Jug or Bug or something, or Jut, but yeah, those don't score nearly as much. And has Will drawn into anything? This rack looks good, but I don't see immediately whether he has something through the T or the A.
Well, he had something to the Y, but that just got blocked.
Mm.
Madeless is good, and that plays through the A in Kurta.
Okay.
Also,
Oh, yeah.
the more
Misleads,
common,
too.
yeah, the more
Yeah.
common misleads and misdeals as well. So we'll see a bingo from Will here. It won't score that much, but it will give him a lead of about 120, which is a nice spot to be in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he had demisly through the Y, if anyone was curious, or to the Y.
Yes, sorry for not pointing that out.
Yeah.
So he's going to go with Madeless. I think this is kind of probably the best one, like I said yesterday, in terms of when Will had minute blank as his opening play and chose on time. Now you've killed one of the 7 remaining triple word score squares on the board, which is good when you're ahead. Also doesn't throw a lot of stuff out in space like misdeals or misleads would have up top. So even the stuff through the S or through the E is somewhat restricted. So I like the defensive properties of Madeless. Enoch played Gov very quickly, which also seems to make a lot of sense with his rack. And now back to Will, who's found the first blank. Has specify. Which does play off of Madeless. So yeah, so he will be bingoing again and taking control of this game.
Really nice.
Specify is the only playable bingo here.
Oh, and it looks like Enoch drew pretty well. I imagine he'll have something once specify comes down.
Yeah, and in NWL or WoW, we know this rack is odious. However, which Enoch has set up. However, in Collins also ostiate and toasty, which does take the S. So he would have his choice of toasties along the triple there. I assume he would want to play the one with the S in the middle. That seems like it would be a little bit more dynamic and a little bit more opening.
Someone is mentioning in the chat that Magpie is liking Rife, just passing up the bingo and scoring 38, down from the R in Quarta. How do you feel about that?
Oh, okay. So yeah, RYFE. Yeah. AYIFFE scores 38, draws into IPS blank. It certainly looks like it's pretty close. There's some merit to it.
I think I would probably just play the bingo here, but yeah, that's always something you want to consider when you can score close to 40 points and keep your blank and kind of keep the board a bit tighter.
Yeah, Will actually got into a situation like that yesterday in his first game of the day against Ben Schonbrun on stream, where he just kind of wanted the blank off of his rack, and he missed kind of a low scoring 9 where it was very close between that and the other play. Didn't see the 9, made the other play, and then was kind of stuck with that blank for another 3-4 turns, and almost lost the game because of it. So, in fact, I think did lose the game because of it in part. So perhaps that in his mind, and just thinking, you know what, I should just play the bingo. I should just take a 170-point lead, and I should just not worry about it. But he set up specify. Now he's setting up Rife. And I don't think you can really go wrong here. I think you're still 99+% to win. So it's just really a matter of what you want to do stylistically.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if he does play Rife and Enoch plays Odious. I know that takes some front hooks, so maybe with his blank he can make something with Godiest or but yeah, I guess that's the only front hook. But
yeah, I was seeing Toasty off of the Edmund made list, but Odious is going to score a lot better, with that S hook to Kurta, and also not give the triple back. So now Enoch has Toasties through the S set up that way.
Okay.
That does play through the S and made list, but that scores like nothing.
Right, so he is going to pass up on the bingo.
So Enoch, getting back to that fast play, we all know played Gov basically instantly, is going to play Odious instantly. Makes sense. Highest scoring bingo, 82, gets within 50. We'll catch up on his paperwork, and then we'll see what he bought here, and we'll see if he maybe regrets his decision if this draw goes poorly. All right, so Will's ready, and that'll play.
That looks great. Yeah,
that'll play.
That'll do it.
Play. Yep. Good call to pass on the bingo.
Yeah.
His choice of double doubles through the T, which is, I assume, what we're going to see.
Yeah, I think so.
Pristine, Painters, Inaptist, and Penaster. One of those strike you as more defensive than the others?
Let's see. Pristine doesn't take it back S, right? It's just an adjective. Oh no, it does. Okay. Yeah. So maybe if he knows that it takes an S and wants to set a little bit of a trap, although Enoch probably knows that it takes an S too. Yeah, so maybe Painters then. Just not giving back any back hooks.
Yeah, one of the good things of studying definitions like you do is that you're probably a lot more aware of hooks, and are probably a lot more confident in hooks than your opponents.
Yeah, it definitely helps to, know the part of speech of something so you can know. Because there are a lot of adjective-looking words that are actually nouns that take S's. It can be surprising.
So we're going to go with Inaptist, which, does kind of seed, 7 potential off of the INA in a way that something like Painters really would not, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So a little surprised he's going this route, but... Oh, okay.
Okay.
You're not going to play Loined very quickly.
Huh. I would have maybe taken a bit more time on this turn. I think he has some options that get rid of that VL.
Yeah, the other problem with Loined is that it's not a word, so...
Oh, shoot, okay. I was wondering why it wasn't coming up on my...
Yeah, exactly. And
Yeah.
then I was like, wait, this must not be a word, considering what the other stuff is suggesting. So yeah, may have wanted to take a little bit more time, and maybe would have stopped himself from loined. Is loining good? Maybe he knows.
Let's see. No.
Okay, so you would
Huh.
think that that would kind of be your stopper. Like, oh, loining isn't good, so why would loined be good?
Yeah, I mean eloined, but that is different.
Maybe that's what he was thinking of.
Yeah.
So now Will, knowing that his opponent has Olden, and I guess if your opponent wanted to play Olden, which is pretty, good balanced tiles, you can probably assume duplicates or something like that. So we'll see how that impacts his decision, as he has the X here.
Oh, Will has a cool 6 through the T in Aptist. I wasn't familiar with this word. Tetix. It's a Greek word for the cicada.
Yeah, Tettix. I have not seen that one either.
Mm-hmm.
But it certainly feels like Foxy, Foxie, off of an Aptist will score 43 and kind of close not just that down, but also blunt the O in Odious, and that seems really strong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I think I would be going with that option. You also could play EFT with that hotspot next to the I and keep the X.
Oh, I didn't consider that. Yeah, that scores 32 and keeps the X. I do always kind of like keeping the X, especially when I know that my opponent is going to be keeping the board open. That way, if my opponent bingos, usually there'll be a nice X play coming back.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to remember if Will has made like an inaccurate play this game. I don't think he has.
Yeah, I don't think so either. It's looked
Yeah,
pretty
Kurcha.
precise.
Yeah, Kurcha again was close, but Keratoid was fairly obvious. Yuts, I think, was best. Madeless Rife was actually the right decision to pass on the bingo, even though I didn't think so at first.
And Bold looks like the best play for Enoch. It's unfortunate he didn't play it last turn, but good that he found it the second time around.
Yeah, certainly looking for all the world that will go to 17 and 6 and maintain at least a 2.5 game lead on the field. And if Josh Castellano loses, it'll be a 3-game and spread field. Wait, 3-game and spread lead on the field. And we've only got 8 rounds to go. So Will is in very, very good shape.
Mm-hmm. And he's also in good shape to pick up that Grandmaster title, I think. I believe he's
Yes.
one norm short, and I'm not sure how many more he needs to win to get the norm here, but I think he's getting close.
I know there was a discussion in chat about it, and I confess to not having followed the discussion that closely. So maybe chat can let us know what the magic number is. I think people were saying 3 more wins. So maybe after this, 2 more wins.
Wow, yeah.
So needless to say, though, Will is probably not thinking about Grandmaster norms at this point.
No, I think
Will is
he's
almost certainly
thinking about
thinking
winning.
about, yes, winning this title, which he's in very good shape to do.
Mm-hmm. Someone in chat is saying 3 more wins. 19 total for the GM norm.
Okay, which makes sense because that's the number that Ben Schonbrun was talking about, wanting to get to 19 and 12. So I do remember somebody saying, well, what if he gets Gibsonized and gets... although even if he was Gibsonized, since it's even, he wouldn't get a bye, he would still play somebody. So, and And if he's getting Gibsonized, then he's winning. He's going to have at least 19 wins when he gets Gibsonized. I can state that pretty conclusively.
Mhm.
So yeah, so this put him at 17-6. So we just need to win 2 of the last 8. And if he were to finish 1-7, I mean, it would be great content, but I don't think any of us would want to see that.
No. Metric looks solid here. That was simming best. And wow, lightning speed from Enoch here.
Yeah, Will blocking. Oh well, I guess he wouldn't have had a noble anyway.
Yeah, good spot by Enoch. A blenny is a long, slender, spiny rayed fish, if anyone is curious. So this closes the gap a little bit. Enoch still has an uphill battle here.
Yeah, not totally over yet, although it's hard to see on this board configuration how Enoch can come back from down 100.
Yeah, it looks like it would be tough, but
at least he's gonna make Will play it out here. Give Will something to think about. This is probably a spot if you're Will, where you probably want to play off a bunch of tiles, so 11 tiles in the bag. Like if you have, like the top equity play is walked, WAUCHT, through the C in metric with 5 overlaps. A very tough thing to spot, but if he can see that, that would just leave 6 tiles in the bag, and it guarantees that your opponent can't bingo twice. Actually, after you play walked, it's hard to see your opponent bingoing once on this board. But yeah, so if you can see walked, it only leaves 6 tiles in the bag, and it basically kills even the low probability, tough to find blank bingos or bingos through the blank T.
yeah, I wonder if he'll spot it. It looks like he's maybe seeing it with the G. That's an alternative spelling, WAUGHT. So maybe he'll remember that you can spell it with the C also, and hopefully slot it in that spot.
By the way, that was the longest I've ever seen Will pull a Ben Schonbrun and just keep the drawn tiles upside down for a while.
Yeah, that was funny. I think the content play here would be to play Wool Hat through the OO, seeing that he missed Woolskin yesterday, showing us that he studied his wool words. But that obviously would be a bad play.
Yeah, he made a good point in that postmortem, though, is that he saw Wolfskin had it set up, or saw Wolfskin had it set up, and then was like, no, it's Wolfskin. And it makes sense, because if you know the word wolfskin, then you would probably associate those two words, wolfskin and woolskin. And so since he didn't have that association, he just assumed it was no good. But yeah, maybe that's how he spent his evening, as penance for missing woolskin, studying all the words that start with wool. But that's a fun one, wool hat.
Yeah.
I assume the definition is just what it sounds like.
Yeah, I think it's just a hat made of wool, but let's see. Oh no, it's not. It's someone who works on a small farm. So it's a person.
Okay, would not have guessed that.
Yeah. Huh.
So we're just going to take the points with Haw for 34. Looking at the pool, I guess outreach is possible, stuff like that. But again, very unlikely that Enoch could come back in this game, and we know he certainly can't come back after the draw of the dreaded CG combo with the 2 N's and a P.
Yeah, walked would have been slightly better, but like you said, I don't think he loses ever after playing Haw.
So now the only question, will Enoch have 15 minutes left on his clock at the end of the game? And I wish I knew how long he took on Endow. I feel like the Endow play is going to be like 40% of his time for this game.
I think so.
In
And
fact,
maybe
you see,
he's... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
he played so fast I missed it. Pain. Oh, Pain on top of Endow.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's maybe expressing to us what he's feeling right now.
Kind of a little message for the chat. I like when players do that.
Yeah. Would you play Vogue here, Volge, something from the V, or maybe something shorter somewhere else?
Well, I definitely wouldn't do any. I definitely wouldn't do Volge, like, because like that's the only way you lose now is to a triple.
Yeah,
So
true.
yeah, I think GUE is fine.
Mm-hmm.
Vogue actually made sense, but again, why set up an R hook when you don't have to?
Oh yeah, good point. I guess Volgo, maybe. That doesn't
Oh,
take
Volgo
any
was a
hooks,
nice
right?
one.
Yeah.
Yeah. It might take the S, but all the S's and blanks are gone. So
Mm-hmm. Oh no, Volgo doesn't have any back hooks, but I always get confused about that. I
yeah,
never remember. Yeah.
yeah. It's nice to know there are other people who experience the same thing.
Mhm.
Just gonna say lunge or Lucre, and he'll go with lunge. Oh, so he is
Yeah.
gonna actually draw. Yeah,
Okay.
he's gonna draw into Decrile, etc. Oh no, I'm sorry, he's not going to. Oh no, he's just gonna give Will Retool to go out.
Oh wow. Okay.
So I would expect, as usual, a pretty gracious endgame from Will, talking about how we drew everything. Not really a lot of interesting positions in this one to go over, but we'll see. Enoch may talk a little bit about the Endow play. Big win for Will, and while they confirm scores, let's go to Over Mike.
Sorry, 347.
Yeah.
That's what I have. I have 347.
I thought you said so.
Okay.
I take picture.
Yeah, you can put it back.
All right, or no postmortem at all. Enoch preferring to save his energy, probably already focused on the next game. Speaking of the next game, because these two players finishing with almost 20 minutes on their clock, I assume we'll have an extra long break in between. Not sure who we're gonna give you next game. I think it makes a lot of sense to feature Will again since he's in the lead, but we do not know that for sure. So we're gonna just take a look at the pairings. Elise, anything you want to say before we go on this somewhat extended break here?
Just another reminder to drop a like on this video if you haven't yet. Subscribe to Let's Play Scrabble and look into becoming a super fan. I believe it's $5 a month. It really helps us out. I think some people have been donating in the chat too, so if you want to, drop us a donation, that's always welcome. But thanks so much for watching. We really appreciate your engagement. It's been so fun reading the chat and yeah, just getting excited about Scrabble with all of you.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just a reminder that the Word Cup is brought to you by the Word Game Players Association. The Word Game Players Association, or WGPO, is run democratically by and for the players in accordance with its bylaws. WGPO promotes a respectful and supportive environment that encourages every member, regardless of rating or prior tournament experience, to play often, play fair, and have fun. And with that, again, I think we can take a little bit of an extra long break, probably about 10 to 15 minutes or so, while the other games finish and we round up the players for the next one. Yeah, you are watching Let's Play Scrabble's coverage of the 2026 World Cup. All right, welcome back to Let's Play Scrabble's coverage of the Will Anderson Show, aka the Collins division at the 2026 World Cup. One last game from the Collins Lexicon this morning before we switch and do the North American WoW Lexicon in the afternoon. No surprise that we will feature our tournament leader, Will Anderson, this time against Sammy Okusaga. I seem to recall Sammy being near the bottom of the standings for most of day two, so I think he got off to a terrible start this tournament, but he has rallied his way back to 12 and 10 going into that last game. You will notice that we used the room cam to kind of zoom in as much as we could on that game against Josh Castellano. A very big one for the standings. It has obviously been completed since Sammy is ready for this next game, but no score yet. So as soon as we have that, we will share it with everybody and give everybody a quick standings update. But Elise, anything from you before we cut to the board?
Yeah, I'm excited to see this matchup, and it's been great to see that Sammy's making a comeback. He's a really strong veteran player. He's been playing for a really long time. So I think he'll put up a good fight against our reigning leader, Will.
Yeah, he's been around for a long time, and it's good to see his name on cross tables and on tournament rosters again.
I think the players are seated at the board now, so we'll get started soon.
All right, the pregame handshake, which I tend to not do. I'll just wish my opponent a good game. But okay, Sammy did beat Josh in round 23. So I don't think that standings have been updated yet, but that would give Will Anderson 17 wins. And with Josh Castellano losing, it's a 3-game and spread lead for Will with 8 rounds to go. So winning this one will put him in very, very good shape with 7 games left.
This is a nice opening draw for Sammy. I think he's going to have some good options with his X here.
Yeah, X turn will obviously double the X. Gives back the E and the S back hook. Icicles, the old Icicles and Salices. I'm not sure how to pronounce that opening rack for Will here. But yeah, X turn. Is there anything else that doubles the X here?
It looks like he's lined up Retox, which I think I like a little bit better. I don't think that takes any back hooks. So might make it harder for Will to play Icicle in a good spot here, or Icicles.
Yeah, I can still play it underneath Retox, but it's not going to score nearly as much as if X turn had been played. So 40 for Sammy. I assume Salices is the play since that will double both C's. Oh, there's actually a bingo with the T that I had not considered.
Oh, yeah. Salicette.
And then also Sicily's through the E. So who would have known the double C double I would have such flexibility here?
Yeah, that's surprising to me. Do you like Salices here, or would you take an extra point to play Salicette to the T?
Yeah, I probably wouldn't open the triple. I really like what this does. Throwing the 2 C's out, it's going to be really hard for Sammy to make a good play without an H next turn, and even with the H, which he has, there isn't really a whole lot there. So yeah, Silicet is just a little bit too dangerous for me. I like this. I like this choice.
Me too. That seems correct.
So Sammy actually has a 5 overlap play here. One of those Collins only 5s. Not sure if chat has spotted that yet.
Oh, I see it now. That's nice.
That word being aruhe, A-R-U-H-E, plays perfectly on top of Retox with, again, with 5 overlaps scoring 32. I assume you're not going to be doing much better than that on this turn.
No, I don't think so. Although, interestingly, the sim is also just liking how, H-A-O, in that same spot. I guess ENRU is a pretty solid leaf. So there might be some argument to be made for not completely blowing up the rack here with Aruhe.
Yeah, HAO scores 24 versus Aruhe's 32. ENUR, like you said, isn't a bad leave, especially with you've got the stuff, you've got the I's, the L's, and the C to bingo through. So I still kind of prefer Aruhe, but How definitely has some merit.
There's also Hinao through the I in Salises, if he doesn't see Aruhe but wants to get rid of that U. That scores 24.
Yeah, Hinau, for those unfamiliar with that word. Again, through the first I in Salises will score 24. He had Aruhe set up. Now he has. Now he's gone to Hinau, so at least doing a great job of predicting what the players will think during her 2 mornings on stream here. Sammy with the false start there. It looked like he was ready to pull the trigger on Hinau, now changing his mind.
Hmm.
Yeah, looks like he's going back to Aruhe.
Yeah.
Alexi Home pointing out in chat that if he goes with Hinau, which he will, that does leave Oxygen for Will on his next play for a decent score.
Oh, yes. So he chooses Hinao, which my Macondo sim is preferring over Aruhe. But both would have been good options, I think.
Yeah, now that Hinau hits the board, that's actually going to enhance Will's options. He's got Foley, F-O-L-E-Y, or Gooley, G-O-O-L-E-Y, in that same spot that will actually score a little bit better than Oxygen.
Ah, yeah, that's a good point. I guess you look at that X and think that that's going to be the spot where you're scoring the most. But yeah, getting that Y on that double word score twice gives you a lot of scoring possibility. Ooh, over wet on Sammy's rack.
Yeah, only the 2 8s, which are both well, one obviously over wets, and the other just putting over wet around the end to make over went. So trying to see if there's a play that because it doesn't look like it fits right now. Trying to see if there's a play that Will might make that would give over wet a home, but it doesn't look like it. He's probably going to play Foley.
Yeah, I think maybe Oxygen would that have given a spot for it, but yeah, it won't matter because he puts down Foley.
Yeah, I would see Oxygen as a spot for it, but that makes OT, so I
Oh,
don't
yeah,
think so.
the classic OT.
Yes, one of the most famous phonies, and I have certainly played it online and in speed games more than once. I'm pretty sure of that.
Me too.
So Sammy has Overwet set up. Overwet will not play anywhere on this board. So a question of what to do here. He can play Wove off of Hinau, making Way and OU. That scores 31, keeps the very potent ERT. All those overlaps on top of Retox are still there. Rewove scores 37, although that gives back a very juicy end hook. Another spot he could just play Wove in that spot again, another juicy end hook. Could play White, WITE, through the second eye of Salisa's. That scores 29 and keeps the over combo. Elise, do you like the 31 point Wove here, even though it gives back the end hook, or are you seeing something else?
I think I like it. I think you're scoring enough points to maybe justify opening up that hook. There's also Vortex, which is maybe a defensive option to the X, which scores 32, keeping EW. That's something I would possibly consider.
Yeah, it does keep the W, but it opens the board, but not in a way that Will is going to hammer it pretty easily. So I certainly don't mind that option as well. But looks like Sammy's just gonna play it straight, play Wove. Will with the end, but not with a lot of really good options here with the 5 vowels.
Ooh, but he has an option through the O, I think. This is a nice 5-vowel 8 if you
Yeah,
study those.
I was gonna say, yeah, replace one of those A's with an O, and he has Ugonia, but
Oh,
he
yeah, he
actually
has two
has,
A's. Never
yeah,
mind.
Ugonia as a non-bingo through that O and Retox will score 32. So the highest play from an equity standpoint. So do you want to do that, or do you want to play something like Agonia or AINGA to block that Wove hook?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I would play Ugonia. I mean, you do want to maybe keep that N for woven plays, but it does really score well and kind of clear out the rack and not leave too many vowels. Oh, he also has retoxing. He can
Yeah,
just put the ing.
yeah,
Yeah.
did not realize that like Detox, Retox takes the ING. The problem is that leaves you with AAOO. But maybe do you make a play? The problem is you can't really make a play keeping the NG because those are the only 2 consonants you have. So, but maybe do you make a play keeping the G, trying to draw the N later? That seems a little bit too fancy.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Is he thinking about playing OO somewhere?
No, I think he wants to play Ainga off of
Oh,
Wove,
okay,
making
okay. Yeah.
Woven, and
Yeah,
then
that makes
just keep the
sense.
OO.
Yeah, I see that. Okay. Yeah, that also seems solid.
Yeah, somebody in the chat saying, pretty sure Ugonia has 4 syllables. Yes, but in Michigan we tend to kind of mash syllables together sometimes. So I blame it on my mother is from the Pittsburgh area, and in Pittsburgh they're very famous for mashing 3 words into 1 word, for not having any long vowels. So yes, it's probably pronounced Ugonia, but I just tend to run it together and say Ugonia, like the Midwesterner I am.
Yeah, why say 4 syllables when you can say 3?
Exactly.
Saves energy, you know.
Why say many words when few do trick, and why say 4 syllables when 3 will do?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll set Ainga set up for a while, but hasn't quite pulled the trigger on it yet. He did also have Ugonia through the O set up, so he may just be kind of going back and forth between the two. And I don't remember if he set up Gonia, Gonia, which is another way to cash in on that Wove hook.
Mm-hmm. Oh, now he set it up right on cue.
It is amazing how often that happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a tough turn. I think every play kind of does something different and has its own benefits and drawbacks. So I would really be struggling to pick what I want to do here. We have a lot of Midwesterners in the chat talking about their local slang and accents. It's fun to see.
That's right. And then Alex Seaholm from not from the Midwest says, I guess it technically has 5 syllables since it's got 5 vowels, so you could pronounce it Oogonia. Oogonia. See, that was my talking too fast again. Yeah, that's a good point because, like, the famous O front hook for ology, for oology, the study of eggs. So yeah, which I do pronounce that way. I don't pronounce it eulogy. That's what you give at a funeral, isn't it? An eulogy.
Eulogy. I see.
So we'll pull the trigger on Ainga, one of those high prob, reasonably high prob 5s that you're not going to see that often.
Ooh. It's too bad zoomies isn't a word yet. I know that's a slang for when animals run around really fast, but we haven't added it into our dictionary.
Okay, so no zoomies
No
for Will
zoomies.
next turn.
Yeah.
So as he could have done last turn, looks like Sammy is going to. Well, I guess he can't play white at this point, but he can play wit, which scores well, and tuner is a pretty good leave, especially with an O out in space.
This looks great to me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as long as Will took on the last turn, probably should have ran a sim there. Did you? I think it would have been very
Yeah,
interesting between Ugonia, Gonia, and Nainga. Was one of
they
those a
were
clear favorite?
simming very close, but Ugonia was slightly winning out by like 2 points or 2
Okay.
percentage points. Yeah. Okay, wow. Will has a 9 here.
Yeah, I was waiting to see if chat had picked up on that, but not yet.
Oh, I think Alexi and Austin see it. Oh, and he has it lined up.
Yeah, we saw
Brilliant.
Will not see a 9 yesterday. Again, arguably costing him the game against Ben Schonbrun, but he does see it here.
Although once again, I think this might be a case where you pass up the bingo potentially and just score with your Z.
Yeah, Will's been in quite a few of those spots today, but yeah, Mozo or Zoom or even Zoo, on stacking on top of Retox making ZO is pretty strong.
Oh, and Sammy has Truing. Does that go anywhere?
Yeah,
Will
that'll
that
play
go
off
anywhere?
of that'll play
Oh,
off of Ainga regardless
Iyengar.
of what Will does here.
Mm-hmm.
And if Will gets really cute and plays Zoo, then Zune and Truing will score a lot more. So I don't think he can ever play Zoo here just because of all the hooks it takes.
Yeah, that seems a little too dangerous. But yeah, Mozo looks pretty good.
Yeah, Mozo looks nice, especially because you have one of the 3 S's.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's very weird that we've seen in quite a few times on stream in our 6 games together where a low scoring bingo is actually running pretty close to playing the non bingo. We saw Will make the correct engine approved decision last game of passing on specify and playing RYFE from the R instead. But this one, I think the bingo is right here. It's pretty close. And I certainly wouldn't fault him if he played something like Mozo, but it's also cool to play a 9 on stream, especially not a high prob one as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think 79 points. It's a pretty high scoring bingo, all things considered, so you probably want to take it.
So Sammy will be bingoing back here, and those O's out in space will give him routing with the E in the middle. Outering. Also outrain if he wants to use that O in retox, but truing the only playable bingo here that doesn't slot a triple triple, although it does put an E in a very not so good spot. So we'll draw as the other blank, and I
Wow,
think
beautiful draw.
pretty sure he has a triple triple here, but let me check myself.
Yeah, someone in the chat is asking if truing takes an S, but it does not, so he can't play truings here.
Yeah, no truing. Sorry.
He would like to, but yeah. Mhm. Is he thinking of Gurniest? That's
He
not a
must be.
word.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but Gurniest is no good.
I think is that with an I? Gurniest? Yeah, Gurniest with an I is good. So Girniest. So he's probably getting confused with that. Yeah, I hope he doesn't play that. I think that
Yeah,
would
I mean,
really make the game, a runaway in Will's favor. Uh-oh.
yeah, but he's gonna fall into the trap. I mean, routing was through that first O was really the only thing that was gonna stop Will from triple tripling, and may have even given him triple triples through the G, with the G in the second position.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Igarape. So yeah, Will was triple tripling next turn, but now he's gonna triple triple after Sammy scores 0. So I would not expect Will to take long before playing a Sailor or Asterias, or something of that ilk. I guess those are the only two triple triples. So
Yeah, I imagine he'll see both of those pretty quickly.
yeah, unlike yesterday morning where Will was 1 and 2 in the morning, 3 and 0 this morning, and just about everything coming up Anderson right now. Perfect post bingo draw. Gets the phony from his opponent, and he will play a Sailor. And yeah, we're gonna have a lot of fill time.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt for Sammy, seeing that come down after Euphony.
Did Will win a challenge in each stream game today? We won one in this game. He won one in the last game with Loind. Did he win one in the first game? I didn't think so.
Yeah, I don't think Matt. Oh, he did because Matt played Unrad.
Oh, that's right. The
As a
desperation
joke, yeah.
outplay. So yes,
Mhm.
the desperation outplay. So yeah, I mean, don't see that very often from players of this level.
No.
Oh, geez, and then he just drew exergies out of the bag through the E.
Oh my goodness.
Would have had energies through. Yeah, for people like me who would have missed that, I would have been praising the N in routing, giving me energies, but. Well, I guess if they're going to play 7 tiles a turn, then we won't have that much fill time after all.
Yeah. Oh, and he has some bingos to slam back, I think.
Yeah, Opulent is a 7. I'm getting caught up here because I'm a little bit behind.
Mm-hmm. He has something through the S too. Yeah, Jello Mocha sees that in the chat. Ployston. Pleuston.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that scores the most.
Yeah, Neuston. So is that, I always pronounce that Newston, but is it Pluston?
Oh,
Ploiston?
Pluston, maybe, yeah.
Pluston?
I don't know Greek. I'm not sure how to say it. Yeah,
Sammy,
no
got to keep the
uplet.
bottom open. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
which makes sense, especially way behind. You're going to want to keep the bottom open.
And Will has a lot of options here to block this O column. You could play audio, Ida. I think anything is fine at this scoreline pretty much, but we'll see what he chooses.
Yeah, you would certainly like to play off of the P, but the problem is you don't have a tile that goes after the U. So very close to having Oidia. It just needs to duplicate the I instead of the A's or the O's.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you to Will for fixing that upside down O. That was bothering me. But yeah, probably just audio, kind of restrict the bottom half of the board and kind of do what Enoch did the last game. Just kind of play fast and give yourself a longer lunch here. Although the lunch at Word Cup is already quite long. We usually wrap up. Yesterday we wrapped up right before noon, and then play starts again at about 2:00. So lunch already quite long with the 2-hour lunch. But if both players are so inclined, they can give themselves an even longer lunch after this game.
Yeah, I love it when I have enough time to take a power nap at my lunch break during a tournament. I find that always helps.
Yeah, somebody pointing out in chat: triplet in both dictionaries, quadruplet both dictionaries, quintuplet, sextuplet, septuplet, and octuplet are in both dictionaries, but non-uplet is only in Collins. So
Wow.
if anybody can make that make sense, I'm all ears. Okay, so it looks like Will does want to use that P and play AIA. Now considering AID. Only 5 vowels unseen to him, so yeah, he can 100% justify playing AID here. Because he
Yeah.
knows he's going to draw nothing but consonants all the rest of the way.
I wonder why
And
he didn't play Ida though and tack on the extra A there.
maybe he wants the A for something. Maybe the pool is that consonant heavy that he doesn't mind leaving 4. But yeah, that would have been an extra 5 points.
Oh, I guess there's the away hook too on the other side. Maybe you want the
there
A
you
for
go.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, QA. Well, I guess QAT doesn't go there, but if you draw the K or something like that. And so he's found 2 of the remaining 5 vowels. So
Wow.
Sammy's already going to want to conserve vowels on this turn, but he would really want to do so if he knew that Will was sitting on 6 of them.
Mm-hmm. So Sammy's chances of coming back are pretty slim. But how would you be thinking about, making the most of this end game and trying to maximize spread here?
Yeah, that is a good question. I think it all certainly revolves around the J. I don't think that he has a great J play here. So maybe do you want to keep it and maybe try to want to hit something through that S in exergies? What do you have that would do such a thing? So yeah, but I'm pretty much just kind of playing this like it's a tie game. Like you said, I think being down 200 with only a handful of tiles in the bag, well, 17, but I think your winning chances are basically zero. So I think I'm just going to try to make the best spread saving play, and I haven't quite figured out what that is yet. What are you seeing?
Yeah, my sim is liking FET, which surprisingly scores 38. So I'm trying to see where that goes. J6.
Yeah, so off of sodomizes.
Yeah, off of sodomizes with the IF and ZE, which that looks like what he's considering. And yeah, like you said, maybe he draws into a J play through the S or something next turn.
Yeah, or even something like
Oh.
Okay, so he's going to go with Jared, which I also saw is probably a little bit suboptimal. Could have played the J for 30 instead of 33 and kept more tiles, but I'm having a hard time finding something really nice that would have gone through the E or the S. So back over to Mr. Vowell, who may be regretting not tacking the A on last turn.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, this isn't terrible. If you want to only one consonant on your rack, the K is a good one. He can play oak or auk or awk off of exergies, and wants to keep one of every vowel, so he will play oak, which scores 28, which is not anytime you can score 28 when you've only got one consonant and know that you're drawing into one of the most ridiculous consonant heavy pools that I've ever seen, 2 vowels and 18 consonants, then you're probably feeling pretty good.
Mm-hmm. And Sammy does have some good scoring options here. He can play long with Fisty through the S. That scores 38. And just FY scores 37. So that's another option here. I think that's with 4 and YAG.
I'm looking up Fisty, but I'm a little nervous.
It just means like a fist.
Okay. All right, that's safe then.
Yeah.
I got FY set up. I'm trying to see if that... Oh, 4 and YAG.
Yeah.
Because I guess looking at this pool, 5 vowels, 12 consonants, and your opponent's playing off vowels.
Wow,
Maybe
are
you
there
want to
any vowels
on to
left
that
in the
I.
bag for him?
No. We'll pull the last 2 vowels.
Oh my.
There were 2 vowels and
Oh.
18 consonants.
Poor Sammy.
And Will played 3 tiles and drew 2 vowels and a consonant. That is extraordinary.
Mm-hmm.
So Sammy plays FY, which is smart because he'll want to hang on to that vowel, and then let's as that play gets committed and the unseen pool gets updated, that's going to be really fun. 1 vowel and 14 consonants. I'm pretty confident I've never seen that much of an inequality before.
Yeah, me neither.
Oh, so that's a nice play. Will can play Azo through the Z, score 20, and then keep 3 of those vowels. That looks pretty nice.
Yeah, that is nice.
All the other plays, are kind of vowel dumps, which you don't really need to do.
Mm-hmm.
Because Will should have a good sense. I mean, he knows the bag is at least 7 out of 8 consonants, and we know it's actually 8 out of 8. So, the engine probably not going to handle this one super well because it's just going to suggest nothing but vowel dumps, which you don't really need to do.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so this at least this will be our final game together, but I have certainly enjoyed it. I will be taking you through the rest of the tournament this afternoon alongside Joey Malik, and tomorrow alongside Robin Pollock Daniel. So I guess there is a slim chance, since we're doing the WoW Lexicon this afternoon, if Will can somehow lock this up by the end of the day, this may be our last time doing the Collins Lexicon and doing Will on stream. But anyway, as this is the end of our time together, any thoughts that you'd like to share? Any thank yous that that you would like to say before you go back to being a spectator?
First off, yeah, thanks to you, Jason. It's been really fun to commentate with you, and I've enjoyed all of these games. We've had some really close nail biters, and really we've gotten to see the skill level of all of these players. And yeah, thanks to the production team, to Excel for doing the annotating, Christian and Andrew for making sure everything's running smoothly. This has been an awesome experience, and I just love seeing Scrabble being shared with the whole world.
Yes, and that's a very nice thought. It's really cool that we get the chance to do this and like you said, share Scrabble with the world. It's always so cool to look in the chat. We've got people from Australia, we've got people from other parts of Asia. I'm sure we have some Africans who are watching Enoch and watched Olatunde yesterday. Magnus, one of Let's Play Scrabble's biggest fans, is from Norway. So it's really great to do this and talk about Scrabble for a group of people that literally come from all over the world. So Will does see and play Azo. Now back over to Sammy, and is there a way that without the Y he can't really do what he did last turn and save it? Looks like all of his good plays will part with the I unless he does this. Play Vid through the I. Not going to score super well on this turn anyway, so score as much as you can while leaving the I. And he will certainly like that when he reaches into the bag and draws two consonants.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember. See, we didn't really have like a super vowel dump play, so that's why the consonant heaviness of this bag really snuck up on me.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen like 5 UOIs or anything. Oh, durables. Okay. What a nice finish.
Yeah, Will piling on. That spread already unassailable, and will certainly become even more unassailable after the game. The challenge is that arguably his top competitor, Josh Castellano, had a tie. It's a very weird standings to look at. There's 26 people in this division, and 8 of them have tied. We've had 4 ties. So 8 of the 26 people have a half a win and half a loss there. So Will's superhuman spread is actually not going to be as potent as it would be in a regular tournament.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is Will Q stuck now?
Oh, almost certainly.
Yeah.
The way this game has gone, I feel like if there was... Yeah, Sammy just took the I when he played Vid. I guess he was supposed to draw the Q after that. Isn't that how it's supposed to go? When you block the only I, you draw the Q?
Mm-hmm. That is always how it seems to go.
So that's good that Sammy will be able to save a little bit of spread here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously, Gurniest was a mistake, but Will was tripling that turn anyway, and I think all that made a difference in was the final score. I think even though it was fairly early in the game, the race had essentially been run.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there wasn't much Sammy could do even if he didn't play the phony there.
So I guess, is this the normal Q-stick endgame where you just want to plink and plunk, or because Will has the B and M2, because I don't think he can get rid of both of those at once, do you just want to try to go out in 2?
I think I'd maybe want to try to go out in 2 because it looks like Will has a nice spot for the B or the M above Ainga. He also can play EM. Yeah, it seems like he's going to have some places to plunk his own tiles for some decent scores here.
Yeah, the M also fits really nicely between the FOR and the ED to make formed. as
Oh,
well
nice.
as and made. So Sammy plays Plat. Does thin go out on this board is the question. Maybe just want to save that S for up top off of the S and a sailor. That'll score pretty well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think this board is just too bad to go out into.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any outs immediately.
So yeah, I would
Yeah.
think that Will would play the B off for 16 because there's other spots for the M.
Mm-hmm.
The funny part is Will's very close to being N stuck. I guess he does have spots for 2 points off of durables. And then the
Yeah.
4 off of exergies, so okay.
Oh, yeah, and kin, too.
Okay. Sorry, not close to being N stuck at all. So yeah, a little too bad. I feel like both mornings we had a very close first game and then kind of runaways in the second and third games of the session. But we have had a couple good ones those first two, and like you said, even in these blowouts, we've seen a Q stick, I believe, on the last game of each session. So yeah, pretty parallel mornings that we've had.
So Will plunks down the B. That makes sense.
Yeah, Sammy playing no for 29, so he'll definitely get to 400. It'll be a pretty high scoring game. They will crack 1,000. All right, so getting back to what I said earlier, especially with Will threatening to want to run away with this tournament, I doubt very much, especially given the strength of this field, that he'll be Gibsonized. I think we'll be seeing him at least once in the morning. But in case this is our last Collins game, just want to thank the Collins Coalition for sponsoring the Collins division at Word Cup. If you are looking for this year's largest Collins-only championship event, the COCO team is hosting one in the fall, the North American Collins Championship, NACC, which is being held in Minneapolis, November 6th through November 9th. You can learn more at scrabble.org/NACC.
Should we try to cut to the overhead mic
Yes.
here? And
Yes,
hear
looks
what
like
they have to
Sammy's
say?
already talking, so.
Going, man. Insane.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you even are you even gonna play routing here, or you still play it there, and I still get my triple? You know, you probably still play there, and I get it anyway.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know where that came from. I just, yeah. But I don't think it was going to change the outcome. Your hand was too strong
I
this
think,
game.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still bingoing for sure.
Oh, yeah.
If you play here, I have Uremias through the M, so you're getting hit.
Yeah.
That was insane. I couldn't believe it. And then, to my eye, the unseen pool was 3 vowels to 21 consonants.
Yeah.
And I had all the vowels.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
And when you played this, it was just like,
I left 4 vowels.
Yeah.
This left 4 vowels. This left 4 vowels.
I'm glad I actually didn't need it to do anything.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Because the game was
game's
way out
over.
of reach. Yeah.
For sure. All right, I'm happy
I didn't
to-
mind making this play. I had
Did you have an N? I agonized over that. I thought you might just play that.
I had overweight. It was
So-
wove right here.
Ah, okay.
It's 20
Yeah,
points.
I was thinking if you didn't have an N, would you play wove here for so many fewer points? And I thought to myself, not really. You would just take the points. I might not have an N, and then
I mean, it was 5 ends
game
on
on,
scene,
you
but
know?
I had to.
because with this play I left OO. So I can play retoxing, leaving AAOO,
Yeah.
or Uogonia leaving an A for 32. And I was just thinking, man, if
Yeah,
you
the
have
rack
an
wasn't
N,
strong, but he had places on the board
I had
to
great
do stuff
play. I
with.
was
Yeah.
I was not complaining.
Yeah.
I had 3 good plays that made me
Yeah.
happy, but I was trying to think, what is your likelihood of having an N? And even though I kind of felt like you can easily play that without an N, I just couldn't
Yeah.
not cover the spot. So.
Usually I would always have the N, but the score differential was too.
It's huge, yeah. That's why
huge.
I was looking around. I was
And I had
saying, where are you
RET.
going to play this? Here. It's
Yeah,
not.
I had
it's-
RET left.
Yeah,
I wanted to kind of like protect this line as well.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was before I drew all the good tiles and ended the game on the spot. Pretty
Bad
much.
game on stream.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
better
rough.
than these guys.
That's rough. Yeah, no,
I'm
man.
better than that.
Go to
So
the
y'all
game.
got to know that.
Go
okay?
to the game we played at Albany to
Yeah.
see a banger that we played that he won. So.
So gotta let
All
the
right.
people know.
I'm having an issue with my internet to report the score.
Yeah, me
so-
too.
Oh,
But
okay.
it comes on after a while.
Yeah, it's. I just can't seem to. Normally, it.
Yeah.
All right, Sammy, feeling the need to apologize and let the people know that he's better than that, but we know that he is a world-class player, and even though he made a mistake in this game, like he said, that was more the tiles deciding that he was going to lose that game than anything that he did.
Mhm. Yeah, he's absolutely a strong player, and the tile gods have been on Will's side. He's also playing incredibly precise Scrabble too, but yeah, hard to stop the running train that is Will Anderson right now.
All right. Well, we will be back again with afternoon coverage from the WoW Lexicon. So that will be in 2 hours and 10 minutes from now, 2 o'clock Eastern time start. So again, just add 2 hours and 10 minutes to whatever time it is where you are if you want to watch the Word Cup's afternoon coverage of the WoW Lexicon. Looking forward to being paired with a friend of mine in Joey Malik. So. Elise, again, it is farewell for now. But like I said, I've really enjoyed doing this, and I look forward to watching you to continue to improve as a player, and hopefully we'll get to do this again sometime.
Yeah, I hope so too. Thanks so much, and thanks for everyone, or thanks to everyone for watching.
All right, enjoy your break, and we will see you in 2 hours. All right, welcome back to Let's Play Scrabble's coverage of the 2026 Word Cup, presented by the Word Game Players Organization and the Collins Coalition, live from Colonial Williamsburg, Virginia. Jason Adolski back with you with a new face in the broadcast booth, fresh off of his fifth place finish at the Scrabble Players Championship a couple weeks ago in Iowa. My friend Joey Malik. Joey, welcome to the show. How are you feeling this afternoon?
I'm feeling awesome, Jason. It's great to be here. Great to be with you, and got some really important games coming up, and can't wait to get going here.
Yeah, starting with our first one, we have Jackson Smiley going for his fourth Word Cup in the last 5 years, and he's in very good shape with a 2.5 game lead on the field and a 4 game lead on his next opponent, who is this is a must-win game to keep his winning chances alive. That would be your Scrabble Players Championship runner-up Ori Swift. So 2 of the top 4 seeds in the field should be a very highly rated, well-played game. Joey, what are you looking for in this one?
Well, highly rated is right. You know, there are 2 players who have had ratings higher than my peak rating, and to me, the 2 best players ever to not win a national championship yet. Although Jackson, of course, has won this event many times. So, yeah, I expect very high quality play, and we just saw what Ori was through, playing a lot of high quality games down the stretch at the championship last week. So, yeah, should be a really good one. Should be a banger.
Well, in a list of people who have the best to have never won an SPC, I can think of one whose face was right beside mine a couple seconds ago. So, all right, we're cut to the board. Looks like the tiles are just about ready to go in the bag. Jackson going first, as you can see there, 18-6. Not with the dominant spread that we've seen Will Anderson have in the Collins division, though. Just +5, 12. So if you can somehow catch up to his record, which again is going to be tough considering that one person is 2.5 games back and everybody else is at least 3 games back. But if you can catch up to the record, you might be able to get him on spread.
Yeah, I was surprised that I saw a spread that was that low compared to his number of wins, but I guess he's pulling out all the close ones, and there's certainly a skill in that. So, yeah.
Yeah, how do you feel about spread as a tiebreaker overall? Out of curiosity.
I don't know. I don't know what the other way would be.
That is one thing I like to say on stream. It's the worst tiebreaker except for all the others.
Maybe it should be the best spread, and then wins will be the tiebreaker.
I mean, that would seem to a lot of times, you know, I've actually thought about that at one point, because it certainly seems like spread tells the story, and the top seeds usually have the best spread. So it sometimes seems like spread is a more accurate indicator of performance than win losses sometimes. ABGNOOS for Jackson. Looks like he's got Gaboons.
Yeah. Like a good start. That should be his 3rd bingo in a row because it has bongo in it.
Yeah, not doubling the B though. I'm a little surprised at that.
Yeah. Probably not wanting to slot the S in the middle. I know Mac is very against that. Mac Miller, when he uploads his game, he doesn't like to put an S in the star if you can avoid it. So that might be the thinking there.
Well, Ori was looking for the N for enfilade, plays that fairly quickly. So will Jackson start this bingo or game off with a 3rd consecutive bingo? Looks like those 2 A's will get in the way, unless he has something that I'm missing. Board's certainly wide open. Oh, Meatloaf. Meatloaf, yes.
Yeah, wow. Every time I see the word meatloaf, I think of oatmeal plus the F. You know, that's one of the best like one-on-one kind of themes things.
Yeah, so if you have one food and then you add an F, it becomes another food. That's kind of like almost like a riddle sort of thing. So Meatloaf is 90, also has floatage through the G in Gaboons for 72. Obviously, you could play it through the L as well, but that scores 70 and puts the E out in space. Really thought we'd see Meatloaf right away here, but just taking him a little while to find.
Yeah, certainly even though it's a common word, it's tricky to find if there's a blank involved. So that's probably what's taken. But looks like he's found it. So
Yeah, and then
no surprise.
putation. No, that's right. It's not putation. It's outpaint,
Right.
and that just got blocked by Meatloaf. So
This game's moving along so fast and haven't even put it.
yeah, I was gonna say, welcome. This is quite a welcome to the booth here. This is they normally don't play this fast. I know that you're a pretty fast player, but normally the action is not this swift. No pun intended.
Well, he didn't block out paint after all, did he?
Oh my gosh, it still fits. You're right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 overlap outpaint. Will Ori realize that outpaint is still available, or will he, like me, assume that it just got blocked?
Yeah, that's something you always want to make sure of. Is like if it looks like it's going to be blocked, just make sure that whatever word might have gotten in the way didn't give you new words to play, and not often that you get 6 of those.
Yeah, very, very good advice, Joey, because even one who knows that just kind of assumed when Meatloaf played, like, oh, it doesn't fit anymore. But always double check, because yeah, if Ori had done that here, he would have seen that all 6 overlaps do make 2-letter words. You're always waiting for the LE or the EA or something like that. But this one is safe. But it looks like he's set up unapt,
Yeah.
which would again play alongside Meatloaf for 26. But really needs to find the 81-point bingo here.
Yeah, coincidentally, I made that exact blunder a few years ago on stream. I think it was Sonatina. I played it as a double-double, which looked good, but it made 6 overlaps from the top middle triple word score to make a bunch of overlaps after my opponent's next play. So that's out there somewhere for the world to go back and view.
Have you ever made a 7 overlap bingo, Joey?
I think I have, yeah.
Okay.
Once or twice. Certainly not on camera, though.
So now we're looking at taunt, which would play off of to the right of Meatloaf there, making AT and FA, slotting the T in the triple lane. Ori kind of correctly deducing that he's already in a pretty bad state and maybe wanting to increase volatility on what's already a pretty open board.
Well, Jackson, one thing we know for sure is that Jackson certainly won't be getting a bongo with the wreck that he's drawn, whatever he gets. So, but
yeah, so the even if Ori finds out paint, the old 14 bingo game will not happen.
probably not.
So Ori's setting up Punto, which would play off of Meatloaf making MO. Scores 21, again puts the P out in that triple line. He's also got the TA set up on the side. The other 8 in this rack, in addition to outpaint, is Trapunto, TRAPUNTO. However, as you can see, no R's on this board. So outpaint, the only playable bingo, and still plays with 6 overlaps after Meatloaf, but Ori does not see it, and he will take the points with unapt.
Yeah, I guess that's the consolation prize there. You don't find the bingo. It's probably also worth mentioning that Meatloaf does not take an S. I'm surprised that there's only one other word extension for loaf. And if you're from Maine, you certainly know it well. That would be sugar loaf.
Okay, so even though loaf takes the S, Meatloaf
Yeah.
does not.
Well, loaf was a verb, like loafing around. It's
Okay, that's right.
yeah. So, yeah, I still thought there would have been more than 2 besides those 2.
All right, so now over to Jackson, who I would assume would just probably take the 43 by playing wows, maybe playing cows instead to kind of shut off any overlap potential. Joey, would you take the 3 extra points with wows, or would you play cows and be a little bit more defensive?
Boy, I really don't like those W's, so I'd probably take the points. It's probably a little bit early for defense, and the board's still pretty open. So I just get rid of the W. Although, even though the C and the G are pretty bad together, but
Yeah, I was gonna say that the downside of wows is that it does leave that dreaded CG combo.
I mean, this has to be the play. I mean, it is the WoW lexicon, so
That is true. Nice little nod to the lexicon that we're playing.
meanwhile, it looks like Ori's gonna start a new bingo streak here if he sees Metanoia.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so kind of like the last turn, he's got the 4 overlap option. But even if he misses that, the A in Gaboons will be hard to miss. So this time he sees the mega overlap. This will score 85 and get him right back in the game.
Oh yeah, it's funny. I wasn't even looking there. I was looking to the other A, but definitely a good makeup play there by Ori. Gets right back into it.
All right, back over to Jackson, who has drawn the V and the Y to go with his C and G. So, Joey, how do you see him start to clean this rack up?
Well, you'd like to be able to play Gyve somewhere, GYVE. You can do that with EW. That's doesn't score a ton of points, so just getting caught up here.
Yeah, could seems like he could play Veggie to that W.
Yeah.
That would score 29, get rid of 2 out of the 4 anyway.
Yeah,
Other option would be GEY off of Meatloaf to the right. That scores 27 and leaves Vice. You prefer Veggie over GEY?
Yeah, either of those looks pretty strong. I'd maybe lean towards Veggie. Just get rid of more tiles. I mean, GUI is nice because that that if you can further shuts down that area of the board, but
So he's got GEY set up. Maybe leaning that way.
yeah, there is something about having a more balanced rack. Vice is a pretty decent combo of letters, whereas Veggie leaving CY can lead to a lot of really clunky combos of consonants later on. So now maybe I'm leaning more towards GUI, but I don't think you can go wrong with either one, really.
Yeah, I do kind of like Veggie. Totally kind of kill that upper right of the corner. Know that no bingos will ever be had there. Obviously, the board is still pretty open, but especially without the S hook to Meatloaf, it is going to be a little tricky for Ori to find another bingo here. So Ori, no open E for Ralliers, double L, double R, AIS.
Yeah, double L, double R's together. Those are pretty brutal combos to have, especially when you're trying to catch up, but you should be able to score decently while getting rid of most of them. Setting up probably Frill, I would imagine.
Yes, this is looking like Frill from the F in Meatloaf. Doesn't really open anything up in the short term, but scores 18. Takes out that hot spot and leaves fairly well. So Ori does decide on Frill. The good news for Jackson is that he found the blank in S. The bad news is that he found no vowels, but should be able to turn this rack into a bingo fairly quickly.
Yeah. I will gladly take an all-consonant rack if it guarantees me a blank in that same draw. Even though there isn't, it's pretty hard to play anything long here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is this just a? It looks like he's got DIDY set up through that I in frill. CSR blank is probably going to bingo a lot, even on a board that isn't great for bingos. Are you playing Diddy, or are you just playing DY off of Gaboons and making die?
I think Diddy is fine here. And, it puts a Y out there in a pretty safe spot for bingoing. And you could get hit something with something like Quays. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but and perhaps he can play through it next round with his C to really shut down that area if he draws like Clays or something. Or
all right, back to Ori, who has his first name and his last initial on his rack. Unfortunately, sorry doesn't really do a lot in terms of bingos, and does not hear as well. So what are you seeing with this rack, Joey?
just the letters you said. No Emperor I am sorry either. Yeah, at some point he's gonna probably have to open the board something like Ray, maybe next to Gaboon, setting up hooks there, but apologies, I'm a turn behind here, so.
Yeah, it looks like he can just could just plunk the YO in that spot between Metanoia and Veggie, making I. Yo scores 26. Obviously, Ya would also play in the same spot. Lori from that L and Frill will take care of that spot, and the AIRS is a very good leave. So maybe that's what he has. Maybe that's why he's got the ORY on the right there. Now he's kind of separated it, so he looks to be leaning in that direction.
Yeah, might as well undouble the R's. 2 R's can be problematic, so I think Lori is probably, I guess, what do you call the standard play here?
Yeah, especially with 3 R's on scene. I guess the double R doesn't go too bad, especially because you've got that S in Gaboons, to play a 7 that ends in R and pluralizes. But Lori makes a lot of sense.
She sure does. Meanwhile, Jackson could very well be cruising to an easy victory here.
I was gonna say he could be crushing Ori. He could do that as well.
Well, you'd probably rather choose cruising, because what if Ori needs an open H when you can make it a redundant letter? That's kind of a general rule, is that when you have a choice of bingos with a blank, if you can double one of the letters that's already in the word, that's one less unique floater for your opponent.
Yeah, that is a good point. If he were to play cruising,
Wonder if Jackson's tempted to play meatloafs with urchins.
because he's got it set up. I wondered why he had urchins set up, but that's probably it. He may be looking at urchins and meatloafs.
In Jackson's case, I wouldn't even mind trying this, because even though I might lose a turn challenging it off, your opponent knows that you have, and here it comes, your opponent knows you have other stuff to the G next turn, so now he has to spend the whole turn thinking about that. Although I'm sure Ori would gladly take a free turn here if he's able to challenge this off.
So yeah, urchins and meatloafs. Meatloafs is no good. I assume that the play is on hold. Yeah, it doesn't have that many. I mean, I guess you are guaranteed to bingo next turn. You've got all your ING bingos from the G and Gaboons. You have incrusts to the S and Gaboons. And you also have cousinry and scrutiny to the Y. Jackson drawing, cannot tell if this is a courtesy draw or the play has been released yet. Especially considering that Ori's got 5 vowels. I think this might be the spot where you really just need to take a chance.
Yeah, it's pretty near impossible, I think, to win if he lets this go. Even though he knows Jackson's going to bingo next turn, you might as well delay it for a bit.
Yeah, and that's a good thing to think about, especially in the WoW lexicon and double challenge. It's easy to just challenge everything you're unsure of when losing a challenge only costs you 5 points, but when it costs you your turn, you've really got to be sure. But this is one where it's just going to be really hard to see a winning path, even if he lets this on, and then like what's his best play? Is it Ohio through the blank H for 12? And then you'll be down almost 100. Both blanks will be on the board. Yes, you have the case S, but this isn't really an S friendly board. It certainly seems like one where he's just gotta take the chance and challenge it off, even though your opponent's gonna bingo next turn anyway.
Looking ahead here is that if this comes off the board and Ori makes a fishy kind of play, then maybe Jackson doesn't want to expose a triple by putting a C there. If Ori like fishes off 2 tiles, then Jackson might have to, I don't know if Jackson has a bingo that doesn't open a triple if Ori doesn't open another spot for it.
He does have cousinry and scrutiny to the Y in DIDY.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You mentioned that.
Those are probably his most defensive ones for sure. Especially because cousinry and scrutiny, they'll both put the C in place where you really can't overlap. So assume that this is still being held, or it really hasn't moved much in terms of kind of setting up plays. So that makes me think that this is still being held.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So as we've seen Jackson take a sip of what I don't know if it's just leftover drink from lunch or a coffee or whatever, but while we wait for Ori to decide here, if anybody in chat has any kind of Scrabble fuel, any snack that they like to eat during games, anything that they like to drink during tournaments. Yeah, that definitely looks like a coffee cup. So hit us with what your Scrabble fuel is. I don't remember seeing you eat much at the board, Joey, or drink. Do you have a favorite food or drink you like to have during tournaments?
Well, without a doubt, iced tea. My dad used to always joke that I had more iced tea in my veins than I had blood, so that's my go-to beverage. But I almost never take drinks to the table, even like water or anything. That's probably a habit I should start doing a better job about, especially if I'm in someplace with low humidity where I get thirstier easier.
Wow, chat pointing out that if this does stay on, Jackson has the triple disconnected queened through the U in unapp, the E in metanoia, and the E in veggie,
Oh wow, yeah.
which I had not seen at all. So, and obviously in a spot of the board that Ori is never going to play in, especially with these tiles. So if Ori keeps this on, this will definitely be game over.
Yeah, Ori's. I can't count how many times Ori's rotated that pen that's next to the blank slip. If that isn't his hand doing that. Like heads I challenge, tails I don't challenge.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely very much struggling with this decision.
It looks
And
like
he
it's
is
the
going
right
to pull the
decision.
trigger, so.
Right. So we've still got a game for a bit longer, hopefully.
All right, as they go to the challenge computer, thanks again to Art Moore, creator of WordJudge.me, the challenge system that we are using at Table 1. Okay, gonna challenge both. Might as well.
Yeah, if you ask me, I don't think that urchins and meatloaf mix very well, so I'm not surprised. Yeah. And even though Jackson loses a turn here, at least he has some information that Ori can't try that same stuff later on.
Yes, and again with Ori with the case S. So I think that your logic there was right. I think especially having that lead, knowing that you're guaranteed to bingo next turn even if it comes off. I think you kind of just save yourself the headache as opposed to letting it sit there all game. You've played urchins. Now you know it's not good, so now you know that that Ori can't hook it later.
Yeah, so
And
now I
again,
think what you want to do is to block cousin race, and now you make him open the triple.
okay, so you're willing to concede the higher scoring bingo here because it opens up the triple. I guess especially with a very good lead like that.
No, I mean with Ori.
Yeah, so play something like OE off of Deity.
Or YER. Well, OE wouldn't work because you'd have bingos ending in E, like Skyrene or Incisure. So
Oh, okay, good point. Yeah, so Ori gonna actually block the G, block the higher scoring bingos with Jen, and gonna kind of force Jackson to find cousinry, or scrutiny here. I think his logic is that maybe he's just saying incrus to the S and Gaboons and figuring that he'll get a bunch of consonant floaters. Unfortunately, his draw into Arios went south as he drew a duplicate O to replace his duplicate E.
yeah, it's not often you play defense when you're trailing by 30, but that's kind of a interesting. Yeah, this is a strategy you don't get very often because it's one of those rare times mid game where you have full knowledge of an opponent's rack, and that can sometimes be, for me, sometimes that's like too much information. I'd rather almost it still be a mystery, but.
Oh yeah, I know. Do you often take? I know that you're a pretty fast player normally, but are you like me in that you take a lot of time after you know your opponent's whole rack, because then you're basically playing out like the next 2-3 turns?
Yeah, sometimes, especially if they have a blank in it, then it really feels more threatening because it's probably going to happen soon. So
Yeah. So then, do you find yourself like kind of getting like overly defensive, like in those spots? Like, all right, I have to block like as much as I can.
well, I think it all depends on what the score is. Like if you're trying to catch up, then you kind of just have to like take your chances and leave the options open. But yeah, it's every situation is very unique in that sense.
So Jackson misses the bingos to the Y in Deity. He will again get away with this since Ori has missed his fish.
Yeah, even with the dream draw, even with the dream one tile draw, I don't think Ori could have had a huge play through the eye.
Yeah, I was gonna say he had a lot of time to think about it, so we didn't get much time to kind of look at the position from his point of view. But I do wonder if he had a way to get rid of maybe more vowels while also not give anything better coming back.
Yeah, which is why I probably would have, even though they both apparently missed the bingos to the Y, but I might have played YER if I wanted to pull off the same fish, scores a few more points, and then forces him to open the triple for sure.
Right.
I am
right.
kind of surprised that Jackson didn't find cousinry or scrutiny, even though with a blank it's always trickier.
Yeah, because it was a situation where you intuitively it seems like you want to block the highest scoring bingo, which is all the stuff to the G. But I guess when you have a really good leave, if you can if you can keep super well and just try to triple through that C, maybe that's your ticket back into the game. So a nice play of Rue by Ori to create another threat. So now Jackson, with some high scoring stuff, the K, which if he had a 5 would play very nicely, making Rook.
And it looks like you set up Vexel, which I think is definitely the play here.
Yeah, I think
Get rid of the
you'll
V and the
have
X, and you put the V there to disallow any parallel plays down column B.
Exactly, as well as blocking the eye in the triple triple. So I think you'll happily concede, some sort of 80-point bingo at the bottom, to leave well. Also, if he doesn't hit the spot right away, UNK is going to make fives that play there for a bunch a lot of the time.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that saving the K in reserve. Although I don't know if there was a great play with the K using the I anyway.
So Terry's for Ori, as expected. This coming down pretty fast. That'll score 79.
Yep.
Get him within 50, but within 50 and not on turn. So Jackson just gonna try to see if he can score, play defense, and nurse this lead to the finish line. So in that vein, Kuchin through the Sea of Incrust looks pretty strong.
It
You
looks
got
look like he's taking back Taris for some reason. I don't know if he's looking for something better than that, or
oh, thank you for noticing that. I thought he'd hit his clock already. Nice job by Annotator Excel noticing that as well and not committing the play quite yet. Oh, okay, I see. He wants to kind of leave the bottom open.
yeah, that's the only thing I could think of that he might be considering.
Yeah, but Starrier isn't the easiest. I would almost rather play Terry's and give yourself some sort of ED, if there's a
Sorry,
D out anyway.
Yeah, here because that opens up lanes next to the T and leaves the bottom open. So I think he just wants to leave himself two threats and just hope for a big K word, which unfortunately Jackson has, or for that spot. But yeah, I think after Taris, he's probably less likely to be able to bingo again. So that's probably why he's sacrificing the points now.
Okay, I feel like after Terry's though that you get that row 14 plus all the stuff through the CRU of Incrusts, not to mention to the A, which we've already seen Metanoia being played this game. So I feel like you would take the points, but I can certainly see why he's doing this. Okay, so now that Kuchin is a no-go.
And Jackson does not have a play that makes a rook that reaches a triple word score. But I'm still guessing he'd want to play there with something.
Yeah, I'm trying to see because obviously hunk is an option, but you would never do that, especially with the C out. So,
Yeah.
is this probably just going to be like a 3-tile play like AUK, maybe AUK? I was just looking at the vowel consonant balance and not sure if you want to leave HERN with this pool.
Yeah. I also don't like AUK because the Z's still missing.
Oh, that's a good point.
Is it Z or Z on this stream?
Well, we are playing in Virginia. I believe that the unwritten rule of Let's Play Scrabble commentary is that when the tournament's in Canada, you say Z, and when the tournament's in America, you say Z. So we can use Z this afternoon.
I just know it's always a topic of discussion, so I wanted to make sure I got that up. First game here.
So yeah, now considering Arc, but again, that also sets up potential big Z plays. I was just looking at what what kind of stuff you can have. CUZ is available.
Yeah, Hark doesn't work. Hank doesn't work. Like, it's weird. All the words you want to play there have some kind of a danger associated with them.
Yeah, but I guess the bigger danger is, well, I guess now that the S is gone, I think your bigger danger is probably still leaving that open.
Yeah,
The
and there's
pool
still a
isn't very
T
good for bingos, but yeah, there's still T's that go there.
and a D and an M.
Impressed that Jackson still has the flexibility to hold the bag behind his head while he draws and counts tiles. Alex Seaholm pointing out that Ori has Zap setting up Jug, trying to find out where that is. Zap setting up Jug.
Oh, I see. Zap
Oh,
alongside of
off of
Gaboon.
Gaboon. So
Yeah.
Zap there, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
you have Jab, Upo, Jug. Oh, that is clever.
Yeah, I wasn't even really processing Ori's rec yet because I'm still trying to figure out what Jackson's gonna do here.
That's true. I do tend to get ahead of myself sometimes.
And I saw the initial draw was clunky, but I didn't really process what his moves were going to be yet. So
Yeah, well, Ori taking a lot of time to challenge the S hook to Meatloaf, so Jackson's got a fair amount of time to think this position through. But that could be Ori's ticket back in the game. Zap will score probably 30 something. Jug would then score 50. So maybe you can get back in this game without bingoing. It's still going to be really hard. You are kind of counting on Jackson sacrificing a bunch of points to play defense.
and one reason I'd lean towards like not even doing anything about it is because Ori just played a bingo, so his rack is totally random. It's not like when he was fishing during the turns after merchants came off. So if you want to be a little bold, you can just like play off a lot of tiles elsewhere and block like the R through Taria or something, or which it looks like he might do.
Okay, so blocking potential bingos that way after Shark.
Uh,
Yeah, all the S's and
that's
blanks gone, so that will basically take care of the bottom of the board.
that's that wasn't on my radar. That's a nice intuitive find there to block kind of a different kind of way.
Yeah, I wonder if he could have done that and kept the K, but maybe keeping the K is unnecessary there.
The S's are gone, so you don't have to worry about sharks. Well, it's always nice we don't have to worry about sharks.
That's
Except when
true.
they're big. Yeah.
I'm sure the waters of Virginia probably not shark infested.
Yeah. I mean, Ori already did his fishing earlier, so
Very, very nice, very nice. So we'll see if Ori finds that Zap Jug combo. The problem is, I feel like after he plays Zap, Jackson may notice that the J is out as well as the U, and get tipped off to the fact that might be a setup. But the
it
problem
could
is,
be. Yeah.
what
But
else? What else do you do on this board, especially with the J and the Z? It's not like you can groom your rack to bingo fast enough. So I think you just have to kind of play Zap and hope here.
Yeah, I mean, it'll certainly look like a standard play. It scores a lot of points, and if he is threatening something, I always have the attitude, yeah, well, what are you going to do about it, And he might not want to block there, but yeah, I think even if you don't have the J, you have to do this and hope you get it.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, Jackson has found the other U. So I think he'll sniff this out, and it'll be a pretty easy block with a CUM or something like that.
But there was also the possibility that Jackson didn't have a word to play in front of Ab, even if he didn't have the U or the A.
That is true as well.
Although I think the A's are gone, so. Jackson could probably just play something like Mucid and Rude and pretty much put the game away, leave only one in the bag, so that should be enough to hang on. And unless he wants to keep a U or an I for the Q in case he's wants to draw that.
Yeah, I was gonna say Ori does after Jug, he does threaten QI for 32 as well. Again, it almost certainly won't be enough, but
Looks
yeah,
like
I guess after Denim, you just never lose, right?
right. Yeah, so Ori drew the Q with a J, and J and Q are literally the most inflexible two letters there are because there are only 12 words of any length in the NWL or the WoW lexicon that uses both of those letters, and that's the lowest combo of any two letters. And
Good information there.
that includes two Qs if you were to have two Qs, but J, yeah. I studied that recently, like looking at two-letter combos and just how bad some of them were and how rare they was to have words with those letters in them. So
Oh, okay. So did you find anything interesting in terms of more common or plausible two-letter combos that are kind of overrated or underrated?
I didn't look that far into it. It was just kind of it was more out of curiosity to see like how many combos there were of each. You know, it's like we all know the ones that don't go well together and the ones that go well together. So it was just sort of when it's that low a number, it's easier to like recall all of them. It's like about half of the JQ words are just plurals of other ones. So there's really only like 6 unique words that have J and Q.
Yeah, so Ori with Jug set up, Ori it will score 60, but the problem is after the S in Starrier gets blocked, um, there is the question of whether you get Q stuck here. So I still feel like Jug has to be right, but should Ori just play the QIS first and make him and make Jackson block the spot?
Yeah, probably QIS just to make sure you don't get Q stuck. Although it's only about spread at this point, really. But
Yeah, but as we've said, Jackson, both players will certainly want to maximize spread. This will
true, yeah.
Yeah, this will put Ori 5 games back, so very unlikely to win. But you always want to maximize your spread for place prizes, etc. So, kind of good on Ori for only having 3 minutes on his clock, but yet taking the time to grind through this end game and figure out because I feel like I just would have insta played Jug and then after the fact realized that I just Q stuck myself, but. Props to Ori for kind of taking his time and seeing if passing up the easy 60-point play is actually correct. So coming up next, we're actually going to take a little bit of a break from Jackson. Know that he is very close to clinching, but he can certainly not do so next game. So we have two of the main challengers behind him, Noah Berger, who entered this round 2.5 games back, versus top seed Rafi Stern, who entered 3 games back. So so that will be our next matchup on stream, and then again probably we'll do Jackson for the last 2. We'll see how the standings shake out. Ori does go with Jug. He takes the 60. He draws the E, and now forces Jackson to Q stick him, which is not as easy as it seems, especially with the 2 vowels being the U and the I. Obviously, can't make a parallel play with the I because then you can just plunk the Q alongside it. But Joey, what are you seeing here in terms of an optimal endgame from Jackson's perspective?
Well, he has Ut set up next to Starrier, which might it's one of the very few ways. At first I thought Bus could do it, but then Ori would have Quinn through that, so that wouldn't work. So
Oh, I actually thought Bus did it too. Okay.
yeah. Yeah, I'm certainly thankful in a game like this that where the outcome isn't in doubt for these kind of sequences because they're so complicated. It's like this is the one that you really want Adam Logan to do, or although we had one of those on stream earlier where he probably came close to maxifying that sequence, but yeah, I don't.
Oh, okay, up there instead
Yeah,
of Utz.
yeah, I guess Utz would also work, but
Yeah, very similar to that end game you referenced yesterday between Josh Sokol and Adam Logan, where Josh was actually keeping the QA together, thinking that he would get the T at some point, and that never materialized. So yeah, this is gonna be one of those interesting drawn out end games. And yeah, wish Ori had about 25 more points to make it interesting. So has not hit his clock yet. Still looking, making sure that that this is a Q stick. You would hate to only score a handful of points on this turn and then leave a Q spot open anyway and risk losing the game. So just doing his due diligence, and then he will commit.
that is something I noticed Jackson does a lot, especially towards the end game where he makes a play and then takes a very long time to commit it. Probably just wanting to see what it looks like to make sure it does everything he wants it to accomplish.
Oh, see, actually, it looks like he could play ice off of the Ian Starrier because it does allow the Q spot, but then you have BUTT and Bice to go out for a bunch.
By the way, I just noticed the something I've always noticed whenever I've played Ori is that he uses two writing implements. I guess one of them to write down tiles and then the other to track, like a highlighter. So that's just one habit of his I've noticed, and I always want to ask him what that was for.
Oh, okay. I have not noticed that one before.
It probably won't happen anymore now that the bag's empty, but certainly it's something he does throughout the game.
Oh, Jackson just played the H. Okay, I saw him put Butte down, and then I noticed it wasn't on the board anymore. So 448 to 415. We're gonna keep that QI together just in case, but. Jackson will most certainly not take great pain to not open anything up for him. So now he's looking at plunking the E there for 4. So now if you're Jackson, we know that he's got a nice spot for the... Oh, that's why he picked Butte up, because Ori has the N. That's why Ori's saving the N to play butene.
Oh, yeah.
Apologies if that was obvious to everybody but me.
Yeah,
But he put down Butte and picked it up, and I couldn't figure out why. Now I see.
Yeah, I hadn't noticed that either.
Yeah,
I
also
saw
why...
and I didn't.
Yeah, so maybe Ice... Well, you can't play Ice, though, because then that gives Ori the Q spot.
It was someone else's turn to point out that a play hadn't been committed yet after I noticed Ari's had been taken back, so now we're even.
Oh, so maybe just the actor or tech, and then the BI will go on top of denim there.
Yeah.
So yeah, like my commentary partner Elise was saying either this morning or yesterday morning, even in decided games, always a lot to learn from these end games. Every game has an end game, and a lot of end games, even in games that are already won or lost, are fairly interesting.
Yeah, never got too much practice from doing these. And 5,300 and some odd games later, I'm still practicing.
I'm guessing that you don't make that many endgame errors, though.
Yeah, good guess.
All right, so now since BI is going to go out in,
Or XI.
yeah, XI. Well, I'm just looking from Jackson's perspective. I thought he had multiple outs with the BI, but now I'm just seeing on top of Denim, and so I'm
Oh.
wondering if,
I didn't see
yeah,
those
if
two.
you could, yeah. So I think he's just going to block.
I was hovering over the letter, so I didn't see it. So, oops.
So INN, that's going to force Jackson to. Okay, he does have nib or BIER. Instead, he will block the Q spot and maximize score with BI for 7, and then leave the XI for himself.
I love that cat and mouse game when you keep trying to set up a Q for your spot and make your opponent block it.
Yes. Yeah, fun game. Just that that missing the 6 overlap outpaint will come back to haunt Ori if he looks back at this later, or analyzes his game and see that outpaint still played, because I'm certain, especially with his word knowledge, I'm certain that he saw it. Just probably, like me, assumed that it had been blocked.
Yeah, and I'm glad that he was able to challenge off Meatloafs to keep this game interesting for a little bit longer than it probably was going to be. But too much firepower for Jackson.
Yeah, too much firepower for Jackson. 491, 424. Let's cut to overhead Mike.
Excellent. Honestly, I didn't like Meatloafs either. I was like,
You didn't like what?
I didn't like Meatloafs either. But I was like 60% sure it was no good, and I didn't want me to leave it and then you play it.
I felt like it was good more than it wasn't, but I was
Okay.
just in such a bad spot.
No, for sure. The problem is then you get, like, I played it knowing I could have bingos here and here, but it was like, it does let you do stuff like that, maybe fish for a triple, etc. Were you close to hitting something?
Here?
Yeah.
AEIORS.
Okay. Okay, so it's tough because you don't hit the eye very well.
Yeah, I should have just let you bingo here, I think.
Maybe because I play crushing or something.
Yeah.
So if you play like OI somewhere,
Or OE, yeah.
just something.
Yeah, I should have just let you do that. Although I did cost you a lot of points.
Yeah, it's 12 fewer points, but if you can score a bit more immediately, very interesting. Yeah, Meatloaf's nice.
Vexillary.
I know LAR. I was thinking about that, but I don't think it was in the pool.
Vexillate, LATE.
Oh, I didn't know that one.
I'm not sure. Vexillation is definitely a word. So
What does that mean?
I would assume that vexillate. Let's see.
Cool. But yeah, I also thought the way you were playing with Frill, I was like, maybe you think it's a word.
It's just
I mean,
ARS.
Yeah, like it's. I just felt like maybe you're trying to protect the lane.
I honestly had
crossed my mind.
planned on playing it myself. So.
It was one of those things I figured you were going to play, and I was like, I don't want to be caught in that position. I'd rather do it there.
Do you play Terriers or Starrier? This gives an easy 7 lane, but then right here you just like play a 5
Yeah.
and take that out.
I think I'd play Tarriers.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I think I'd actually play Tarriers.
No,
Probably. I
because
think
you could
so.
just make a play here and I'm dead. Like,
Tarriers, like, it's not. I can't always block everything. You make a lane here, you have this. Sure, maybe I have some dream play through the R, but it's pretty rare that doesn't get something back. My worry is you just get outrun. Like, after Starrier, I can just.
yeah. I should have just taken the points, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna, because even Sharp didn't score anything.
Oh, you had the out bitch rack.
I had out bitch, yeah.
Oh, Zap kept you.
Nice, yeah. Yeah, I was like, I knew Denim would outrun any short play there.
And then I
Probably
had
not the best for spread.
QI. I could play
Well, yeah.
QI, but then you go here, and my J loses all its power. I feel if you
Yeah.
have a heart attack, like play Jug.
I think so, yeah.
QI.
You're so dead, though, no matter what. And Fallout takes a D as well, right?
Yeah, I was gonna put a D on it.
I find Q sticks so stressful. I'm always worried there's going to be some sneaky spot I didn't see.
No, nothing too sneaky. I had to hope you once again had a heart attack and like stuck yourself in the C, and then I put my Q in a good spot.
Yeah. Yeah, like the C stick was close to happening. I was like, I'd have to be careful, or just give Vice back.
Yeah, I honestly didn't see Act. I saw Ice.
Yeah.
That's why I played the R over there.
Because I was wanting to play with your N. I could play Butte then without getting that Butene.
Yeah. You can play Oot, or you can do
I
this.
guess I could play
Then
Butte,
that.
and then I didn't have the N.
You're lucky, and I hate you. Congratulations.
I did claim the blanks beforehand. It's only fair.
All right, you're lucky and I hate you. Congratulations. One of the best
Yeah, I didn't
post-mortem sign-offs I've heard in quite some time. But yeah, interesting that Ori actually thought that Meatloaf was good. I think that was pretty clear to us, considering that we knew how bad his rack was at that point, and that it took him so long to challenge. But yeah, good game and a good post-mortem to start off the afternoon.
Yeah, great game, and another great game by Jackson, which is Death, Taxes, and Jackson winning the World Cup or close to it, and bouncing back from a rather subpar performance for him in the PC. So good to see him bounce back and well on his way to winning it again.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. And like I said earlier, next up we have Noah Berger and Rafi Stern.
Sternberger, sounds good.
See you in a bit.
See ya.
All right, welcome back to the 2026 Word Cup live from Colonial Williamsburg, Virginia, with more coverage from the WoW division sponsored by the Word Game Players Organization. The Word Game Players Organization is run democratically by and for the players in accordance with its bylaws. WGPO promotes a respectful and supportive environment that encourages every member, regardless of rating or prior tournament experience, to play often, play fair, and have fun. Two players with a fair amount of tournament experience up in our next game with Rafi Stern and Noah Berger. Joey, I know Rafi pretty well. We kind of came up through the ranks together. He's a little bit younger than I am, but I don't know much about Noah Berger. What can you tell us and everybody watching about him?
Yeah, I didn't know much about Noah Berger either, and I actually didn't know this until now. Is that looking at his career tournament page, he's only played in 20 tournaments coming into this one. So to be in this division doing this well and already playing a number of national championships, Division One, it's pretty impressive. And he's going up against the number one seed in Rafi, who's, as you said, is very well established poker player and very creative player, and this should be a good one.
Yes, I think I think one of the highlights of watching Rafi is, if everybody remembers the athleisure game which took place here at Word Cup last year, is that Rafi saw the leisure to athleisure extension like instantly, and his commentary was I think really kind of elevated the whole experience of seeing Nigel do that. So obviously an incredibly good and incredibly talented player. And as the top seed, looks like especially after Jackson winning, both players really needing this game to stay in contention. All right, so here we go. Noah he has won his last game, so 16 and a half, 8.5, or 16, 8 and 1. Rafi also winning. So even though Jackson won, he won a fairly close game, was not able to put any separation, any more separation between him and Noah and Rafi. Noah going first, and let's play Scrabble.
Yeah, and if Noah continues at this rate, he'll be threatening to be the number one Noah in the country. I know Noah Walton himself. They're probably watching somewhere. I know he's probably got a ways to go still, but Battle of Noah's little healthy competition can't hurt.
Yeah, I was going to say Noah, one of those names that it's always going to be hard to be the number one rated Noah, just like it will be very difficult with Jason Lee for me to be the number one rated Jason, and with Mr. Krafchick on the scene, that kind of pushes you very challenging to be the number one Joey.
Yep, thanks for the reminder. Agreed.
Assuming that this will be a fix it for Noah, he had it set up. Now he's going to put it back in alphagram order. I always love the fun little Y back hook to fix it, to make fix it E. We'll see if that rears its head.
Yep, he was well on his way to drawing fixated, but drew that second I instead of an E. But this isn't such a bad second option. Whenever I see the word fix it, I think of the Fix It shop from Sesame Street that I watched growing up. That Maria and Luis ran and fixed stuff. That's where I first heard the term fix it. Although fix it wasn't officially a valid word until 1991, so perhaps that was the inspiration for it. Meanwhile, Rafi got just the X that he needed of all letters.
Yeah, I think he was looking for the N for natation, but I guess he'll take the X. I would have probably missed this over the board, although obviously we all know the word taxation. So very nice find there from Rafi.
Yeah. 2 games in a row here. We're starting off with a bang. Not quite.
Yeah, I was going to say, not quite the bingo start of the last game, but 38 and then bingo. And then the Y has showed up on Noah's rack here. So interested to see if he knows the fix it hook, if he takes the fix it hook. It's certainly a balanced enough rack that he should have some decent options.
Looks like the most he can score with that hook is ATOMY, but obviously that's much too dangerous. So something like Mayo perhaps would be the safe way to go here.
Yeah, I do kind of like Mayo. So Mayo would leave DAT, which certainly isn't a terrible leave. It's not the greatest, but you do have a bunch of E's to draw, all 12 still available to make it a little bit better.
But doesn't he have to play mayo? I mean, mayo on a burger. You gotta play mayo.
Someone with the last name of Burger really should play Mayo, yes. So now he's got Damio set up, but I don't.
And Rafi's one tile away from Unrealer, which I think was played in a previous game on here. Unrealer, that is, with 3 E's, not the EA, which is phony.
Yes. Yes. Adam Logan played that against Josh Sokol yesterday. So I was actually just about to check if Unrealer was a Collins only word, or if that was one of those in the WoW lexicon as well.
No, it's an Unreal word. Well, whatever he plays, obviously he can't give a Rafi the E he wants because none of them played yet.
Okay, so now you had me double checking to make sure that Unrealer with the AL as in Unreal.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Okay. But I did want to double check and make sure that was no good. So Noah, perhaps not knowing the Y hook to Fixity, he'll blow up the rack. He'll play Damio. That will score 24. So basically an even game. Just kind of ceded the right to go first. And back on Rafi, who does not have anything super standout at first glance. In fact, the most he can score on this turn looks to be 24, and he can only do that if he spots a refunder through the disconnected F and D. So in a situation like this, Joey, what are you looking at? Are you looking to keep the best leave? Are you looking to turn over, or what's kind of your priority in this situation?
Yeah, I'd probably go with the play that Rafi's doing here. A refunder, and I like to keep a vowel, even though L and R are a little bit clunky together, and refunder also gives back comeback, so I think this is probably the best option here.
Yeah, only 4 more points to hook the RE onto the front, so this play certainly makes a lot of sense. So meanwhile, Noah will get his first bingo of the game down. He's got the option of what I think is one of the silliest outwords of the many outwords that are in the dictionary, outbleat. O-U-T blank B-L-E-A-T to that T and fix it. I do remember a friend saying once, like, are sheep really out there in the farm having bleeding contest? Is one of the sheeps really out bleeding the other one? But apparently the dictionary thinks so.
Yeah, I agree that outbleed is such a bad looking word. Get it?
Okay, I didn't notice the extra A's you put in that until the end.
I did it. I tried to do it as subtly as I could.
Yes, no, you did. You just did it too subtly for somebody as out to lunch as me. So
that might be the second worst out word.
What's the first one? I mean, there's a lot of bad ones. What's your first one?
My first is out non.
That's a classic. The
GNAWN.
Yes. That's a classic one. Out cable, out caper. I remember being 2 kind of weird ones when I came across those in study. So Noah's going to play out leapt, which makes more sense because it doesn't put the blank on the double. Gets you 3 more points. This blank will be a P, and he will retake the lead.
Yep. That is, in fact, the only one besides outbleed that reaches a triple. So well done by Noah and knowing that hook. And it appears to be that he appears to be on hold, or maybe it was accepted. He didn't draw right away, so.
Oh, okay. Maybe.
Although Rafi does have Oriole through the O at least, so even if it was phony, he might want to allow it anyway.
Yeah, Laurel through or from the L is going to be higher scoring ones. From the L is 72, but it puts the D out in space, so he's going to choose the 68 point option. So 6 plays total and 3 bingos. So our second game of the afternoon that has gotten off to a very high bingo start.
Yeah, interesting decision to sacrifice the 4 points there. I think the board's already pretty open, so I don't know if it's worth getting up to 4 points. I mean, you're not that scared of a D in a triple column when the D's already on the double letter score, but maybe it's just a stylistic preference.
Yeah, that is a good point, Joey, because yeah, obviously Laurel sacrificing the 4 points to not put the D out in the triple lane, but as you pointed out, when you have a board as wide open as this, you've got the O off of Daimyo, like plenty of bingos play there. You've got the X hook to taxation, the open O, the open U. It just it seems like playing defense might be a little bit futile. So maybe you just take the 4 extra points and assume that will work out best over the long term. Back to Noah, who's got the Q, no U, and with 2 U's on the board, might want to get rid of it right away, and he can do that by playing QIS and Funders. That will score 35. Could also play QIS and Daimios if he doesn't want to give back those QI underlaps. That only scores 27. Squib through that U in outlept is 24. It looks like all of his plays that get rid of the Q, other than just QI for 13, will also part with the S. So, Joey, are you ditching the Q and the S right now, or are you going to hang on to it for a little while longer?
There's absolutely no option here. You have to pay QIS because how can you be a burger and not play cheese?
All right, somebody needs to start a count of Joey's burger puns in this game. We had the mayo play and now the cheese play. So
I'm pretty sure all the options will be exhausted after this. I don't know of a lot of, I'm not a foodie.
Yeah, that's true.
That is, so
well, especially with 1 M gone, like the odds of Noah playing ham have decreased specifically. So
yeah. Well, maybe we'll get king later on. The Burger King.
All right. So do you actually like cheese here, or
yeah, I think that's pretty straightforward.
Okay.
I don't really know what else. I don't think holding on to the Q is usually wise unless you had like a U already, but I think unless maybe you want to block up the board to someone, play something like Bruise and Daimios, but he's trailing by a little bit, so I don't think defense really is called for. So
yeah, and as you pointed out before, I guess Bruise would block things up a little bit, but
actually Bruis too is a word, that weird one of those weird sixes.
Ah, yes. So Bruis would score 32. Would leave the Q by itself though. So
yeah.
Noah coming to the right decision. Taking the lead back 171-157. And a very rough draw here for Rafi with the 3 I's and the U. Joey, is there something worth playing through here, or are you just throwing back?
Yeah, these are no fun to play through. Yeah, I'd probably throw back here. I guess you could do Igloo if you wanted to. I mean, IIRS isn't horrible. I guess it's, that might be the only thing I'd play, but otherwise I'd exchange 4 or 5. I might even keep an eye because there's only 2 unseen from his point of view, so. I guess GI and QI are also a possibility, but.
Yeah, GI does score 20. It leaves IIRSU. So, do you want to sacrifice the 20 points and exchange into RS or IRS? It's actually pretty close. I guess the other option is Igloo, IGLU, through that first U in Laurel, scoring 10 and drawing into Iris.
Yeah, that was first suggested saving IIRS is
okay.
It's more tolerable than IIRSU, but
gotcha. Yeah, to me that just seems like the worst of both worlds because you're not scoring and you're not leaving. But Rafi, who knows way more about Scrabble than I do, decides that it is, I guess, a tolerable score and a tolerable leave, and so he will play it. And for what it's worth, I don't think this is wrong per se. It's just, it's probably right. It's just hard to score 10 and leave kind of lousily.
Yeah, it's 10 fewer points than GI, but the U is that horrible. So I think this is probably the right call. Best of the non-exchanges.
Okay, and so having drawn V and G, now I have to look up if drivings is good, because that fits absolutely perfectly hooking the S to make daimios. And I seem to recall that one being good, even though I'm terrible on my INGS words.
Yeah, that sounded familiar and is in fact valid. So
And then if that gets Slotty as visoring through the O and out left. So like I was just saying, you play IGU off, and the iris leave is actually not as bad as it seems. So
meanwhile, what's Noah gonna do with this turn here?
yeah, I was gonna say, focusing on Rafi's rack so much, the Z to go with the ZDR into brew. So the E being his only vowel is going to make this a very tricky turn. Is it just he's got the WZ set up on the left hand side? Is it just a simple whiz through the I for 30 and hope to draw a vowel or two next on your ensuing draw?
Yeah, whiz or was looks like the play here, and he's going with whiz. Yeah. I already said how much I didn't like W's in the previous game, so get rid of them when you can and score 30 with it and keep your only vowel.
Okay, was through the U in Laurel, so. So Rafi, of course, knows driving, sees it instantly. This is going to give him the lead back. And now border for Noah, but I don't think that's going to go anywhere, especially with the O and U out in space, basically being the only bingo lines after that very defensive play of drivings.
Yeah, it looks like the best play here is a pretty hard one to find. It scores 39 points.
You can get 39 out of this rack?
Yep. Through the Y and daimios.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if somebody has chat. I won't spoil it quite yet. We'll see if chat can find 39 on this turn.
Yep. You always love the plays that not only score the most points, but they save your best tiles in reserve, which this play does.
Yeah, that is true. And well, I can't tell if he's pounded or if he's just set up broad.
It's true, yeah, but that is the play.
Yeah, best play by a substantial amount seems to be by road through that Y in daimios.
Yeah. I assumed he had found out when he played broad because I don't know where he'd even played broad. So
Yeah, that's a good point. He had broad set up, but where does broad even go down? So I mean, it looks like he might be considering, yeah, so now he's got the B, maybe something like a brander through the RN at the bottom there. That was what I saw. No, he found by road.
got it.
Very nice find. Maybe just needed to convince himself that that it was good.
Yeah, and that's one of those words that's much easier to see if you have it as a bingo with the S on it. And finding it as a 6 through a Y is a lot trickier. So that's a very nice find there by Noah.
All right, and then Noah had the E as his only vowel when he played Wiz. So now back to Rafi, who will be able to keep that that E, that A landing in a perfect spot to play Pocky and clean up the rack.
Yeah, Noah certainly made a good mileage out of the H column using basically every letter in it.
So. That's true. 14 out of the 15, all played by him. So.
And Rafi played Pocky, and I missed Pocky at a recent tournament with a blank as one of the letters, so good find by him. Although it's probably easier as a 5, especially when you're low on comp vowels like he was. And
so Noah, that O up top, absolutely perfect for him, because now he has co-reigns or co-signer up there. I would expect him to play co-reigns. It is 1 point more. It looks like from a board shape standpoint, co-reigns and co-signer. You definitely want to play co-signer with any S or any blank out, especially one of each. So I would expect to see co-reigns here.
Yeah. Well, we know what Josh Sokol would play. He'd go with the one that takes the S. Well, that's me. That's more of an opening bingo strategy instead of one now.
Okay. I didn't know he does that.
Oh yeah, I thought that was a pretty well-known thing, is that he likes to, like, if you have Horizon and you go first, do you double the Z or double the H? And he would double the Z every time.
Okay.
But back to the game at hand.
Interesting that he does that, because I feel like for him, as a world-class player, that he would kind of want to play it a little bit safer and not risk not risk opponent having an S and kind of turning the game into a luck fest. I think he would kind of want to make it more of a skill game with something like Horizon does. I know that Will Anderson has a video on the pretzel conundrum, where you should put pretzel
Yeah,
as
I was just gonna say that Will had that survey. He surveyed a bunch of players a way back, and I wanted to sound like Will here, so that might get some more viewers to the board.
Joey is a great impressionist, but I don't know. The Will needs a little bit of work, but it's not bad. It's not bad.
Yeah.
So
okay,
maybe
fine.
missing co-reigns entirely, but playing the much gutsier co-signer, he's going to get away with it, because Rafi does not have the S or the blank, so he's probably almost certainly going to have to take care of that spot.
Yeah, that is kind of surprising, because I would always see co-reigns first because it's just the plural of an 8, or plural of a 7 rather, whereas co-signer, it's not as straightforward.
Yeah, so this is a weird,
And
very
maybe
weird spot. Well, now he finds the S, so. So and the thing is, so if you play a hem up there off of cosigner, you're still leaving, stuff that starts with SM. So I think you almost have to play something like odd AHED to totally kill the spot. But again, that's you had all sorts of stuff at the bottom. Embed is 44 off of Pocky, Edema and Adeem are 35. But I just think that you really can't leave that spot open.
yeah, it's tricky, especially with a score being this close. It's hard to. I always find these to be the most difficult situations when you don't know whether to play defense or offense, or fishing or going for S's and stuff. So
Yeah, but I mean, and maybe that, getting back briefly to the Horizon issue, to the like where to place Horizon, where to place Pretzel as an opening bingo. I guess one of the advantages of playing it, to maximize score is that if your opponent doesn't have an S, they'll obviously either have to sacrifice to block it, or maybe they'll play inaccurately in terms of making the decision to block it versus keeping it open. So maybe that's kind of one of those points in favor of going with the more aggressive route.
yeah, it's a strategy that pays off more often than not, but when it doesn't pay off, it really burns. So it's hard to ignore that percentage. So I think if Noah was further behind than he was when he played it, it probably would have been the right play anyway, just to create chaos. But
Yeah, because and I was about to ask you what your opinion on it is, but like if you get Pretzel or Horizon as an opening bingo, I think my heuristic would be to sacrifice the points if I'm playing somebody that I feel that I'm better than. But I would definitely play it very aggressively if I was playing, somebody like a Nigel or somebody like you, against who I feel like I would be a huge underdog to kind of increase volatility and introduce volatility into the game. So, if you got Pretzel or Horizon as an opening bingo, where would you slot it?
I know this. It sounds like a cop out, but it almost depends on like what my mood is in that day. Because it's like I know there's certainly merit to either side. Yeah, I really don't know.
Okay,
If I was doing the game tomorrow, I might have a different answer than today.
that's fair.
This seems like this is a good way to block it by Rafi here.
Yeah, I think this is right. I think you have to. I think you kind of hate blowing up that rack and only scoring 27, but you have to take care of the spot.
Yep. And there is not a single word that starts with S that starts with South Dakota.
lot of ones that end in North Dakota, but none that start with South Dakota.
Right.
So Noah looks like he's considering just plunking the simple JO probably off of Wiz for 32. Now he's looking a little closer. Joey, what are you seeing here? Is it just JO top left for 32, or is there something better he can do?
Yeah, that looks pretty good. Hold on, I accidentally put in co-reigns in my Quackle here, so I have to reconfigure my positioning here. So we can carry on for a minute.
All right, that's one of the things you learn when you do commentary. Don't commit the play too early. Make sure that, and it's why one reason I've grown to hate people who open vertically, because then you have to go and either rotate the board 90 degrees in your mind, which I can't do, or then kind of undo the first play. So yeah. So if I'm commentating and you're playing, please, for my sake, open horizontally.
Yeah. So Joe, definitely the standout play here. There wasn't really much else considering. So
I think I would agree with that. So Rafi, meltable minus the A. I don't know if that's good or not. It's a moot point, however, as there are no A's out in space to tempt him. So looks like he's lost all of his nice plays that he had last turn in that bottom row off of the Y in Pocky. So Joey, what are you seeing here?
yeah, first of all, meltable is in fact valid, and there's one other floater for an 8, which is a really cool word. But as for
okay, Callum spoiled it for me.
Yeah, this is another not very clear choice. The first play on static is BLUET, but I'm not sure I'm crazy about that, but I'm not seeing anything really that stands out.
Yeah, a lot of plays very close to each other statically. So this will probably be a fairly stylistic thing. And none of them scoring very high statistically either. So looks to be suggesting a bunch of plays making BY.
Yeah,
I kind of like,
but they all take hooks and stuff. So
right. Well, unless you play BELLE and just slot the E in the triple lane, which seems incredibly gutsy to me.
And hopefully won't be saying this word after the game's over.
That reminds me of when I know you're not a football fan, but the University of Pittsburgh football team, they had a quarterback named Pickett, and pick obviously being slang for an interception. And then if that wasn't bad enough, their kicker had the last name BLEWITT. So their quarterback was named Pickett.
Yeah, it's like I am
familiar
with a lot of football, despite how much I've mentioned that I'm not a crazy fan. But yeah, I certainly heard of I definitely got the reference. I think there's a pitcher with that last name too, switching over to baseball.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, hopefully he's not a closer.
Okay, I was gonna say I know of Vida Blue, but I didn't know of a Blue It. So back over to Noah, who really can't hit that B as hard as he would like to, for sure.
So close to B dimple, but not quite.
Yeah, that's Rafi. Rafi has B Temple, which obviously is not good. So interesting decision for Noah here. Up 11. A lot of a fairly promising rack, just with the F and double N's kind of getting in his way of bingos, but not really an obvious great scoring play. And he's got again that B in space that these letters just don't really go well with. So. What are you seeing in terms of maximizing winning chances here?
Well, his best scoring play is either heft or haft over to make hut up there. And I might lean towards heft just because there are a lot more E's missing than there are A's. So just for scoring purposes, I might do that and not really worry about the B. That's not really a dangerous letter to leave open.
Yeah, as chat pointing out, maybe Rafi choosing blue it with that EM leave, a lot of words that start EMB or maybe some sort of IMB, that he was maybe potentially hoping to play on the next turn. So yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe the B isn't as dangerous as it looks at first glance.
Obviously, the one downside to heft is that you keep 2 wins, but at least they're the last one, so you can't get a third one.
That is true. So he's going to go with Fane, right? As Rafi drew an eye to potentially play down there, and may still.
Yeah,
But,
that's a perfectly reasonable play. That's probably just about as good, if not better, than either of the heft or half plays. Get rid of the one of the ends, save the H with.
So back on Rafi, who's got plenty of time to try to figure his way out of this. Not to oversimplify things, but this may come down to whoever draws the second blank.
Yeah, that is often the case, although.
So in that vein, are you going to play Be Time for 30 and blow up the rack and give yourself a 5 and 7 chance of drawing the blank if it is in the bag? Or would you just play 4 tiles with a blimp or a bleep, or would you play LME down below?
Yeah, I don't know if he has choice here. I don't know what I'd do. I'd probably certainly oscillate between those few and choose one of them randomly. I don't know. It's not the easiest board to bingo on either, so the blank, I don't know how much value the blank really has, even. And we're also getting to the time of the game where pacing kind of becomes important to see who gets that one extra turn there. And with 7 in the bag, it's kind of start doing the math.
Yeah, so you can see Rafi having bleep set up. Now he's going to consider Be Time. So Joe, you brought the magic with you. Two really good games to start this afternoon on stream.
Happy to oblige, along with everything else that comes with it.
Got a quiz in chat that's right up your alley. I'm sure there's a bunch of different answers, but somebody asked for baseball players whose first and last names are both valid words. Babe Ruth was
Yeah, that's the obvious one. Yeah, that's
the first answer.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Person meant together. So you have the classic Al K line. Yes.
Yeah.
Player so good they named a battery after him.
Right.
But maybe that's just what we say in Detroit because he was one of ours.
Yeah. Also a fan of his because he has a lot of Malik Slaters in him.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. ALLIK, so that's 5/7. All right. Well, Rafi continues to ponder between bleep and Be Time. If you're just joining us this afternoon, I say afternoon in North America. Welcome to Let's Play Scrabble's coverage of the Word Cup. We are showing you round 26 out of 31 right now. Between Noah Berger, 16 wins and a tie, and Rafi Stern with 16 wins as well. Jackson Smiley currently leading the division at 19-6, so 2.5 games ahead of Noah and 3 games ahead of Rafi. So a very big game to see who will be Jackson's main competitor as Jackson tries to close this one out. So many thanks to everybody in chat. About 300 some people watching right now. A very lively chat that is hard to keep track of at times, but always good to see people being so active and convivial and all that good stuff in the chat. So thank you all for spending your afternoon watching Let's Play Scrabble.
I just noticed that the tile bag has made the blanks very mysterious. Tile bags all over the blank slips, so.
Oh, okay.
Just joining us. The blanks are a P and a just one blank. That's it.
Yes, the blanks are a P and a TBD
Yeah.
because the second blank has not been drawn yet. So, so again, whatever Rafi plays here, it'll be very interesting. I think you know he won't be ahead after this turn, but he'll be very close. And I feel like if he draws the blank, that'll give him the flexibility to kind of be the favorite. Whereas if he misses it and Noah draws it at the end, especially with the lead, he will probably be the favorite to take this one home. But
all right, I'm
but
serious. I'm seriously hoping he didn't hear what I said, because just as I said the blank slip was covered, he moved the tile bag out of the way for it.
You'll be surprised how often that happens, that you can speak stuff into being from the commentary booth.
Yeah.
Rafi choosing bleep. I know that Kenji was saying that playing from the B here is probably not correct. It sounds like he was leaning more toward an ELEMI play off of the Y in hockey.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense, because it makes everything impossible to block at once, and Rafi will probably need the blank to win with a bingo, so that was probably the thinking there. But if you're drawing AEEO, you're probably not winning any games, unfortunately.
Yeah, so now a tough decision for Noah, because Noah's going to look at this pool, which has retain, a blank, an E, and an OO. And under normal circumstances, you would love to play something like Ovens for 41 or Akis or Echoes for 44. But putting the S where it does is just seems like a recipe to get bingoed out on. Oh, I guess it's not the M. It's not an N, it's an M, but it's still a very pool that looks like Rafi is very close to bingoing. Noah not knowing that Rafi basically has the 7 worst tiles out of the 10 unseen. So Joey, considering that, is there a good 2-tile play here that will put Noah in good stead, or does he just have to kind of empty the bag and hope here?
Well, first thing I thought of was maybe DEV off the D and AHED, just to leave one in the bag. But the one issue with that is that it might get outrun by plays on the bottom with the M by Rafi. But
yeah, like Noah Slatkoff just pointed out, emote in that spot where he could have played Elmy last turn is that's going to be 35, and that's even if Noah draws the blank, it's not a guarantee that he can outrun that.
And Dev actually would give back devotee, among other things, and who knows, it could even bring back a 10. I'm not seeing. It could make a 10-letter word starting with DEV if he does that, so that wouldn't feel good.
Yeah, I mean, even devotee will clean up Rafi's rack and score pretty well. So yeah, I was wondering if maybe, well, because you have the KSS but you don't have the blank, so I was thinking something like maybe Koi off of Pocky, setting up like some sort of SH sort of thing, but that's probably way too gutsy as well. Yeah, only 4 minutes to figure this out too. A very complicated situation.
Yeah, I have no idea how I would deal with this.
Yeah, me either. Yeah, kind of.
I almost want to play Ovens just to say, okay, if you bingo, you bingo, and that's it, as opposed to, so you don't have to worry about being outrun. But that's really hard.
Yeah.
Seen to him, so I don't think he's going to do that. Now he's looking at inches. It appears off of the eye, which also opens up a lot of floaters. So
Yeah, then you're giving your opponent the C, the H, the S in the middle. I mean, emptying the bag is almost certainly going to work here, especially if you score enough points. But
Yeah, there's
yeah, you look at that unseen pool and it just looks super, super dangerous.
yeah, it's just so hard to block that D and RE without, and score well too. That's what you want to do, be able to do both of those, and it seems to be a challenge. Maybe something like Roven off of the R and drivings that sort of blocks off the D and doesn't give great floaters. You have to start with, you have to make, well, I don't know. That still gives an E and an N, so that's probably not
Yeah, an E and an N. Plus, it only scores 16. And again, kind of, if your opponent has the blank, emote for 35 and keeping the blank, like that seems like a loser as well.
Yeah, but at least you'd have a chance of going out with only 5 tiles on the next turn.
That is true. That is true. So Noah is going to play inches. He's going to be very happy when he pulls the blank out of the bag here.
This truly was a game of inches.
It truly was a game of inches, and
This game is Uber.
or Hoover, an outplay that he has from the H.
Yeah. And I believe Rafi has a Collins only bingo to the C that would just miss, if I'm remembering my 5 vowel dates in Collins correctly.
Hang on, let me look.
So I'm sure someone's pointed it out by now.
Oh yeah, no, you got it.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite fit on this board,
Yeah.
which I think you said, but
Yeah. I didn't think PAWKYI was Collins also.
yeah, somebody did beat me to it.
So other than Hoover, what else can Noah? Wonder if Rafi's trying to block all of his outplays. Otherwise, you just take the points with the emote and move along.
Yeah, good question. I guess I didn't look. I mean, I guess Hoover through the H and the E overdue over go. So if he has some sort of.
There's no overgo. I always want that to be good.
Oh, I'm
but it's
sorry.
not.
You're right. You're right. You can't overgo.
Yeah, that sounds like a restroom problem.
Yeah. It looks like he can't. Yeah, either there aren't any blocks or it isn't. Or it isn't showing any.
It looks like MAHOE is like the best way to block if you want to do that, but it's pretty much just about as good as just playing emote.
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm seeing as well in terms of looks like it loses by 42 after you play Mahoe, which scoring 12 is the same difference if you play emote. So Noah will win this, get to 17 and a half. Still waiting on the result of Jackson's game. He was playing Edward de Guzman again, trying to remain at least 2.5 games up on the field. If Jackson loses, Noah will be within a game and a half.
Yeah, Edward's having a great tournament for comparing considering where he was seated.
Yeah, in 10th place right now, but he was seated in the bottom half, 18th out of 32 players in the top division.
Yeah, he was my very first opponent at the championship last week.
Oh, people are saying maybe Rev on the inches turn. That kind of floats the V out in space, but then
You mean from
Not-
cosigner? From cosigner? Oh, from drivings.
I was assuming from drivings, but maybe from cosigner.
And I wonder if there's such thing as a Hoover burger, because that would be the perfect way to.
I don't know if we can count that as one of your burger puns. I think we got to limit you
this is
to
the last chance to do one. So
yeah, that's true. Well, maybe not the last chance. Not sure exactly how the pairings will work, but certainly a very decent chance that Noah will by round 28 perhaps be the only one eligible to win the tournament other than Jackson. So would not surprise me if there was a rematch between those two.
It appears that we're getting Jackson in our next round against Billy Nakamura.
Yeah, it looks like he had Hoover set up, but maybe not 100% sure. So
Yeah, me
it's
thinking
one of those spots where you lose if you play the phony, if you play over go like I might. So maybe just play overdue to play it safe and play what you know.
Yeah.
Because you have to be 100% sure of Hoover to play it.
Yeah, I hear a baseball announcer who says he hoovers it up like a shortstop. He hoovers it up as a vacuum to use a vacuum cleaner, I believe.
Yeah, one of those like FedEx, one of those brand names that has kind of come into the lexicon and then come into the dictionary. Like Band-Aid, which I remember I was pretty sure was no good for a while.
Yeah, and it's still only a noun, which is kind of odd. Band-Aid.
Oh wow, yeah, I guess I never considered that. No Band-Aided. Oh, and it's an adjective. It doesn't even take the S.
Right, that's what I meant by that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. So Noah misses overdue. He just takes the points with Rove. I assume that 20 at the bottom left there for Ain is the most that Rafi will be able to get. I was going to say scores now updated because I was looking. I was like, wait, that 20 is not going to be enough to win. All right, so we'll get the 2 from Noah. Another close, fun game here on stream. 419 for Noah Berger, 407 for Rafi Stern, and we'll cut to overhead Mike.
I was like,
Hoover's good.
I was pretty sure, but I was like, I don't want to take the chance of losing the game with Hoover, so I was like, I think I got it up. Hey, good on that. I got blanks.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, what won you the game was playing cosigner instead of co-reigns.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't see I was like,
Yeah.
I was like, I know
That
there's
makes
another
my
one. I
life so
missed
much
co-reigns.
easier.
I saw your face after I played it. You were like, what is he doing? Yeah.
Just, I mean,
I knew there was a couple there. I was like, oh man, I didn't want to play it. And there were 3 through the U, none of them would play. So I was like,
I basically.
co-reigns. Yeah, of course I would play co-reigns. Yeah.
The chance of you drawing an S or a blank is, I think, like 40 or 40 something. Like 40
It turns
or
out I had it,
45%.
Soja or something, or 70 something.
Yeah, and I have a complete block.
Yeah.
And I would have, if you had played co-reigns, I play embed, and I score like 15 more points. Did you have the blank already?
At this time?
Oh.
No.
Okay, so then I get
I
one
drew
more.
the blank.
I got one more draw at the blank as well, and just have a not exactly tempo, but like pretty even. I'm up like 15. And then I don't necessarily have, I have a few more options at my disposal.
Yeah, I should have thought about that one longer. I knew there were other ones there. I don't know why it just didn't pop into my head. Co-reigns. And then I was like, well, I didn't see any bingos in there, and I figured maybe with Bleak you didn't have the blank, you probably wouldn't have played that. So I was like, well, I gotta win on points, maybe. Yeah. There were some bingos in there, I think. Yeah, with inches.
Yeah.
But from maybe I
If I drew the blank, then I win.
Probably. Although I looked with the blank and I didn't see any, I saw too vowel heavy. Maybe I was
the V
saw
still in the pool?
AEIMOORT blank, and I saw like a C or 8 which wasn't going to fit with inches, so I just didn't see anything. Even I don't know what your possibilities were.
What was the pool?
What's that?
I mean,
From inches.
yeah.
From my perspective.
Yeah.
Let me see. I had
So the,
AEI, there were 3 in the bag, right? AEIMOORT blank?
so like this. So you had VO left over.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I didn't really
it-
want to go for a bingo. I was like, it's just, through here, revanches. I don't know. I had, possible draws, but.
Oh, that's so. Damn. Yeah. I left this. So if I draw the blank in pretty much like almost any draw, I bingo out. Because I'm leaving 2 consonants, so I can withstand 3 vowels and a blank.
Yeah. With the lead. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah.
So yeah, because I knew that there were a lot of O's and E's left.
Did I have
So
that pulled right? Yeah.
if you had VO, then that's
I had
that.
it right. Yeah.
Yeah, so I basically just need to draw the blank and I can outrun.
Oh,
Or
absolutely.
then I bingo out.
Yeah.
But it's still a tough spot. I mean, I wonder if you play echoes here, you might get back less.
I thought about
Then
that.
I only can bingo to the S.
I thought about echoes. Yeah. Yeah. You were right. But I was worried about because I'm so vowel heavy, like IES stuff was going to be more likely. I wasn't sure, so it was running low on time. I just.
Yeah.
I thought things through the C. I figured E wouldn't help you. The H didn't look great, but I don't know. I just felt like I had to score. Yeah. But no, this is a big miss. Go Rams. Yeah, I can't believe it.
Yeah, that changes the game. I mean,
That does. Yeah.
I lost by 12 and I sacrificed about 15. I mean, who knows what happens in the bottom part of the board, but
Interesting.
obviously it just put me in a really painful spot where I had to math out if it ever made sense to leave open.
Yeah, and
I don't think it does.
My play of that just left you with the S and the possibilities. So it's just a pointless play. Yeah, I should have spent more time on that. It's common bingo. Yeah. Yeah, I was in trouble after driving because I was like, I got to open it up. By road looked pretty good, so something. Yeah.
Yeah, Byro's a great play.
That felt all right. Yeah.
And it helped me a lot because I had 2 more medium point
Yeah,
tiles with
that
that.
would be more probably, but
I had an M and a B.
got hit with some clunkers. Yeah.
That was a good play for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't have anything off this B that looked even playable. I don't know, I just kind of wanted to shed the J. Thing here was kind of ugly. I had 2 ends, I got to score a little bit, I don't know. Daimyo, I just threw out there. I didn't see many great options. So, yeah.
You might have had a fixity play.
Might have been, yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure if anything was going to be. Maybe. Yeah, that would have been. Yeah. Yeah, I probably missed a few things. Well played. Yeah.
You want to pop it?
All right. So as Rafi pointing out, Noah's mistake of playing cosigner instead of co-reigns worked out handsomely for Noah, and part of the reason he won that game forced Rafi to take 27 for odd to block the spot instead of the 44 he wanted down below. So Joey, and I'm sure you've seen it before. Sometimes Scrabble is weird like that. That you make a mistake and it actually helps you win the game.
Yeah, I was just impressed at how Rafi was able to calculate that. It was like a 40% chance that he had an S or a blank after that. I wouldn't have been able to think of that on the spot, but maybe he's. I guess if you play poker, you're good at that kind of stuff. But yeah, it was. I still don't know what the best play was when Noah played inches, and obviously that wins whenever he doesn't bingo, but bingoing happen pretty often. So yeah, sometimes you just have to rely on the old luck factor to get it done.
Yeah, and I actually should have checked Rafi's math there. I don't remember how many were in the bag after cosigner, but it's one of those that I could calculate the probability of drawing a blank or an S there. But yeah, actually inches it seems dangerous because it opened up that CH and S, but with the stuff in the middle, I think you actually made a good point in that a lot of those bingos weren't going to fit there.
Yeah, which is odd with the S out in this, well, especially with the S out in the open. You wouldn't think that, but that's hard to certainly hard to calculate, especially when you're the one playing in the even as the. It's hard enough as the analysts doing that math there, but for them to do it in the spotlight like that. But in the end, Noah's in second place and still has a chance at this thing.
Yeah, looks like Jackson won his round 26 game. So the stream game, one of the last to come in. So Jackson at 20-6, Noah Berger at 17.5. And then with Rafi losing, nobody else above 17. So Jackson Smiley with a 2.5 game lead on Noah Berger and a 4 game lead on the field. Jackson not playing Noah in
I
the
believe.
next round. Oh, sorry, what were you saying, Joey?
Yeah, I don't think anyone has more than 16 now, even.
Correct. Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, nobody has more than 17, and nobody has more than 16. Yes, third place is tied for third place with 16. So with 5 games to go, those people who are 4 games behind probably out of it. We'll see. It looks like we are leaning toward saying if Noah can keep it going. But I think it's best if we take a short break, and we will be back in a couple minutes with a round 27 game.
All right, see you soon.
All right, welcome back to Let's Play Scrabble's coverage of the 2026 Word Cup, bringing you action from the WoW Lexicon this afternoon. Just saw a very great, very close game between Noah Berger and Rafi Stern. Chat's still debating Noah's bag emptying play and whether or not that was correct. But while they do that, let's get set up with round 26. Round 27 coming up next. We will keep Noah on the stream table. 2.5 games back in solo second place, trying to catch Jackson Smiley. So we will see if he can keep his win streak going, and he will be playing Saint Vestaput, one of the 3 players in a tie for third at 16 and 10. Joey, I know that you only played Saint twice, but you seem to know him certainly better than I do. What can you tell us?
Well, he's undefeated against me, so he's doing something right, obviously. I don't know a lot else about his game. I might have actually beaten him on one of those online events we had during the early stages of COVID, so I think I beat him on there only. But yeah, if he's doing this well at this stage, he must be doing something right as well. And Noah,
Yes,
hanging tough. Noah really with the only one realistically who could track down Jackson, so it's a must-win here for Noah.
yeah, it'll be very interesting if Jackson loses this round 27 game. And somebody like one of the 3 players at 16 and 10 win. Will being 3 back with 4 games to go, will that be considered a chance to win or not? So this will be very interesting. Don't know if the round 28 pairings have been made yet. I hope not, because I think it will be better if they do kind of hot pair, even though that does create some logistical challenges. But we'll see. We'll definitely have some interesting discussions internally during the end of this game about. Assume that we'll show Jackson for round 28, but might remain to be seen who he will face in that game.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've had this issue at a number of World Cups where it seems like it's been like one marathon between 2 hopefuls at the end. Like it was John Shreve and Nigel a few years ago, and it was Rafi and Jackson a few years ago that kept playing each other until it was finally decided by one player. So, but this will probably be a different story because it looks like Jackson will wrap it up, but Noah's going to try to put that off for another round.
Oh, okay. I saw the. I was going to say what a weird bag, but that was actually just Saint offering a little snack to Noah before they get underway. So Noah, just like he did the last game, going first. So Saint spinning the board to face Noah, and let's play Scrabble. Yeah, you actually made a good point there, Joey, in that this is a tournament, and again, it seems to happen here that could use a best of 5 finals, because it seems like in both divisions here you have one player with a lead of 2.5 games or more.
Yeah, mentally, there's just such a big difference between finishing with only the best overall record wins, as opposed to being able to have the second best record, which can sometimes be a game or 2 behind the leader, but not the case here. And Noah's drawn a blank on his first rack, but some other a little bit too consonant heavy for the rest of it. I don't think you can do bravest that way. One that's experiences bravery or specializes in bravery.
Yeah, is this one where you just throw back the V because Brit's blank is going to hit so often, or do you throw back the B as well?
I think yeah, it's debatable. I might throw back just the V, so just in case I miss a bingo again, I'll at least score decently with the B next turn, so I don't get stuck with another annoying all 1-pointer rack that won't bingo for another turn.
Yeah, and speaking of annoying racks, Saint with 3 I's, A, G, O, and the E, so he will throw back 6. So kind of the opposite of what we've been seeing with fast starts. 3 bingos on the board fairly early, but
yeah, Saint was hogging all the letters that Noah won on his rack, but looks like Noah found found what he was looking for.
If you could have split them up just right, they probably would have each had a bingo, but instead they each have to exchange.
Yeah, I had a recent game on stream where it's like I had all the vowels in the end game, but I didn't mind it because my opponent didn't have any of the vowels. When if he had just one, he would have won. So sometimes it's all about timing.
Yep, I just won a game at club like that fairly recently, where I was certain that my opponent was going to bingo on me, and then I just kept devowel in the bag and got to the end and realized, oh, my opponent has no vowels and can't bingo. And was able to wring enough points out of the vowels to win the game. So back to Noah. Ratios blank. Needless to say, he has a few options here. Are any of those standing out to you?
Well, whenever I see this rack, I always think of hunky MVP sulks as the animonic. So any letter in that phrase can be added to that word, and it looks like he's chosen amorist. Well, or maybe not. Hasn't not committed yet. But it looks like whatever he's going to play is going to be met with a bingo from his opponents. So
Yeah. Or what'd you say it was? Hunky MVP sulks?
MVP sulks. That was
Okay.
At least that's what it was originally. There might have been.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's missing the G. Or GS must not have been a word when that animonic was created. But
I got a flaky history. I have to update those, but
yeah,
I think I would have found that without needing that.
for those who think that Joey and I might be speaking Greek, an animonic is a phrase that you associate with either a 6 or 7 letter stem, and then you know all of the letters that go with that. So like Joey said, with ratios, hunky MVP sulks, it means that ratios plays with the H, the U, the N, the K, and et cetera, et cetera. So with dictionary updates, those animonics need to be updated as well. But
yeah. And it looks like Noah properly chose a bingo that doubled one of the letters that was in the word already. So that came up in an earlier game. So you want to try to minimize the number of unique letters in case your opponent gets a floater that wasn't one of them. But nothing was going to stop a bingo from coming here from Saint. Revisionist history, I realize.
So after the opening exchanges, we're back on the bingo train that we're used to seeing. So Noah going 4 for 4 and drawing blanks on stream, and that will certainly help his case. 64 and 63, the scores of the opening 2 bingos. Can he do a little better with this?
Oh, wow. Well, revision takes a P in front, so if he remembers that, he'll be able to score a lot, either tiptoes or potties.
Yeah, this is certainly a word knowledge check. He's got oddies set up. Does he see the revision hook?
I wonder if Saint knew about that hook, because if he did,
Yeah, because he could have played it through the blank for a very
yes.
similar score.
And it's hard to worry too much about a P hook because there's only 2 of them, and revision sets up other hot spots like a big J play down there. So yeah, for that reason, I definitely would have preferred the lower scoring revision.
So yeah, this will be interesting, especially if he ends up bingoing elsewhere.
Well, he'll have dottiest or pottiest for the double-double, so it's not a lot worse, but certainly not as good as prevision words.
Yeah, that it does leave that prevision hook open. So like I said, we'll see if that comes back into play later. And of course, the S hook to pottiest, which is a little bit easier to see.
Right. Meanwhile, St.
So-
Jude mentioned J that I was talking about, and unfortunately, he can't quite reach the double word to score a really, really big score, but he does have jug or jag or something of that nature.
Well, this is also assuming that the blank is a P. It could be a D as well. Do you see the blank, Cam, Joey? Because I'm not.
It's a P is the blank.
Okay, he did go with the P for pottiest. So with the J next to the way that revision lies, he can play either Juga or a Juga or just Jug. Certainly seems that his plays will all be coming down that B column. Joey, are you playing Juga or a Juga or Java or something else?
Well, one issue with Juga is that it takes an L in the end, so that looks a little bit crazy, but and it looks like he's playing Jug, which I think is a safe play here, keeping the A hook for himself, or perhaps using his H next to UN for the next turn. And another reminder that a U is so bad that you'd rather have duplicate A's than an A and a U in some cases, and this is probably pretty close, but with a V, I think I'd definitely rather get rid of the U.
Yeah, just looking up Noah's resume, as you mentioned, this is his 21st tournament. So some people in chat pointing that that Noah looks nervous, and yeah, he probably does, because he's never been in this situation before. His best finish, at long tournament is 16, 14, and 1. So those are basically the only multi days that he's played. So he's never really been in this position before. And to make your first tournament win a major tournament certainly would be quite pressure inducing here.
And I find it interesting that his tournament resume is almost exclusively just the major events, so that's interesting. Choose just the big ones.
Yeah, so some 1 days in Berkeley, California. He's listed as being from California, and then basically just the just those SPCs, and now playing World Cup for the first time. So yeah, he's definitely not used to this. Now, we've obviously seen him on stream. He is a very good player, but this would be mentally taxing on anybody, especially somebody who doesn't have a lot of experience.
All right, so he chooses Hood here, which I probably would have preferred to play a little higher up, so I'd save one of my O's and make an overlap there instead of there. Especially with the Y missing, you got to get hit hard. So maybe a slight error here by Noah.
Yeah, that is a good point. Setting up the Y hook needlessly, and basically played for the same score. As you mentioned, playing it 4 spots higher up, and he could hold the O as well. So back to Saint, who has by keeping on to both of his A's last turn, has drawn into Halva, which plays along that A column for a bunch of points. Has not set it up yet. Has set up Naval, but talking in terms of mistakes, missing Halva here would definitely be a mistake.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he hasn't found that yet. That's definitely the play here.
Yeah, 46 for Halva versus 34 for Naval, an IN leave versus an HI leave. So
yeah, it's also surprising that he hadn't looked yet, because he was saving an H in the previous turn. So I would have thought he already had in mind he would be starting with HA, but
yeah, I figured maybe that was the reason for not playing Juga or a Juga, to save an A and then make it easier to hit that spot next turn.
yeah,
So now he's setting up short stuff like Van and Na. I'm not seeing where that would go. Oh, maybe off of Podius, but
huh.
all right. Well, so he commits it. So a slight miss from Noah with the Hood placement leads to a bigger miss from Saint. Does still have the LA and stuff that he can maybe hit next turn, but definitely needed to play Halva there this turn. Now back over to Noah with Glute, a double E and a double T.
There might have been there's a very slight chance, by the way, that Saint might have wanted to get in the way of prevision in case he knew about it and wanted to at least partially block it. But
oh, there you go.
I mean, that might explain it a little bit better what he was doing, but that's just a thought.
That is a very good point. Maybe wanting to blunt that, but then don't you notice that your opponent would have played Potties or Tiptoes, instead of Pottiest?
Yeah,
Like
but
that would make me want to work harder to keep it open if I see it, because I know that hook's probably only going to be for me.
that is true. Although perhaps if Noah had an actual P, it might have stood out more. With a blank, sometimes it can be hard to like convert it that way.
Yeah, that's fair. Blank blindness is most certainly a thing.
Yeah, that's a curse. You never want to not see blanks.
So meanwhile, a very interesting play for Noah here. He can extend jug to juggle, and we assume that he sees that, and that's why he has the GLE set up the way that he does. Obviously, quite dangerous to slot the E in the triple lane, but the alternative is giving free reign to Saint to play those 5-letter words, 4 or 5-letter words in that A column. So. Joey, is this a spot where you're taking the 30 points and playing juggle and not caring about putting the E out in space, basically saying, as you mentioned earlier, what are you going to do about it? Or are you playing a little bit safer?
Yeah, I guess you take the points just because it's so much more scoring than anything else. That looks pretty crazy, but I don't know what I do. I don't know what my next best option would be there. I guess you could
Yeah.
block the wreck more, play something like Ludii if you want to go that route. But I know Joel Wapnick said many years ago in his book, when in doubt, take the points. That's pretty simple, but you're not so far ahead that you can play defense yet. So just taking the points and running here isn't the worst idea.
Yeah, that is a good point, and something, certainly sometimes advice is simple like that. When in doubt, take the points. So for Saint, there is no doubt he will take the 45 for Meek. But I think that is a good point that you made there. It's not like there was a good, Juggle scored 30. I don't think anything else scored even 20. So anything else he did would have been a huge sacrifice. So at least Juggle does stop, stop plays down that A column. So in the absence of anything better to do, I think that certainly did make a lot of sense.
Yeah, and at least with Juggle, you couldn't overlap that easily. So you can play like something like AW to the left of it. So I mean, Meek is about as bad as it could have been besides a triple or a big Z play, but it's over with now and on to the next one.
Yeah. So as you pointed out, that exchange basically didn't. That was pretty borderline worst case scenario. Apart from some sort of triple or some sort of bingo starting with an E, and yet Noah's still ahead by 15. He kept a fairly good lead with the ETTU. Unfortunately, found 2 E's to go with it. Basically made Saint blow up his rack. And who knows what he's leaving. So it actually works out okay.
Yeah, it looks like the best play here is to open another triple column, but with an F, which is pretty safe. Although I remember putting an F out there once before against Larry Sherman, and he ended up playing Belfried against me for a zillion. So you can't let that deter you. I mean, FETE is, scores more than anything else and gets rid of all the duplication. So I think that's probably the play here.
So yeah, referring to playing FETE. Again, like the last turn, no real great options. FETE off of revision is a little gutsy, but again, absent anything better, seems to be the right option. So now it looks like the way he's setting stuff up, I can't tell if he's looking at something else or not. All right, now he's looking at TEE, which I'm assuming plays off of Pottiest and Hood, making SOT, TOE, and DE. That only scores 14, whereas FETE scores 26. So, Joey, you like FETE here, by the way? I mean, your Belfried history aside.
Yeah, well, I also don't like Fs at all, so I wouldn't choose TEE like he was considering, but maybe he's looking at something else here. Yeah, I mean it's a close game. You can't really side on defense or offense, so you might as well just do the standard thing, get rid of the duplicates in your worst consonant, and hope for the best. And I would pretty much get rid of any more prevision history, but it looks like he is going with TE.
Yeah, that's true. FETE though, you've got apt and stuff like that up there. So TE not wanting to open anything up. Again, probably not the best play, but not a huge mistake. Back over to Saint, who perhaps was considering Vaw off of Podiest and now can play Vaw making Dev, or perhaps considering Vid to undouble the Ds. So I feel like Vaw is best here, and that the IDLD leave isn't that bad. But Joey, are you playing Vaw or Vid or something else?
I might play Vid with the A in front of it to make Toya. Even though it's your only vowel, it scores a lot more points. So I might do that. But Vaw.
Oh, okay, yeah, I somehow missed Avid. I think that's probably got to be the right play. I guess DLW isn't the best leave, but you're drawing 4 tiles. You're probably going to find at least one vowel. And the number of points is so much higher.
Yeah, and often when you have a V and a W, you want to get rid of both. I mean, you see how often when Vrow is available, you almost always play Vrow, but even just VAW, or thankfully there's a lot of short words with V and W together, so that's easier to dump in some of the other poisonous combos of letters.
Noah quickly converting on that powerful FUU combo. Normally, drawing another U into your FU leave isn't what you want to see, but when there's an open S out in space, kind of confirms that decision to make the blank and S on his opening play. He will play a Frustule, and it looks like this play is being held as well.
Yeah, that's a great find there by Noah. I wasn't looking like a bingo rack at all right away. Usually 2 U's are pretty deadly together, and it's not even a word ending in S. It's kind of one of those words that doesn't really have a common beginning or ending. So that's a great find, and it looks like it's being held. Saint must be feeling frustrated.
Yeah, I wonder what Frustule means, and if it. I doubt it's the same root as.
It's the shell of a diatom, and it actually has an anagram, but it doesn't fit.
Oh, that's right. The old Frustule sulfuret combo.
Yeah, that's a good one to remember. There aren't too many words with 2 U's that have anagram. Too many bingo. It's a good list to study.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how many words that contain FUU have an anagram? Probably not very many.
Oh.
Maybe some full words, but even that would be hard to. Maybe kind of one of those full, something S full, FULS ending sort of things. So Noah has not drawn courtesy tiles yet. He is almost certainly well past the 15 seconds.
Doing some quick research here, it appears that's the only 8-letter anagram combo of FUU that have anagrams.
Okay, I'm impressed that you were able to do the research on that so fast.
Yeah, I was looking it up on Zizzleville, and I was looking for how the alphograms have alternating lighter and darker boxes to differentiate between each one, and that was the only one that had 2 in the same box. So that's how I found that.
Gotcha. All right.
There's only 80 words overall, 81 actually, that have FUU as 8s, and so.
Yeah, somebody who I assume to be Jonathan Lind in chat pointing out that Noah found Barathea, Barathea, in a tournament game once, and then finding Frustule here, and yet forgetting that cosigner had an anagram. So Scrabble is a funny game, and remembering the words is often funny as well.
Yeah, I find it interesting that Noah is maybe voluntarily not drawing his courtesy tiles yet. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to ask. Do you think this is deliberate? Because I know that there is some kind of like a psychology thing that maybe you don't want to draw for this reason, or maybe if you draw right away, it tells your opponent that you think the word is bad and you want to see what the courtesy tiles are, or do you put any stock in that, or why do you think that he might not be drawing courtesy tiles?
Well, given how quickly he played it, he must be pretty sure it's good. I mean, that's a pretty hard word. that's a pretty hard looking word to just make up on the spot like that. So I'd be anxious to look at my tiles anyway. I just like to know what my next tiles are.
Oh yeah, what about sulfured and desulfur? Wouldn't those be FUU anagrams? Or is one of those not good?
Oh, maybe I missed that one. Your chat's all over this right now. You're right, desulfing. Okay, my bad. There's probably one other one too that I missed, but multitasking isn't a strength of mine. But no, there it is. Well, this is the
So
fancy.
Saint now with the ever popular on hold head in the hands look.
Hmm.
That score that you see 281 to 224, that is with Frustral. We know that it is good. So we are able to commit it. We know that Noah will have 281 regardless of if Saint challenges or not. So so that is an accurate score, 281 to 224. Noah bingoing with Frustral. Saint has held for probably about 3 minutes now. Noah's still not taking his replacement tiles. So then Saint with the quick, all right, I accept because I know I'm going to play FUB. And that will score 16.
Yeah, interesting choice. I spent so much time talking about those FUU bingos and all that other stuff that I wasn't even thinking of plays that Saint could have made. I wonder why he didn't play something like Bird, which looks more standard, but
He had Bud set up on the rack at one point, and I thought he was going to do that, play Bird through the Arn revision. Not sure why he went the FUB route. Maybe just wanting to make sure he keeps things open as he's a little bit behind.
yeah, leaving that prevision thing, mystery thing, up a little bit longer too, because Bird would pretty much kill that.
All right, word knowledge / board vision check here for Noah, who can score 42 on this turn. He also does have a 41, which is a little bit easier to spot. But Joey, I don't know if you already put this rack in and see the 42-point play or not.
Yeah, any wise man would know this play.
Any wise player would know this play
Yeah.
this play because the word is any wise.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's Noah number 1 showing up in the chat.
Ew. Cheering on his brethren, or
cheering on his name twin.
we got Noah's Ark here.
That's true, a pair of Noahs.
Yeah.
Need to call up Kraftchick so we could have 2 Noahs, 2 Joeys.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have another Jason in chat for 2 Jasons.
Yeah, I think I finished one of my days last week with 5 consecutive J names, which isn't uncommon. There are a lot of really
I was gonna say in Scrabble, I mean, you could. I think I've been at a tournament with about 4 or 5 other Jasons specifically, so
yeah.
not as surprising as you might think.
I think my brother Matt had like 7 other Matts in his high school class, and there was only like 98 in his class. So
Oh wow, yeah. Jason was a really popular name for people born in 1983, like myself. I think my 4th grade class there were 22 of us, and I had 3 other Jasons in addition to me, so 4 Jasons out of like 22. Which is wild considering that if only probably 11 of us were male. If the math checked out. So Jason was a very popular name. So my younger sister, when she was born, my mom made sure that she had a more unusual name so that she would not meet the same fate.
yeah, it's interesting how many different reasons parents have for choosing names for their children, whether it's the most common name or the most popular name or after a family member name. So, but yeah, so I wonder what Noah's considering here. He hasn't set up any wise yet, and maybe that looks like a good play. Puts him up over a bingo and cuts off the W, puts up other floaters, but you can close that off next turn. So I wonder what he's thinking here.
Yeah, it looks like he's thinking Y. Maybe just kind of go for the bingo, go for the kill shot. Y would score 22 off of revision. Drawing into EINS and just thinking, all right, I have the S hook for FUB. I've got the A and the W at the bottom, just basically trying to get the next bingo down. and like I said, land the kill shot. I assume you're still playing Anywise here. I mean, I guess it's pretty close between that. Y is actually looking pretty good. Would you blow it up with Anywise, or would you play Y like Noah is doing?
I might just take the points with Anywise, the whole when in doubt thing, and yeah. Yeah, it's another one of those words that's hard to see if it's not a bingo. I mean, if you have it as a opening rack, you'll find it easily, but when it's like the buy road play last game, it's a much harder find as a non-bingo than it is a bingo. Yep, going for the kill shot did not pay off for Noah.
Yeah, going for the kill shot kind of backfired, an AEE draw into EINS. So that will keep Saint and his drawing struggles in the game a little bit longer. Not much he can do on this turn scoring wise. Looks like 16 for Irid off of revision is his best score. So more likely he'll score something like 13 with Laid through the A and VAW, or did off of Frustral for 12. So yeah, not a very high scoring turn. Is there anything that you see that is worth playing here?
Well, something will be played, and it's not a bad enough rack to exchange, but none of the options are very appetizing, certainly. I don't like Laid because you kind of want that line. You kind of want that A and W open, so something like Lid next to revision, that's probably a little bit too crazy. That's probably too desperate, so yeah, a whole lot of sad choices, as Matt Kanek likes to say on this channel.
Yes, a lot of big sad right now with this turn. Got Turl set up, which is what he had originally. So it does score 14. The did leave is not a super strong one, but he'll take his chances with the bag. And now over to Noah, who's got a bunch of vowels to get rid of. Feels like I would just throw AEE back in the bag before I play a we through the W. Oh, AG through the G is what he's looking at. All right. That seems a lot safer.
I might have chosen beanies there to like break up the right, to score a lot of points, get through a lot of tiles, and really shut down that area.
Yeah, it does seem to be a little tunnel visioning on going for the bingo, but beanies took 6 tiles out of the bag, scored 27 and killed the S hook to FUB. That looks like a really strong play, especially given the game situation.
Yeah, if he was down by 50, then certainly AG would make more sense. But when you're up, you want to try to, you don't mind breaking it up. You want to exhaust the bag as fast as you can. Don't concentrate so much on bingos when you don't really need them.
Yep, that is a good piece of advice. Don't concentrate on bingo so much when you don't really need them. Just focus on winning the game, and sometimes the way to win the game is to blow up a bingo rack, and even if it is burning the S and taking only 27 points, look at what it does to the score, and then look at what it does to the board. So really good advice there, Joey. Meanwhile, Saint's draw of Cone will improve the rack a little bit. Still no bingos available for him. Looks like he can totally kill the prevision hook by playing Cowed or Dowd. Now he's got Diced set up, I assume, in that spot where Noah could have played Beanies last turn.
Yeah, it looks like he's just moving tiles, taking some points, and maybe hoping to make a play off that I next turn to reopen the board again.
Yeah, I guess it's going to be hard to find a bingo with W in early position, but when you do, you know it's going to play, because that's basically the only 2 bingo lines on the board at this point is stuff from or basically through the W.
Yeah, I always thought the best bingo lines open near the end of the game when you need one is one that you can't block for very many points, because then it gives you a better chance to catch up.
That is a good point. And again, that W at the bottom is going to be hard to hit, but it's also going to be hard to block, as you pointed out.
Yeah. Mac Alvin calls that annoying to block. It's such annoying to deal with, or annoying to block.
Well, what might be
No such thing
annoying?
as a diced burger, by the way. I don't think there is, but I know I know some food can be diced, but probably not a burger.
Yeah, I guess you could dice the ground beef, but I don't know about a diced burger.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, that we talked about the prevision hook, and somehow neither P has been found.
Right.
That now we have the Y hook that Noah set up by playing Hood, and now that has come to fruition. If Noah can see CYMA, which scores a whopping 45.
Yeah, that looks good to me. And then you have to start with a W, but then it's even more annoying to block.
Yeah, so it looks like maybe not seeing it, so he's looking at MYC, the 3 tiles he just drew, so...
Ooh. Well, that seems like I'm guessing he didn't see Hoodie, or unless he really wanted to prevent bingo starting with W consonant.
Yeah, well, because, I mean, it was the same 2 tiles, the MY. Even if you play MY there, that's going to be a vast improvement over this, so... So now Saint being kept in the game here by Noah's inability to hit the kill shot bingo, blows up the rack, and instead of finding something good, finds the Q by itself. So looks like he's checking the bag maybe to see if he can exchange. I mean, there's other than just plunking the Q by itself for 11. There's really oh no, he's got the QO set up because he can play quad through Frustral.
Yeah, that makes sense.
There we go.
Meanwhile, Noah's so close to playing cosigner again.
That's true, yes. Well, now he knows it. We know that he knows it. Rafi teaching it to him after last game. This is the other peril with fishing, like Noah has been on a closed board. Then you hit the bingo, and there's no room for co-9s anywhere. So now what do you do?
Yeah, well, just don't open anything up and you should be able to hang on. But I guess if you're really paranoid about the W, you can play like Sonic and Utes and Lido to really cut that off. And the S doesn't really have a purpose on this board, so you might as well use it now for defensive purposes.
Yeah, it looked like he was considering Symes and Fubs last turn. Yeah, the problem is that the S doesn't really do much on this board. And the stuff that the S does do, playing off of Fubs to score is just going to throw stuff open, which you really don't want to do. So you've kind of landed yourself in in jail a bit, honestly.
And you could fish off the S and go for cow inner, as I call it.
Yes, the old the cow orker and the cow inner and
Like
all of those.
I like the coin where it's like the coin mate and the coin.
Yes.
Insert coin here and
coin here, coin mate. Yes.
Coin mate.
So do you ever just play cow and set up your S? That seems like really gutsy, although just the one other S left, and it would have to start a bingo, so you have one, maybe your opponent does, maybe your opponent doesn't. Cow seems a little bit too gutsy for me, but what do you think?
Lucrative setup. I mean, an S in the first or second position, it's not going to really amount to much. And Noah's trying to be hoping for his future word there with 1.
Yeah, that's true. But see, No, no, Rafi was the one who played blue at last game, and then did not blow it, even though he lost anyway.
Right.
Well, that'll help your fishing when you draw the other S and can now play in cases with the two S hooks.
Yeah. The in case S's.
Yeah, in case of emergency, draw the other S. So.
Yep.
And then even if he misses that, he does with Saint's previous play also has fascines, Fascines, from the F, which is that worth the 17 or 16 point sacrifice here to play fascines and not open up the triple?
Yeah, that's probably what I'd do. And it would also, but it looks like he's taking the points here. I missed Fascine famously on stream last summer against Evan Chester, but I managed to find the only non-bingo winning sequence in that game. So I would have liked to see it on stream here, but he's taking the point, hoping not for the worst thing. But looks like Saint got the worst thing in the bag.
Yeah, Saint has Noah's made a few inaccuracies here, and Saint made one as well by missing the halva spot or passing on. Yeah, and I think he knows that he needs to challenge this, especially with the 7 consonants. No way to win if this stays on. So even though he's almost certainly pretty sure this is good, so now they got to go back to see does he want to challenge all 3? I assume he does. Unlike in Collins where the challenge penalty is per word, in double challenge you either are successful or unsuccessful. You either keep your turn or lose your turn. So might as well put all 3 in there. So that'll make Noah feel a little better about things. Up 100.
And for any Collins newcomers, would that challenge be would that be a 5-point penalty or a 15-point penalty because it was 3
if you were to challenge in cases, fubs, and quads, it would be an extra 15. Yes, so it is 5 points per word.
So if you would win a game by 14 points without challenging, you definitely wouldn't want to challenge all 3 of those.
Yes. So the desperation phony is in NWL it's one where you can't challenge for risk of losing your turn. The conditions are a lot narrower in Collins, although I have had a situation once where my opponent played a questionable outplay and I saw that it won me the game by 4 and recounted and confirmed it won me the game by 4, and if I challenged and lost I would have lost by 1. So so just kept it on. But yes, 5 points per word. So the nickels can sometimes add up when you lose 2, 3, or maybe even 4 challenges in a game.
Well, we saw how that finals ended between Mac and Ori, where Mac let the phony go, knowing he could win instead of challenging it off and trying to win by more. If you win the championship on the spot right then, that's what you do. So
exactly. What our friend Frank Tangretti taught me is when doing something wins you the game, then just do it, because even if it costs you a little bit of spread, the point is to win the game. So just kind of take the bird in the hand, and very impressive that Mac was able to figure that out with not a lot of time to do so.
and I'm sure probably on a better day, Saint would know that in cases is valid. That could be one of those, he might have also wanted to not be on the board so that he'd be able to exchange, but since he played that bingo, he couldn't even exchange. So there was like a double whammy there. But sometimes when you challenge, you remember the wordle even better that way because there's like a penalty for it.
And to add insult to injury, Noah playing 2 tiles, blocking up the board, and then draws the 2 vowels and leaves the 1 consonant for Saint, who's looking at this unseen pool, thinking, "Oh, there's a pretty good chance I'll draw an A here," but unfortunately, those are all gone. So. All right, so Noah Berger, maybe maybe not the best played game ever, but good enough to win, and good enough to win with a decent spread. Although spread mostly irrelevant to somebody with a tie on the record. So he will get to 18.5. So the worst case scenario is that he's 2.5 games ahead of Jackson. So again, I would assume that those players are playing next, but they are not. No, the pairings are made around in advance, so we may need to take an extra a little bit of a longer break after this game to determine if we want to show you Jackson again or Noah again. But right now, it looks like the only question in this game is who will spot prevision.
That's right.
Because now each player, yes, now each player has the P.
Well, even if Saint did spot it, he couldn't even.
Yeah, that's true. Even if he spotted, he couldn't do anything about it. So that'll be curious in the postmortem if that comes up.
This will truly be revisionist history.
All right, so Noah playing boss, so we don't know for sure yet.
I guess while I have a moment, I should point out that for FUU 7-letter bingos, there are 3 pairs. There's cupful and cupsful, jugful and jugsful, and hurtful and ruthful. Yeah, that time I'm pretty sure I got them all, so only to atone.
Okay. See, that's what I was wondering, and I was trying to explain, albeit inelegantly, that kind of cupfuls, cups full. If I felt like most of the FUU anagram pairs would probably be of that form, and it sounds like at least 2 of the 3 are.
Yeah, and then speaking of those 3 letters, for every game that passes by without some embarrassing word coming on stream, I'm thankful for that none happen.
There you go. All right. So while these 2 kind of play out the stream, since I've been a bit behind on some other duties, just want to remind everybody to, if you're watching, please like this video. Please subscribe to the Let's Play Scrabble channel if you have not already. Also would kind of like to talk about some future tournaments. Thanks to WGPO sponsorship, players can compete for enhanced prize funds at the remaining major tournaments of 2026, that being Reno, Lake George, the Madison Major, and the California Open, and that WGPO sponsorship will continue in 2027 with such tournaments as the Albany New Year's Tournament, Phoenix, the Green Eye, the Montreal Scrabble Fest, and the annual 4th of July Scrabble tournament also in the Albany area. You can play all those great tournaments with no membership fee or ratings fee. You can find the full schedule on Crosstables or the WGPO schedule at wordgameplayers.org. And also, if you're watching this stream and are so inclined, please consider.
He found it. He found prevision.
Oh, I did find prevision. All right, so so why not?
How about that?
Okay, so I guess maybe Saint didn't see it, or I don't know. It'll be interesting to discuss.
He wanted a real piece so he could really score with. I don't know. I've done that before though, where I missed a hook and then realized it later, and then I got it later. And
oh yeah, I've done that. I've done that more than I can count. Where forgot that I was saving it for a hook, then play it off, and then it feels like it never comes back after that happens. Feels like that's kind of like a karma sort of thing, where that it never comes back. But
yeah, another weird thing I noticed is that in contrast to last game, there were a lot of open triple word scores, whereas there was only one that wasn't used last one, and that was the South Dakota corner.
Yeah, so 7 versus only 3 taken this game. Yeah, not very often you see that.
I've had one game where only 1 was taken. I don't think I've ever had one where none were taken.
All right, let's cut to overhead Mike.
Frustrated.
Frustral Sulfuret. Yeah, I was
Yeah, I'm
a
like,
little space for
Sulfuret.
Frustral. Yeah, I knew Sulfuret
Yeah.
probably wouldn't go down. Well, that was
That's
going to
good. That's a good find.
Yeah, I saw that.
I
one.
don't know what you saw in this.
I was just about to point out the boneheaded play. As soon as I made the play, I was like, what am I doing?
I even almost blocked the Y because it scored so much.
I was holding on to it, thinking about the play, and then, I don't know, I don't know what I was thinking.
And I couldn't get the E's.
Yeah, as
I
soon as I
had
made it.
Twiddler if I fished, and then I do the E right after I stopped fishing. This one, I had DD.
Twiddler, oh yeah. I was a little worried about the W's.
Oh,
but
they're
there
two
was-
W's,
Yeah,
but they're like only
double.
4 E and you can't play 2 E. So I'm like, okay, great. You probably
Yeah.
have another E.
That rack was pretty bad. And triple D's. I mean, it wasn't terrible, but I just didn't
Kept
have
it
any
close
play.
without anything until this.
This is just a very lucky fit. I mean,
Within
that
2
didn't happen.
points.
Otherwise, I would have to phony with fascines on you or something and
Yeah,
try
with
it.
no blank, no S.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this might have been a little foolhardy. This was just boneheaded.
Yeah, I had
yeah.
Mavi for 42.
Oh, did you? Yeah,
so I set
figured
the
that
A
spot
up.
was hittable with
I
that.
had
so.
a Juga and then Jugo. So
I
I was
had
trying
nothing
to
else.
do a sequence. I was worried about the extras. So I kept Veil.
Okay.
And then that goes well with Bailey's here.
Yeah.
But I just couldn't connect it. This one, like my racks were really clunky all the time. And then this one is decided to encode it that give back ozone. Or this one I can hit Exora for 72.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then if worst case I draw Q, I kept QO. So I can do a sequence like
Yeah, no,
this
that was-
and kept it tight.
that kept
and
things
then
pretty
all
open
these
for the Q and the X, yeah.
D-backs, rebacks, like this one is 60 point. I just couldn't draw any E's.
Yeah. I had
This was
definitely
my,
the lion's share of the E's. How many E's did I get? Yeah. You had one for me.
Yeah, you played this and I'm like, okay,
Yeah,
my
yeah.
Twiddler is
Well, I
not gonna
played
get
this
it.
and this, T and a G, to
I don't
very
have no
inspiring
vowels.
moves.
Because if I have one vowel,
You have revision.
I could bingo with ING. I just couldn't get it. Like gripping or like prodding might be like 80 and that would be tie game. Who would draw the Z wins.
Yeah. No, it was definitely close until the cases came down, and that was just very fortunate fit. I mean, that's really improbable. Oh, this one. Yeah, I chickened out on playing it here. I was like, you know, I double, take 78 over a riskier or whatever it would have been, 95 or I don't know.
Yeah, tiptoe.
I can't believe I did this stuff.
Yeah, you have parties for it here, like 9.
Yeah, I considered it, but I was about 90% on provision, but
I was too, but I couldn't get a vowel. PRNDG
You were about to play it.
Yeah, PRNGLNDR.
that was the most interesting hook of the game. Yeah.
I had to play it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I drew both blanks. I've just been drawing well. Yeah. Making about one totally boneheaded move per game. That Mai was embarrassing. I don't know what I'm doing. What was that all about? And I saw it the whole time. I was thinking Mai and Bai, and then I have it, and I
you
don't
have
play it.
this too. I'm like, okay, maybe he missed
Yeah, well, then
it.
I did give it up. But, yeah, that was a pretty lousy move, too. I didn't have much, though, so I don't know why I did that. This one was... That's unfortunately unforgettable. Yeah.
Kept it interesting.
Yeah. What do we got? One more? This is the marathon. I think I need
we're
another
done,
soda.
we're
Yeah,
done.
good game. Sorry about the draws. It just,
Yeah, it happened. I
Just
made it,
fortunate,
made it
yeah.
fun
yeah.
until in case.
Oh, don't knock the cameras. Yeah. We get duly chastised for that. Yeah.
All right, so Noah kind of getting the better of the draws, lamenting the MY miss. When he goes back later, he'll see that actually CYMA would have hit even harder than the MY in that same spot. But W's a W, as the saying goes, and he gets to 18 and a half wins. So it sounds like if Jackson wins his next game, he will be 2.5 games up with 4 games to go. Jackson and Noah not playing each other in the next round. So a chance at Gibsonization if Jackson wins and Noah loses his next game. So it certainly sounds like we're going to show you for round 28, our final round of the day, Jackson Smiley playing Barry Keith, who is having a very good tournament as the 21st seed in 6th place right now with a 16-11 record. So we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back and give you our final round of the day, round 28, between Jackson Smiley and Barry Keith. Joey, you have anything for the viewers before we take this break?
Yeah, it's maybe not quite the banger the first two games were, although the final score wouldn't indicate how close it was for most of the game. But yeah, Noah keeps rolling on, keeps the pressure on Jackson, and yeah, it should be fun to see what. Look forward to Jackson and Barry next game. Barry's someone.
Yes, yeah, I think we're all gonna
That's
be looking for.
doing well. So sorry.
That's okay. I think we're all looking forward to Jackson and Barry, and as somebody who didn't get up and stretch between games, I'm looking forward to getting up and taking a brief break. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Likewise.
All right, welcome back to Let's Play Scrabble's coverage of the 2026 Word Cup. A little bit of a switcheroo with the pairings. We had 3 people at 16 and 10. All of them lost. Jackson won. So he has a 2.5 game lead on Noah Berger and a 5 game lead on the field. And since nobody else but Noah can catch him, the pairings dictate that Noah and Jackson play off until Jackson is Gibsonized or Noah wins the tournament. So I know before break, I thought that Jackson Smiley was going to play Barry Keith, but that is no longer the case since he and Noah are the only 2 who can win the tournament. They will play off again until somebody clinches. So I think we have both players ready and at the board. Joey, sorry to kind of lock you out there, but I know that with all that delay over the pairings hubbub and all that, we are a little bit behind schedule. So I think both players are ready. We know that Jackson won his last game. We don't know by how much. Again, given that Noah has a tie, it really does not matter Jackson's spread at this point. He just needs to win one of these last 4 games against Noah to win his 4th Word Cup in 5 years.
Yeah, no need to draw out the intro. It's just all we got is a Word Cup on the line. That's all. Nothing else.
Yeah. Good point. Good point. All right, Jackson setting up Minx very quickly. Now he's going to put it in alphagram order. Minx has to be the play here, right? Or do you want to try to hold on to the X for in hope for better things?
We're not starting Bingo Bango again, huh? I guess it's not
No,
always,
I was going to say,
not always
we've been doing
guaranteed.
that basically every game, but
Yeah. He goes vertically, as I know you like, Jason. So.
Oh yes, he's clearly heard my advice. So EIJNPPR, and not Minx is not really going to give back much with this rack. Probably just a simple Jimp.
Yeah, that's looks right to me. Whenever I see Jimp, I think of Jim Peters. I don't know if you remember him. He was
Jim P. Yeah.
Yeah,
He had connections to Michigan. He played quite a few Michigan tournaments. So
the Bizman on the ISC site, if I remember right.
yes, yeah, he was one of those. I remember him because he had kind of the minority viewpoint that he didn't mind if you cheated against him. He said, like, go ahead and cheat against me because I'm just playing these games for practice. And if you cheat, that'll just force me to be better. So yeah, so he didn't, whereas other people like me, hated it when I suspected my opponent was using an anagram or something. He didn't really mind if you were cheating when you played him online. So the old Jim P, or Jimp, as people who don't know Jim Peters would pronounce it, comes down.
Seems to be kind of the standard play here. Undouble the P's, play off the J.
Yeah, really the only way that you could do that. So
as much as I enjoy J for our first name, it's not a title you want to hang on too long. It's going to be kind of a burden. So
this is true. So now over to Jackson, who the board was a little messy for Noah's rack after Minx, and now it's really messy for Jackson's rack.
Yeah, there are almost no plays here really worth playing at all.
Yeah, very few plays. I mean, the only plays worth even considering would be something like a wit for 8, a wind through the end for 9, a writ for 9. I mean, this is almost certainly going to be an exchange. The only question is what you keep. And the other problem is, since Jimp doesn't take the S, Minx obviously doesn't. Even if you draw a bingo on this board, where is it going down? So also makes knowing what to keep on the exchange kind of complicated.
Yeah, Jimp only takes a Y. It's one of those weird words where it means Jimp and Jimpy mean the same thing, which is kind of counterintuitive to what you would think. I mean, how many words ending in MP take a Y but not an S? I wouldn't think there'd be very many. So Jackson does exchanges. I probably would have exchanged the same thing he did. So
Okay, so you would not have kept the D?
probably not, just because there aren't any floating vowels out there, so you probably don't want to hang on to more consonants than you need to.
That is a very good point, actually. It's something that I had not considered, and we'll have to keep in mind for future exchanges. That's very well noticed.
Yeah, it's something you probably notice more in the end game, like which tiles like are going to be hard to play, like if it's a vowel or consonant. Usually consonants are the hard ones to play in some games, just because there aren't vowels that are open to play through them.
So meanwhile, now this mess of a board turns over to Noah, who actually has, I believe, if I'm looking at the right side of his rack, has a sneaky defensive play set up if he just plays off the FE.
Yeah, I noticed that too. That could really make this kind of messy. And it wouldn't be like a six turn end kind of rule. It's not quite that tight yet, because you'll probably eventually play through the X or something. So I'm guessing that's what's going to happen. But he goes with 5, so
Yeah, so I mean, now the only bingo is only scores 64 and throws the D out in space. The simple anti-red on top of PE. So Jackson will bingo, but he probably won't feel great about it.
yeah, it's ironic that didn't even play before.
Yeah, that's true, but he would have had stuff through the end, right?
No, nothing at the end. So
Oh, that's right, because ordinate, it's not ordinate, you need the I.
right, yeah.
It's not
I
yet.
think I've seen that tried before. Oh, he would have a unitard though, so basically the same thing here.
Oh, okay. You're right. You're right. So yeah, now he just gets one more point for. Although actually, it gets fewer points because the blank is going to end up on that triple letter. So unitard actually would have scored a little bit better. So given that Jackson's taken so long, I wonder if he's considering. The problem is that it's not like there's a good non-bingo play to make here.
No, he just get the bingo over with.
Get the bingo over with.
Sometimes it's fun to dally if you have like a big X play with the blank in hand, but not here.
Yeah, but that's actually been kind of a theme, at least in my sessions on stream so far. In some of the Will Anderson games, it's actually been pretty close quite a few times about whether you should just play the bingo or make the high scoring play keeping the blank. And but sometimes just getting the bingo over with is the right thing, because in one of those games, Will missed a 9. Made the alternate play because it was a pretty good one, and then took him 5 turns to get the bingo down. And you kind of wished he'd just been done with it, 5 turns before.
Yeah, I know of at least one opening rack where it's not right to get the bingo over with. It's Umiak S blank. You don't play Marquee, you play Umiak.
You don't play Marquee, you play Umiak. Okay.
Yeah. A similar one to that is Doozies with a blank E. You play Zooid instead of Doozies. So that's a more borderline one, but more often than not, you get the bingo over with. And in this case, you play Beeped, which is by far the best choice here.
Yeah, it always makes me nervous to burn 3 E's on a non-bingo, but Beep to the clear play, and Jackson with one of those not fun post bingo draws, as if UW wasn't bad enough, add another UW to the mix.
Well, yeah, that's WWUW. Or yeah, I'm pretty sure there's no board at all with 2 U's and 2 W's. So this is where you want an open S for Wushu. That really clear everything out. But this at least unduplicates everything. Wuther.
Yes, UW probably one of the worst 2-tile leaves you can have, but Weather at least closes things off, scores decently, and digs into the bag. Also could have played Whoop.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I was thinking that would be a better choice, plus you don't expose that easy scoring play from down to make a W 2-letter word. But
yeah, like because if replace A, G, N, or R with an E, and Evoke's going to hit pretty hard. So yeah, so maybe a slight I don't know if I want to call it a mistake there from Jackson. Didn't get a chance to look at that position that closely. So now he's got outswore to the E. So I guess he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, I've seen a few of these. Some of the great adrenaline rushes in Scrabble is when you save a really bad lead, thinking you're gonna exchange the next turn, and then you drop bingo into it. It's like the
That is
opposite
true.
thing, It's like I remember a game where I had to save 3 eyes and a Q, and I drew Quinn in for like 70 the next turn.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Blank of all things. So
Yeah, that's true. I can't remember any time that I kept UW those 2 tiles and only those 2 tiles and drew not just into a bingo, but into a guaranteed bingo, because even if outswore gets blocked, he'll have outrose off of that R in Wother. So yeah, nice feeling to draw into UW and then draw the bingo that will go down next turn. So
my longtime friend Jim Kramer allegedly turned BCMV into Vambrace. I think he was playing Nick Ballard, who was like an absolute legend of the game in like the 70s and 80s, and he had a newsletter called Medleys for 3 years that was really, really in depth and like way ahead of its time. And after a long time off, he's actually back on the scene, and he's been like presenting diagrams in the weekly newsletter. So yeah, shout out to Nick Ballard.
Oh, nice. Good.
He's now a professional backgammon player, but he's also very much still interested in Scrabble, although he's not playing in tournaments anymore. Meanwhile, Noah plays Vox here, so making that part of the board pretty locked up.
Yeah, and even statically, not a bad option too. Really didn't have anything great. So Jackson, I assume, would play outswore over outrose. Obviously, both come with their own set of problems in terms of what they're giving back to your opponent. But think that outswore is more palatable. But would you play outswore here and take the 4 extra points instead of outrose?
Yeah, I think so. I think outswore is the play here, because at least beyond the O, it's hard to overlap too much. With the U is kind of hard to overlap on top of, so outswore, hopefully you don't get hit too badly there, and no triple possibilities that would exist without rows.
That's true. Yeah, and considering you're going to be going up a bingo against an opponent that you're a lot higher, well, maybe not a lot higher rated than, but higher rated than, that's probably probably something to consider as well.
Yeah, actually, to be honest, I completely missed like better options that Noah had on the Vox turn. I didn't really get to look, but I assumed that was pretty solid.
Yeah, could have played Arvo off of Wother and drawn into GNK as well, but there was no really standout play there.
Yeah, I also think outrose is a little bit more dangerous now, because after Noah just played off 2 tiles, he probably had at least a.
That is a good point.
So,
yeah.
So
yeah,
Noah,
AGKNR was probably like the worst worst of the leaves he could have had. So we'll get to play Gook for 42 and draw into Rant. So game's still not over yet.
Yeah, Gook's another one of those words that's almost always one of the best plays available if you can play it, because G and K are pretty clunky together, plus 2 O's. So nice play to have here. Korad is another choice. He could, if he wants to score a few more points, turn over some more tiles, save GN, hope for an I maybe.
Oh, that's true. I missed. I saw Gook right away and missed that Korad maybe a little bit better.
But Gook's might be better because it sets up ING bingos, and he's saving the N already, and that's an annoying thing to deal with.
Yeah, I guess 3 eyes have been played, so maybe not sure if that I was saying that would probably, make Gook a little bit better, but then I guess you need to draw an eye either way, so.
Meanwhile, Jackson has a much better post bingo draw than his previous post bingo draw.
Yes, and Noah for the stream pointing out that he does have choking through the eye. Unfortunately, as we mentioned, 3 eyes on the board, all tied up. So, but I kind of like when players do that. Kind of do a little bit of a show off of the word knowledge, even though it doesn't go down. Especially after the last game, make sure that we know that they know. So has he set up Korat yet? I think he's only set up Cook. I don't
It's
know
like
if
he's
he's
doing
now.
it right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
now he's got it. Okay. So yeah, I assume just debating between the two.
Yeah, I might slightly prefer this because when A and RT doesn't turn into a bingo right away, it can be you can be dealing with some couple of low scoring turns, especially if you like draw more consonants or duplicates or something like that.
That is a very
it's-
good point.
And it is 6 more points, so it's 6 more good points, which no one needs being this far back.
Yeah, the good news for Noah is that he found the eye. The bad news is that's the only vowel that he found. So tough rack for him, and it's going to be really tough after Jackson plays his bingo. So it looks like only a handful of options, and none of them are super awesome. Resoaked or reasoned from that R in anti-red. Elodia's off of the R in Weather, which again will open the triple triple. Or Edemas in a similar spot. But yeah, Korat actually really limited Jackson's options. He doesn't have anything up there now.
Yeah,
So,
it's crazy. It's crazy that nothing fits in there.
Yeah, it's crazy that
like TO is one of those defensive twos that doesn't take the S on the end. So he deceptively, of course, that wasn't what Noah was going for, but just
yeah, exactly. I mean, he could just as easily have something ending in ES that fits really nicely up there. So, might take a little bit of time with this turn.
Yeah, I'm guessing Resoaked is probably the best play here, and I'm sure I'll find that, if not reasoned. But Resoaked may be a tad better defensively.
Yeah, you are. I mean, no matter what you do, you are setting up potential 5-letter plays down that end column. You know that if they start with the right letter, could easily score about 50 or so. So he's going to go with reason instead, which allows a lot of overlaps. I actually kind of like Resoaked a little bit better. I'm sure Jackson has a reason, no pun intended, for this though.
Right. Yeah, and Resoaked is a little trickier to find with the blank as a K, but
that's true. I doubt that he missed it entirely, but maybe he did. So now Glint with 2 R's for Noah. Joey, are you just gonna grab the points since you're way behind and extend Weather to Weathering and hope that you can draw well, or is there a way that you can see to score decently? I guess you can't really score decently and keep the potent bingo combo, but you know, are you doing a fishy play like Roddle drawing into Ring even though it only scores 8? Or are you playing Weathering?
yeah, Withering's tough. I mean, it's nice to score that well, but LRRT is so bad. You'll need a really good draw to rescue yourself. So I might. It's kind of soon for Hail Marys, but I'm thinking maybe something like Linger, set up an S soak, even though you don't have it, but at least you make him think about it. And
Okay.
yeah, that's another but yeah, I don't like anything here very much at all.
Maybe Ringlet in the same vein where you know, I would normally suggest Glinter, but that's going to really kind of kill the bottom of the board. At least after Ringlet, you've kind of set up that bingo with the S in the middle, and then you know, stuff ending in ES, ED, or just the E by itself. So
well, Ringlet is interesting because it takes a Y hook. So
I didn't know that one.
That's an even better reason to play Ringlet, I think. Even though you don't have one, you got 6 chances at one, and I mean, you really got to go for something here.
Yeah,
Because then even if Jackson blocks a bingo with like a playoff of the A and reason, then you might get like a 40-point play with a Y going downward.
Oh, you could easily get even more than 40. Like even, Y in 3 singles is
it's pretty hard
going to
to
score 50, I think, 49 maybe.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to use a Y and reach the triple though. The lower one if that stays open, but he is toying with withering.
Yeah, and I think obviously it's not you don't feel great about it, but you also have to stay within hailing range, and that's the problem with a fish like ROTL is that you're down 100 and not on turn. So after Jackson plays, you're down 130. Even if you hit the bingo, you're still in a pretty bad way. So I mean, the Q is out as well. So also setting up some sort of QI QUA play if you draw just right. So they picked the UA part, just not the Q part. Yeah, now he sees that he just blocked his ultra red through the E and reasoned.
Yeah, but chances are that wasn't going to stay open anyway, because it's about the only good spot on the board to do anything. Jackson could play. He could just take points with Mouton. That's easily the highest scoring play he has, but it does open up an S hook, and not sure. And he has it set up, so yeah, that is what he's doing.
Yeah, you're close to being far enough ahead that you can just kind of outrun anything.
Yeah, and then you can block. You can play down to the bottom right next turn if it stays open for a turn. Just give me one turn to block it, and then hopefully you still.
Yeah, as
just keep the pressure on. It's like make him go for bingos.
Yeah,
make him swing for the fences.
As Marlon Hill once said to me, this is you have one shot at happiness play. Like if you've got the bingo hooking the S, then you got one shot at it. But if not, I'm going to shut it down next turn. So
yeah, only as Marlon can put it.
Exactly. You got one shot at happiness. I can.
Yeah,
still
good to see him.
remember
Good to see
that.
him again. By the way, playing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I always like when the longtime players that haven't been around a while come back. Like Jim Geary came back; he'd been gone for a while, so I'm the nostalgic type, so I always like seeing the legends reappear.
That was good to see him in Iowa. By the way, I don't know how much time you got to. I didn't even get to introduce myself to him, but it's good to see that face in the playing room again for sure.
Yeah, well, I pointed out to Steve Grobe that when Jim and Steve played a tournament in Austin recently, and they hadn't played since before my first tournament, which was 30 years ago yesterday. They played at the Dallas Nationals in 1996, in July of 96. So, which had to be close to a record between games played against one another.
Yeah, I don't know if you were the one that told me.
I know I posted that somewhere. I might have posted that to the NASPA games somewhere or on some forum somewhere. But
no, but I was born on a Sunday, and the day before there was actually a big Michigan tournament that I think a lot of people that I would soon in 20 years or so come to play were at that tournament. I know that Epstein was. I think that yeah, Chuck Armstrong, I think maybe, and Steve Grove perhaps as well. So yeah, literally, while my mom was in the hospital, some of my future opponents were playing a tournament in Michigan. So that was kind of cool when I discovered that.
Was that May of '83, I think?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, that was the day that I think that might have been the exact day that the first edition of Matchups came out, which is like the old publication for old results where they would only show the top half, like long before Scrabble like newsletter did anything of the sort. So, yeah, famous day, famous time to be born. Meanwhile,
yes.
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile, we're talking a lot because there's not a lot of great options here for Noah here. Ultra Red was blocked. There was a comments in the chat about Ultra Rad. Matthew O'Connor tried Unrad as a desperation outplay in a game on stream this morning. So we've seen Unrad. Unfortunately, there's not even open A for Ultra Rad. So it's not looking pretty good. I mean, he could play Droll through that W and Wuthering for 22 and kind of keep stuff open. I kind of like Kurta or Crouch from the K. Only scores 18, but then it kind of opens up that left side of the board at least. Joey, I know that we've been slacking on talking about this position, but we've certainly had a chance to look at it. Is there anything that stands out to you that offers at least some winning path?
Yeah, I'm even looking at something desperate like DURA and KA to open a triple and just make him think about it at least. So then you get either Mutons next turn, or a D's not likely to hit, but it's also not that easy to score off of. So I'm looking at something like that, down over 100.
Yeah, Kenji pointing out that when there's not a lot of great options, that's reason to talk more. But I didn't want to ignore this turn entirely.
Right.
Question of what the first blank is in chat. That is an E. So the word is not antired. It is anti-red.
Yeah, for the longest time, I thought it was anti-red for some reason. I had no idea anti-red. But then after I realized, it's like, wait, well, anti-red isn't good, so it must be. Yeah, then it must be.
Well, I remember when I came across that word, I remember asking a player about it. It's like, why is anti-red good? Like, do all the antis have colors? Like, because I don't know if I've been studying enough to know that anti-blue is no good. And so yeah, she had to explain to me how it's kind of an anti-red synonym for anti-communist. So then it made a lot more sense why anti-red is good. But yeah, I know we've talked already about the coin words, the Cohen mate, coin here and coin mate instead of Cohen mate and Cohen here. So I've had a few of those that I knew it was anti-red, but I did not think it was anti-red. But I've had a few that I did not realize that I was mispronouncing for many years. Like for me in my head, non-elite was always non-light. I just always remembered it that way.
Yeah, another one is the rapist.
Oh, the rape! Yes, like the old Saturday Night Live Jeopardy sketch. So Kurta for Noah, and does that A land in the right spot for Jackson?
Well, he has noticals, so.
Oh, okay.
At least
I was okay. Sorry, thinking of conadial, not conadial. But yeah, that does give him a spot for nautical. Also gives him daltonic or anti-cold. So anti-cold probably actually probably playing nautical down is probably right, especially because you can't bingo off of it.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look like we'll get a lot of drama in this one because.
Yeah, certainly looks for all the world like Jackson will be winning his 4th Word Cup in 5 years in about 20 minutes time.
Poor Noah can't even use the triple word on the bottom at all. Not that he'd want to, so he could bingo, but just. Oh, this appears to be on hold, which is why Jackson hasn't drawn yet.
Yes, thanks for pointing that out. Nautical, one of those words that if you haven't seen it, if you're not 100% sure, maybe worth the desperation challenge at this stage. So Jackson drawing his tiles, but that could just be a courtesy.
Nope.
Okay.
Between them. Oh, look at this.
Yeah.
Oh,
when it rains, it pours, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, nautical is one of those weird ones because you think that nautic would be good, but it's only nautical. But anautic is good, but not anautical. So it's one of those weird. It's diaconal for anautical.
Yeah, I have 100% played nautic before, and been stunned when it came off.
Well, Odic has so many front hooks, and that looks like one of them.
Right.
Yeah.
The end should be one of them, you would think.
Yeah.
So that's why we were remarking at Jackson's post bingo draw sleeves. Sleeves for 100, and
I guess Odic only has 2 hooks. I thought it was more than that, and one of them is a vowel.
Yeah, Iotic and Sodic, yeah. I
Yeah.
thought it was more than that too, but feels like it should be.
I'm sure Collins has more, but
Yeah,
that's for
probably.
that's for the morning sessions.
Yeah, and with Jackson clinching the tournament, sounds like tomorrow will be Collins exclusive, as you mentioned that.
Well, it keeps the pattern going, you know. Collins in the morning, and
Yes.
Yeah.
So it works out. I believe going into this round, Will Anderson a game and a half up in that division.
well, it's unbelievable. I know that was bad, but
Yeah, I was gonna say
But
it needs a little bit of work. It's
you know, it's like the 13-1 seventh inning game in baseball. You know, where
yeah.
you know, I watch a show on MLB Network called Intentional Talk, and they have sometimes they show clips of announcers saying these silly things, and they come back and say, and that was baseball announcers filling time.
I've heard of Intentional Talk. I've never watched it, but I do.
Yeah. I have that station on now. It's like I have it basically on anytime I'm home, unless there's something else on that I really want. But so what can Noah do here now? What's
Well, he got the 60 some from QI, so that'll make it look a little bit more respectable. But yeah, especially against a player of Jackson's caliber, don't. There's not even as I look at the unused triple word spaces, there's not even a way to triple on this board. So
yeah.
I
know
think
I couldn't care less about spreads, so it doesn't even matter. I mean, this is about as stress-free as you can have. So you might as well have a game like this where you don't have to spend a lot of energy.
Yep. So Beiji, which seems to be the spread slash equity play for Jackson. Hold on to the Z for later. So yeah, Joey, as you know, as we do our audition for that intentional talk segment, you know, I know that that we'll have thank yous and all that in a little bit, but I just wanted to start by thanking you for being a great co-commentator for these 4 games this afternoon. You know, I thought you did a really good job, and I hope that that we can do it again in the future.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. It was great. I wanted to do this for a long time, and I'm glad I got the opportunity. Especially got to do it with you this time. I got to do it with Josh the first time, my 2023 finalist opponent. So yeah, it's been a blast. Even though these last couple of games weren't quite as close.
Okay, when did you team with Sokol in 23?
No, I'm saying that Josh was my opponent in 23.
Oh, okay. I thought you said that you'd done commentary before with.
I did commentary with Josh in April. And that's funny. I already forgot what tournament that was, but I know it was in April because I think I had the Masters on that weekend, so it shouldn't take too long to find out which one that was. But
gotcha.
Yeah. And kudos to you for all that you've done. I know you were saying in our private chat here that you've been working like almost 2 weeks straight doing this. So
oh no, just that no, it's you
for all
know
the work
that does
directing your division at the Players Championship, and then doing all these games here and taking the lead role and doing all of the reads and everything that I'm hope to become an expert at someday. So thanks to you for all your time here, and it was an honor to be able to call a clincher.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so kind of like you, it kind of took me a while to get started, but you know, hopefully you can kind of get you know more reps in and more time doing it, and hopefully like me, you know, get a little bit better each time, and you know, I think you know, obviously your skills are impeccable, and you talk the game really well, and you provide a lot of humor, which is always needed on these things. So yeah, I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you keep with it. But yeah, speaking of, I mean, yes, I did direct the Collins division at the Scrabble Players Championship a couple weeks ago, but you know, that's nothing compared to the K's Christian and Andrew working behind the scenes. You know, doing a stream for 30 some games at at the Players Championship, and then 30 some games here. So many thanks to them. Only 3 more rounds. They just gotta make it one more day, and then one more session, and then hopefully a well-deserved rest for them.
Yeah, my perspective has certainly changed over the years. I was like when I was first, when I saw players that had to direct and do commentary, it's like, how could you not want to play? But I was totally, I didn't miss playing this time after being on stream for about 9 hours last week, 2 weeks ago now. So yeah, this was
Yeah, you've gotten
nice
you've gotten
change of a role here.
yeah, you've gotten good experience on both sides. I only have experience on this side. I've yet to play an annotated game, back in the quote unquote old days where where games weren't streamed. It was just the table one was you had to refresh the page and then click forward to
Oh yeah,
to see the moves. I don't know if many people in chat remember those days, but yeah. So I've never been on the player side, and you got a lot of experience with it. In Iowa a couple weeks ago.
yeah. Speaking of remembering those days, it was too bad. I was looking forward to having Barry Keith on. I know that was one of our preliminary decisions for a pairing, and Barry and I go back to before I played tournaments when we played on a place called Marldoom, which was a text-only place to play Scrabble on using the Telnet client. John Chu knows what I'm talking about. He's the one I think that had one of the servers that helped run that. So I met him on there. Like he was creepy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's too bad then, because like I said, I was going to break. We thought we were going to have Jackson and Barry in this game, and then again the pairings had to be changed, which was the correct decision, in my opinion. Not that anybody cares, but I'm sorry that you didn't get to talk. Do you have a good Barry Keith story since he missed out on being on the stream game this round?
I don't know a lot about him. I just know he has that amazing ability to I'm sure you've seen a few of his games where he's able to stack all of his tiles and put them on I don't know how he does that in his hands like that. It's like he picks his tiles up one at a time and stacks them and is able to put them on the board without spilling them.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's like I notice these certain tendencies when opponents play, and there was a thing with Ori with his double writing implement thing. So I don't think Noah has anything in particular, but I haven't scouted him that long.
Yeah, I've always had small hands, which is not good for Scrabble because if there's anything more than 7 in the bag, it's really hard for me to count.
I have a hard enough time holding all 7 tiles with 2 hands, which yeah, and which Brian Capoletto he always did that, and he kind of did the thing that Barry does, but he kind of spread them from the middle.
There's a name that would be cool to see again.
Yeah,
as we were talking about, people have been away from the game for a while.
yeah, he did come back for one tournament about 3 years ago or so in Albuquerque, and we had an absolute banger in the last game, although it was didn't go in my favor. It had a really unfortunate ending, but it's up there for you to see along with just about every other game I've played. Meanwhile,
All right, so
looking for some 175 point outplay.
Yeah, even 175, I think
that's not
wouldn't.
even enough, yeah.
Wouldn't quite make it.
I remember a game I was playing. Remember XP Morgan or
Chris Patrick Morgan.
Yeah, he one time against me, he had a score like this, and he made a play that was not nearly 180 points, and he called it 180 and out.
Sure. Yep.
Made sure that was corrected. I did a recount.
Yeah, the poker equivalent as poker player Martin Cabral does of going all in with a short stack and announcing 70 million, even though it's nowhere near that. But there's another name that like XP and hope he's doing well. So down to a minute here for Noah. After that, Jackson will either play Zoya through the O and out swore or Zeal to the L in sleeves. He's got the guaranteed out. So we'll cut to overhead mic pretty quick. I imagine it'll just be probably just congratulations for Noah, who seems to be taking this pretty well, and certainly wish him luck in playing for second tomorrow. All right, so OH, and then Jackson going out and putting the finishing touches, clinching the tournament emphatically with a 557. And again, don't expect to hear much, but let's cut to overhead mic.
177.
Yeah, I see what I was going to say.
340, 557.
Sorry. Not that close.
Not
Well
the
done, Jackson.
most interesting
Congrats
way.
on
Thank you.
the win on everything. Yeah, you
Thank
deserve
you.
it. Yeah, I deserve to get bagged. I've been getting bagging everybody
No,
all
I mean,
day.
not.
Well, I had 12 out of 12 blanks going into
Oh,
this
really?
game. So,
Wow, okay.
yeah, good all for us. Yeah,
No,
this is
that
a rough
was
one, but
old-fashioned
yeah,
bagging.
it's fine. I mean, it's,
Wow.
I mean, congrats, dude.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know. I would hope for a more interesting game to end it, but once it's over, so
it's fine.
in the heat of the moment, I fully didn't even consider anti-cold, which is a lot better. This gives back a Z-bomb. If you hit for 100,
Yeah, which I didn't have.
I just hit my clock and I'm like, oh,
Yeah, I saw you were a little disappointed after that. Yeah, this was
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Is it over actually?
That's over.
It's over. He's locked it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one game was not
No,
not
it was,
particularly close.
You are the luckiest man I've ever met.
Wow.
Say it again. Say it for
You're
say it
just
for the world to hear.
Well, is the mic on?
Is that all? It's fine.
Okay.
Keep talking. Yeah, I had been
I
lucky.
hate
so.
you, Jackson.
You hate
Oh my god. Too far. I just want to make sure everything's good.
Hey, Wuthering's pretty sick.
Well,
The
no,
one
because
play
I added the ing. But it wasn't too dramatic. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, everything's good. So I was just a bit worried about weathering the sleeves and pretty much everything.
Yeah, I was in trouble. Well, early on, it was tight, and then it just from anti-red.
Yeah, I mean,
kinda
like, I thought you might be keeping something
I
good.
believe
like,
that's Antired.
anti-red.
I don't know, what did Phi keep? I was wondering how, like, you weren't keeping necessarily super strong because it was so tight.
It wasn't terrible. It was perm with what was it? PERN. Yeah, I had another E, so
That makes sense.
It was all right. Yeah, I can't remember what else I had. It
I
wasn't
considered not
fantastic.
bingoing here.
Was that?
I consider not bingoing here, like, keep it really tight.
Right,
but
right.
I figured your range was open enough.
Yeah. Beep was an all right response, but I had nothing after. Yeah, and then consonants. Yeah, Corette, I guess was okay because I kept IN, I believe, or would I have a NG? Yeah, I had NG. So
Yeah, I
I was
know,
like, okay, this is a good play. I was just going to just play
And a score.
Goog really quick. But
Yeah, I
that,
know.
that would have been a mistake. Yeah, I think this is better. So
I mean, the huge swing for me was Wuther kept UW.
oh, that
And then,
Oh my
and then I
gosh.
draw out rose and out swore. And two and I'm like, that.
Wow.
Once UW turns
Then
into
you-
back
then
on the
you
rack, I'm
know
like,
you're-
all
you
right,
had
yeah.
woo woo, man. That's a rough
Yeah.
rack, but you made the best.
No,
of it.
it's
yeah.
like,
I had a game today where I played YOU and my pick was YOU.
Jackson, are you playing tonight versus?
I might.
If you are, get up and rating.
I think I'm not playing them.
Okay.
Okay.
That was a quick decision.
Well, I'm not ready to get.
Yeah,
So you in first still?
he
No,
locked
that's
it
it.
up.
Oh, you're locked out?
Nobody can catch him. Yeah.
Congratulations.
I was the only
No, you have to
the
beat
last
four
prayer,
straight.
but
I didn't know you had that. I knew you going into
No,
today.
I
you
mean,
were doing
I
well.
won all my games today, so.
Wow, there you go. Very good. Congrats.
validated. Yeah.
So it's funny. I was going to say we could go do the tile thing tonight, or I was going to say you're probably going to be in the money tomorrow,
Okay.
and that you'll be at the award ceremony. I could
Yeah,
I
yeah,
could give it to you
we can
then.
do it then, that's
And
fine.
now clearly you're going to be at the award
I'll be there, don't
ceremony.
worry. That's gonna skimp out.
Yeah.
The spread doesn't matter to me because I'm
So
I
another
got a tie.
10. You're kicking butt in Scrabble.
Thank you. It's been
You're
good.
the,
World Cup has been
you're the
kind.
American Nigel.
Oh man, that was
No, that was.
I'm glad I
wow.
used to get to play you when you were still beatable.
I'm still beatable.
I
Very
don't know.
I don't know if I played you once or twice. I remember beating you.
Yeah, I remember you challenged off Hilarious.
Oh, really? I don't remember how, but I do remember winning.
Yeah, I try to keep it tight. I don't know what to do. I mean, it's just Jimp, you know. I didn't know what else to do. I had the, JMP. I'm trying to bingo early. So
What'd you have with them?
I had like ERN, maybe PE. Yeah, another PE, and then ERN. I don't know. What should I do? Yeah.
I like keeping it tight there.
Yeah.
Like Jeep blowing up the rack a bit more. Like obviously, there's no S hook, so I like keeping it tight like
Jeep's
that.
better. Yeah, maybe.
No, I like Jim Fuller for sure.
Jim's there.
Yeah, no, I don't like Jeep.
You don't like Jeep. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
This makes no hooks on the board. It's kind of like playing chicken early is usually pretty good. It's ideal to play chicken when you have an S. Then you're really comfortable on a tight board like that because it's usually an S hook develops.
Okay.
But so you're less comfortable without that. But again, the fact there's no actual S hooks immediately makes it a bit better to not have an S.
Yeah.
Usually early game chicken's good, like being the first one to open.
Right.
Once the board's developed,
You
there's a
wanna
lot of
make the other
space.
guy
It's
open,
fine.
yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Like early game, there's really no options, and so if you can keep it that way, make the other person do it.
Yeah.
In general, you don't want to go crazy with that.
Congratulations to Jackson Smiley. Gibson Division 1. And this is Jackson's 4th Word Cup.
Oh God, you won 4 of these?
Yes.
Yeah.
I skipped missed last year when Nigel was there.
Oh, you didn't play?
No, I played, but that was the one. The one I couldn't bring him down.
Yeah. Were you second?
No, I did terrible.
Oh, you didn't do
Sorry, I'm just saying that was the blip.
Yeah. Yeah, once the board exploded, I don't know what to do. I mean,
No, it was just, honestly
maybe there's not much I can do.
I feel like once anti-red comes down, we're kind of going through the motions, I'm like,
Yeah.
play beef, I play, it's just like,
I mean,
I'm sure there's always things.
plays, of course,
No,
but yeah,
on both ends, I'm sure we could have done things differently, but
it
it definitely didn't feel like a lot of pivotal decisions,
All right, so longer postmortem than usual for a relatively uninteresting game. Obviously, a bunch of people congratulating Jackson on a very impressive feat, as he pointed out. 4 in the last 5 years, and 4 for 4 when the GOAT Nigel Richards wasn't in attendance. So, Joey, any last words from you?
I guess Jackson had the last word here, but just again, thanks for having me on. It's been a great time. And since I feel obligated to make at least one Simpson quote on per stream, so I'll leave it with this: if there's anything I've learned, it's better to watch stuff than to do stuff.
Very apt and fitting Simpsons quote for the occasion.
Yeah. And kudos to anybody that can name that reference, but we'll let you get to Jackson, and I'll get the heck out of here so you can go on with the rest of this thing.
All right, yeah. As Joey mentioned, Joey's going to step aside. I think we're going to try to wrangle Jackson for an interview. So while the K's are on the ground doing that, again, just want to thank everybody responsible for this telecast. Obviously, you guys come first. Everybody who has been watching this afternoon. If it wasn't for you guys, I would be talking to myself, and Joey would be making his burger puns for an audience of 2 or 3 instead of 200 or 300. So, we thank all of you for your support of the Let's Play Scrabble channel and making streams like this so successful. Obviously, thanks to the Word Game Players Organization and the Collins Coalition, the co-sponsors of this event, also making this stream possible. Again, you can learn more about them. You can visit their websites at wordgameplayers.org or COCO Scrabble.org. I mentioned Kristen and Andrew K. Thanks again to them for all their work behind the scenes. And thanks to Josh Greenway, who you heard over the mic make that announcement. Normally our producer, but he's got bigger fish to fry in leading the entire tournament. But thank you to the whole Let's Play Scrabble team, and especially Josh Greenway for all his hard work. As I mentioned, Art Moore does wordjudge.me, which handles all of our challenges on Table 1. Also to Josh Koff, the head of LPS Advanced Stats. Seth Lipkin, I've mentioned cross tables a few times on here. He runs cross tables as well as created the Ulu clock that powers our stream timer. So many thanks to him. And again, check out cross tables for all future WGPO tournaments in addition to the WGPO website. Also want to thank Video Ninja, a free-to-use streaming technology that is the back end for these streams. And now I see that Jackson is ready, so I should probably stop talking. Jackson, can you hear me?
Yes.
So first off, congratulations, four Word Cups in 5 years. What does that mean to you?
Thank you. It means a lot. This has become sort of my home turf. That's what people call it. And it means a lot. I think once I hit 3 wins, the next one was 5, the next goal. And so obviously to get to 5, you got to get to 4 first. So this feels like, something, a stepping stone maybe to get to the big 5, which would be ideal.
Any truth to the rumors that Word Cup is going to be renamed the Jackson Smiley Invitational, and or that you're going to bribe Nigel Richards to stay home in future years?
No, I honestly can't speak to the name. If they want to do that, that's up to them. No bribery there. I would love it if Nigel comes back. Obviously, his absence this year did help me out in certain ways, but I'm always glad when Nigel comes. He is a great competitor, and it always means a lot to play him. So I will happily send the invitation next year.
All right. Well, you know that we in the commentary booth, we love content, and Nigel is good for that. So it's good to know that page regarding Nigel's attendance. So, obviously with the split streams, didn't get to see a lot of you on stream. Was there one particular game or one particular play or position in this tournament that kind of stands out that comes to mind as you reflect on your victory?
Absolutely. There's a couple of moments that come to mind. The one that actually just happened in the game before this one was not on stream. I was playing Billy Nakamura. Everyone will see this game annotated on cross tables in due time, but I had to hit a pretty Hail Mary fish to win the game by 4 points in a position where I felt like I was less than 1% to win. And so obviously that let me be here to play Noah in this sort of potential 4-game finals until I won. So that was a pretty key moment, hitting the blank draw that I needed and everything. This game, obviously, hard to point to anything. I was saying I think the pivotal moment really was when UW turned into 2 separate bingos on opposite side of the board. I think as soon as that happened, as soon as that materialized, I could kind of feel the writing on the wall.
Yeah, I was going to say I was trying to remember ever drawing 5 tiles into UW and having a guaranteed bingo next turn, and none of those were coming to mind. So sorry that we didn't get that miracle fish on stream. That sounds like it would have been pretty good. How important was it for you to clinch this tonight and not have to worry about it tomorrow? Because obviously on the surface it seems always just got to win one of the next 4 games, like easy peasy. But you lose the first one and then you got to sleep on it. Was that a big factor to you?
No, that is big. I was really happy to have this easy game, and so I can rest easy tonight. Because I've been Gibsonized in previous World Cups, fortunately, but it was always with a couple games to go, so it was the morning of. I have never ended day 4 being Gibsonized. And so even when you're in that good position, let's say I did lose and had to lose 3 more times, you get into this weird scenario where everyone's kind of semi-congratulating you on a very likely victory, but in the back of your head, crazier things have happened. Losing 3 games in a row is super easy in Scrabble. There's enough variance, and you can make your own errors when you're stressed out, that there's no guarantees. And so it feels very good to wrap it up the night before. I have not made plans yet for tonight, but I'll surely be celebrating.
Yeah, I was going to say, live it up, celebrate. a very well-deserved victory and an incredible accomplishment to win 4 in 5 years. And thank you so much for making your first act as 2026 champion to talk with us at Let's Play Scrabble. Really appreciate it, and really appreciate all that you do for the game. Would you like to? I hear you have a new endeavor going on. You're kind of
Sure.
in the vendor space now. Do you want to talk about that really quick
Yeah,
before we let
I'll
you
give
go?
a quick shout out to Smiley Board. Just this year, I launched Smiley Board, which is a hardwood Scrabble board business that's slowly been expanding now into clocks and racks and custom boards. And yeah, it's kind of a way to give back to the community and a way to engage with Scrabble in another fully different way that I love a lot, which is working with wood and making very nice products. And so yeah, it's kind of the new exciting thing that I've just been announcing this summer. And so if anyone has any questions, feel free to shoot me a message.
All right. Well, best of luck. Best of luck to you with that.
Thank you so much.
All right, and with that being said, it sounds like with Jackson clinching the WoW division, sounds like we will be bringing you all Collins all morning tomorrow. The last 3 rounds of this tournament will be me and Robin Pollock Daniel. Until then, everybody have a great evening.